1,000 subscriber mark celebration, or at least for the channel here. And we have Mr. Simon from Ordinary Filmmaker, who most of you that recently subscribed know very well. And I thank every one of you. We have Mr. Roy Bigsby in here, and Jeffrey Neville from Selective Imagery. Yeah, guys, it's a big deal. It really is. And for anybody that's struggling on YouTube, I can tell you, just keep going, keep struggling, because it will happen. And here is living proof. It's been about 18 months since we kicked all this stuff off, with many rants behind us and everything else. But I just wanted to start out tonight just by saying thank you to you, Simon, of course, to Vahagan. He's done this for my channel a couple of times. And for everybody that's a subscriber, you're as important as anybody that's even helped, because without you, we don't make it to the goal. Hang on a second. All right. So I wanted to clarify something tonight. We've only got 14 people in here, so hopefully somebody that happens by or comes in a little bit later, we'll go back and listen to this. I found my niche, folks. This is something I wanted to accomplish. This was the goal of this channel, was to be a live stream channel where you could join the chat, or even join the panel, join live, or even call in on a phone. That's what it was all about, because I had asked many questions on videos before, never to hear anything from the content creator. And I understand that if you get 400 or 500 questions on a video, it's kind of hard to answer them all. But the point here was to give you a voice. And I think we've done that so far. The other part of it is, I'm not saying this for sympathy or anything else. I put in, I was just talking to Simon about this, about 10 hours roughly a week dedicated to these streams. And that means just checking everything out, setting everything up, doing a little bit of research to make sure that I'm not behind the times on what's taking place in the photo world. And then the stream itself. And the stream, if it's a 4-hour stream, you can count about 6 hours. And that's the setup, get everything ready to go, get it started, do the stream. And then it takes me about another hour to wind down, download the stream if I want to keep them, and everything else. And the reason I bring this up is, you guys, I'm sure, you folks, I should say, you folks have your favorite channels that you watch. I've been asked so many times, why don't I do this? Why don't I, you don't instruct anybody. You don't teach anybody anything. You don't have anything relevant. And you know what? I have to agree with you. It isn't relevant unless it's interesting to you. That's the whole point of this channel, is for us to get together and talk about whatever. It doesn't matter. And we've talked about everything on this channel. Your favorite wildlife photographer out there that you like watching, and there's probably, you may have 5 or 10 or 15 that you watch on a regular basis. I'll tell you right now, the 30 or 40-minute video that you watch, if they do a video that long, took them, I don't know how many hours to put together, both going out and shooting, getting all the B-roll, putting it all together, editing, and everything else, just to give you that video. I don't know of any of them that would want to go on and live stream then once or twice a week also. And with me, it's the same way. We on YouTube, believe it or not, we have a life. And I'm not making an excuse again, but we have a life. Oh, wow.
I didn't know that. I didn't get the memo.
Yeah, and it's not just a life, but I mean, there are a lot of things that go on that you don't expect. Like yesterday, I go to get my wife some cappuccino at Starbucks. The car breaks down, so there I go. Half the day spent trying to get the car home, get me home, figure out what's wrong with the car and everything else. And that's life. That's what goes on. But anyway, the point is that I found a niche that I like. And I think a lot of you folks like it as well, because we can get on here. We can air our grievances. We can argue over, camera gear, lenses, cameras, whatever it is. And we can do it in a great fashion so that we all walk away friends in the end. You have a place that you can go on Wednesdays and Saturdays where you can just sit down and talk to photographers. if you want to learn on this channel, you come to the wrong place for a formal presentation on anything. However, in the chat, I see more teaching going on over there, more questions answered going on over there. The sidebars are fantastic, and I encourage that. I think that's wonderful. You can meet people that you wouldn't normally meet. You have an opportunity to come in here and vent or do whatever it is you want to do. That's what this channel is all about. I just wanted you guys to know my feelings about the channel. I love it. I want to be the custodian and get out of the way and let all these other smart people that are on the panel now and in the chat now do the talking. All I want to do is make sure that I provide a place for you all to do that. And so far, I have a very supportive wife, and she's all about this, and she allows me to do it, and she encourages me to do it. And that could be good or bad. I don't know. But anyway, it's because of you all and wanting a place to go and talk photography. That's why this exists. And I appreciate everybody's subscription, and I appreciate everybody that shows up in the chat. And again, I encourage you all to break out of a bubble, take a chance, and come on a live stream and really be able to speak your mind and talk about what you want to talk about. That's what this channel is about. You're not going to find any other YouTubers out there that I know of that'll say, yeah, come on my channel and speak about what you want, because it's usually all about the presenter, the content creator. And rightly so for some things that go on YouTube. I understand you can't just turn loose of your channel and let it go, but you guys have done a great job of policing the chat and the community, and I really appreciate it. All right, I'm just rambling, so let me get out of the way for a minute and turn it over here. I got all kinds of comments coming in here. And I've got all kinds of folks in here that are sending congratulations and everything else, and I really appreciate it. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to try my best to keep up with some of the comments tonight. I know I get behind. Albert, Robert, Ike, I see you, buddy. John Ishii, Jeff and Leslie, Kevin Nordstrom, Mazman. Thank you, buddy. I appreciate it, Maz. And these are a lot of the plank holders that are over here in the chat now. And again, I appreciate each and every one of you. Now, Chuck, shut up and let's talk to some of the people in the panel. Simon, thank you very much for your help, and thank you for being here tonight. And, let the fun begin. That's what this is about.
Chuck, it's a pleasure. I was thinking of doing a live stream. I think it was Sunday, tomorrow. I was thinking of doing one on Friday, and I thought, you know what? No, I like being a guest a whole lot more. It's less work. I can come in, I can leave, and I really appreciate being a guest on your show. And you know what? The only reason you got to 1,000 subscribers is because you did all the work. I just tweeted a few things to people, but it's all your work, Chuck. You've earned it. You've been working hard, doing 2 live streams every week, and as you say, even when I do live streams, I don't just do a complete open up to allow anybody onto the channel. That's exciting. And if you've thought of dialing into Chuck's live stream and you haven't quite gotten the courage to do it tonight, because it's a lot of fun. These guys are friendly. These guys won't bite. Good conversation. And I do have my Z8 happy ball waiting. I don't have celebrate at the top of mine, but I do have my Z8 happy ball.
Oh, man. And I'll tell you, if you want to be the most hated person in the world at times, start a YouTube channel. And often it's for no reason, but that doesn't stop YouTubers. So I'm just letting you know.
How hard can it be?
Yeah. You got to have a pretty thick skin.
Hate is the easiest thing to do in the world, really. It's easy to be a hater.
All right. Wow, we got a lot of people here that want to join. Let's see if we can get the Brady Bunch going tonight. We've tried unsuccessfully up to this point. Maybe tonight's the night. And I've got a couple other people. And this is another thing people have fought me on, don't have so many people on. I'm sorry. I think it's fun. I really do. And, we'll know when we hit the threshold and can't have too many or can't have any more people. But for now, let's have some fun. especially tonight. Thank you, Roy. You're always there. Roy said about 18 words total in the year and a half I've been on YouTube. Usually,
Yeah, but
it's
he has the gifts that keep on giving behind him that he shows to the world. So he anybody says, "Hey, anybody got one of these widgets?" And Roy just turns around and knows what magic box to go to or what shelf, and then here it is, guys. Quite amazing.
It's sent, Joe. You're welcome to join, buddy. And this is where the fun begins. I think we get more and more other faces in here on a regular basis, and everybody will begin to believe that this is a community, and it's a community forum where everybody can come and talk about things. Yeah, I didn't select a topic tonight for this reason, because I thought we would begin this way. And then, true to form, we have to go on to multiple topics throughout the night and revisit topics throughout the night so that we cover everybody that filters through the show. I'm looking at the comments right now, and you guys are more than welcome to pick up on anything you see. Gustavo, yes, we do. Thank you very much. To Vahagan and you, Simon. I don't know if I should count all those subs because, you know, you guys are what brought them in. Now, I told you the other day after you did that, I said, now I feel obligated to try to hang on to everybody.
You will now the pressure is really on now.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not worried about it. I'm just going to continue to have fun. We made it to this point. Like I said, I don't care to be rich from YouTube. Not likely that was going to happen anyway. Nor do I care to be a 1 million, subscriber influencer. But as long as we can continue to have fun, and I continue to have fun, that's all that matters. And we're going to keep doing that. That part I can keep going.
Chuck, the one thing I can tell you, because, when I hit that 1,000, that was big. 3 and 5, 10, and then every 10 after that, I got to tell you that the only times you really slide back, the only times you start to lose subscribers is when you take a week, 2 or 3 off.
Yeah.
If you just keep doing your thing, don't worry about it, because the more you do, the more you'll attract people. And this laid back approach, especially on a Saturday evening or a Wednesday lunchtime, it's a good break for people who just want to talk cameras. They want to talk lenses, and yeah, that's why I'm attracted to this channel. Why do a live stream when there's already a great stream here that I can be a guest of with others?
I appreciate that. And again, then I have done what I wanted to achieve, and hitting the 1,000 subscriber mark is just icing on the cake. Now it's really just, let's have fun. Now, though, I want to get to a point where I have some ability to help out all the other channels. I know that sounds ridiculous for somebody to just hit 1,000 subscribers, but I really do want to pay it forward to so many other people, especially those that have helped me out by being here on the show and everything else, like Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I'd love to see Jeffrey hit the 1,000 subscriber mark. Jeff and Leslie, wildlife photography, and all the others. I'm not naming everybody here, but
that ain't gonna happen for me, Chuck, unless I get a head of hair like you got.
Yeah.
If you want to get your subscriber base up, man, all you got to do is share your secret to having hair.
Everybody welcome Mr. Wayne Maddox in here. Wayne, somebody I just met recently. And Wayne's a great guy. As a matter of fact, through the live stream, he linked up with John Ishii over in Malaysia, and they have now become friends, met face to face. As a matter of fact, Wayne was just out shooting with John down in Chinatown there in Malaysia. Today or yesterday?
It was yesterday, but it's been a couple of days that we've been doing that. But yesterday is when I did a live stream to kind of show you guys that you asked about. So it's a quick 3-minute thing. But yeah, we've been having fun. I'm working together with him. I'm going to show him some stuff about editing and using that Z9 to record some videos.
Yeah, it'll be the only time John's camera will be used for video.
Because
that's
A6 for
great.
that.
He does, but he doesn't turn on the video side of things. It's like the last things he did. I think he said he used an iPhone.
Shame, shame, shame.
Mr. Z Wade, Mr. Z Wade photo in here in the chat with us. Z, I appreciate all that you did the other night. It was kind of crazy. And my wife actually thought, did you do that on purpose? I said, no, we were chatting. I was chatting with a couple of other folks in iMessage. And I said, it's either an impromptu live stream tonight or I'm going to do a video. And I thought, well, it's so much easier just to fire the system up and do a live stream. And that's how that came about Thursday night. But man, what a night it was for me. I mean, I appreciate everybody else's exuberance as well. It definitely was a lot of fun. And here we are.
Chuck, there's one comment here by Caesar, and it resonates with me. We'll start talking cameras. Comments matter. I like them a lot. It's another way to engage with the community, and it's something I'm never going to stop doing. And you do get some criticism, but what I've learned to do is I've learned to look at what is true criticism, where somebody will knock my audio or my set or offer up suggestions. And I always take that as what I consider to be free consulting. I've learned a lot in doing set and audio by just hearing what people have to say or the different types of filters I use. But there are some toxic, or what I like to use the phrase of emotional vampires. They just suck all the energy out of the room. And those I generally just ignore. If it's something that continues on an ongoing basis, I'll just, hide them from the channel, because, they don't just go after me, they go after others. And I just want to create an environment where if you're a photographer or videographer, I don't care what brand you like, you're welcome. And I know you and I share that same sentiment. So yeah, Caesar, I agree. I do watch the comments sometimes. Like, I find that I love criticism because it's very, very helpful. It's helped me grow my channel. But you get some that are just a little bit toxic, and it's weeding through and trying to sort between them, isn't it, Chuck?
Yeah. It like I said, if you're going to start a YouTube channel, first of all, you need to make sure you have thick skin. And here's the other thing. It's easy to take things personally at times when they're not, because we're talking about chat usually over here, and even emails that you may receive. It's hard to express yourself correctly sometimes, and I know it comes across crass, and I try to guard myself. I've even apologized for answering an email that somebody had sent, and I took it the wrong way. That wasn't the way or how he meant it. And I went back and apologized on the next stream. You just, it's one of those things. It comes with the territory. It is part of what YouTube is, or social media, I should say, is. And those that are trying to harass you, you just got to say thank you and move on. I mean, that's what I would do. That's what I've done. I had a guy, my first live stream, I've told this story before. I did a live stream. I was on for about 15 minutes, crickets, nobody, not one person watching. Finally, a guy shows up. He doesn't say anything, nothing in the chat. He's just there. And after a few minutes, he's gone. And I'm trying my best to talk to myself. And afterwards, he did send me an email. He wasn't, mean-spirited or anything. He just said, "You put me to sleep." And I answered him because I told my wife about what happened. And she said, "Well, you put me to sleep too." So that's how I answered him. I said, "My wife said this very same thing. Sorry about that. I'll try to do better." But I mean, that's just the starting, how you get started, and getting used to all the comments, getting used to the aggravation sometimes that may go on in the chat where somebody's just being unruly or whatever. And unfortunately, there are times when you have to block somebody. I don't want to do that, but there are times when you have to, because they're more of a hindrance than they are a help. And they're bringing, all the folks down instead of just, it's just the way it is. It is YouTube, but consistency, I set out to do that. And no matter what, even after that video, that first live stream, even after that, I said, I'm going to go do the next one. I'm not going to let it discourage me. And it was just about as bad. But I mean, I don't mind saying, but, eventually you hit your stride and you find people that are like-minded and they want to show up and they want to talk about the same things or whatever, or argue with you. And when I say argue, I'm talking about in a good way. We should be able to do that. So, wait a minute.
I mean, I personally think that Dunkin' Donuts owes me a lot of money, because anybody that watches my channel is drinking a lot of coffee when they're watching it, and I'm increasing their coffee sales, and I'm not getting anything out of it.
You can shut the door? Yeah. Okay.
Hey, everybody. I got to welcome Mr. Joe Stroud. We put a face to the photographer, and Joe, you
There he
have wowed
is.
us. Your photography, man.
Thank you. How y'all doing?
Doing good. How about you?
I'm good.
Good, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Hey, Jeffrey.
Go.
Hey, Wayne.
So what made you want to join tonight? I'm just curious. I'm glad you did, but just
I have
curious.
no idea. I can't stand being in front of a camera, so
There you go, man. That's great. That's great. You're breaking the mold, man. Now you're going to be a live streamer.
yeah.
I tell you, Joe, after the first 100 videos, you don't mind seeing yourself or hearing yourself.
Yeah.
But the first few, it's almost like you want to put glasses on and turn the volume off, because it's just weird to see yourself.
Yeah. I look back and from high school on, there's literally no pictures of me nowhere. Every time I saw a camera, I just kind of slip out of the frame.
Well, I went to school in Kentucky, and
Where at?
Whoa,
Where?
southeastern Kentucky, 11 miles north of Tennessee border at Cumberland University.
Okay. I know where you're at down there.
Yeah. So way down there, I spent 4 years down there. Then I was in Atlanta for a little bit before I came back up to the Great White North, or it wasn't so great white at the time. It was summer. But, one thing I learned a lot is different firearms, because my friends had farms and, they enjoyed going out with their firearms. And it's funny because whenever I hear the word cannon, I think of a big firearm. I think of a big cannon. And the thing is when you've got a big gun, like a big cannon or a big camera in front of you, if someone tries to take your picture, all you have to do is bring up yours and you take pictures back and you say, if you put me on the net, I'm going to put you on the net. And us photographers and videographers, we don't like having pictures of us taken. We want to be behind the camera. And this was the hardest thing for me to do, the YouTube channel, because everything I knew was being behind the camera. And now I had to be in front of it, Joe. And that was scary.
Yeah.
You're quite right there, Simon. It's
Yeah.
a new thing to do it. I had to practice a lot myself to, get comfortable with doing it. And my wife, she'd been watching me do things and so on. As like when I'm recording stuff for these travel videos, she said, why don't you just go back and do photography stuff? I mean, you are like so much at ease when you do that stuff. And I haven't published it yet, but I did an interview with John and we're sitting down talking, and she says, that's how you should be. Be yourself. Just be out there talking all the time. Be comfortable. Don't, worry about what's going on. It's perfect. You guys were just flowing. And I'm like, yeah, that's, when you're passionate about something, that's when everything just comes easy. Because I'm talking about other things and, travel wants to tell a story about it. And sometimes you want to make sure you're saying the right things. You're trying to get your words. Because sometimes I'm Jamaican. English is my first language, but patois in, Jamaica is the first language. So sometimes I will just slur off into patois and people are like, what the hell is he talking about? So I try to slow myself down when I'm recording just so I don't get into that zone. And when I get hyper excited about stuff, I do go into that zone. So it is hard, but I'm getting more and more comfortable because, the screen now I can see myself and it's like it's working, everything is fine. And it's just weird that in the beginning, I was afraid to talk to the camera because nobody's there. But now it's like you're just talking, and sometimes I don't even pay attention to it. I have to watch myself because I've been looking all over the room, and so on. It's like, you can't do that. You got to focus because people wonder what the heck is going on. So over time, you get comfortable. And all you guys who are thinking about doing it, if you haven't started yet, just record some stuff. Get some friends to give you some pointers as you're doing it. So it gets easier and comes smoother in the future.
Yeah, and I want another bit of advice, Joe, or anybody else who's thinking of doing a channel but is embarrassed that all their friends watching and making fun of them, or it'll affect you at work. It won't, because they won't see your videos because YouTube won't recommend it to them.
I
And
have
it's
no
not to be
shame.
harsh. It's the God's honest truth, because how the YouTube formula works is, first of all, if you're doing it on cameras like we do, unless your friends or family are doing cameras, the recommendation isn't going to go out. And unless you're really, you get up to more subscribers, like even when I got to 30,000 subscribers, a friend of mine who I worked with still didn't even know I was doing a YouTube channel. So feel free to produce your content in your space, and no one's going to know about it unless you do. So feel free to get out there. The presentation skills, as Wayne is saying, I got to tell you, same thing. You go back and look at my first video and it was horrendous. And even now, if you go back 6 months, you'll see that I'm more personable in front of the camera. And I speak with a slower, as I do here. Live stream's easier because I'm talking directly to people. But when I'm recording, I'm having to remember all that stuff I'm saying to you. I'm having to remember that, and remember to speak at a certain pace, a certain speed, but also to remember that the camera isn't a lens. It's Chuck, it's Jeff, it's Dave, it's Kathy. And I just try to pick one person at a time. If I'm trying to change my humor, I try to think, okay, I'm going to think of Craig from Can of Rumors because he has a certain sense of humor, and that's who I'm picturing the camera is. Because we do not smile and talk affectionately to inanimate objects. We have to imagine it being somebody else.
Yes.
I do, because I don't really talk to anybody a lot, so I'm usually always just smiling at something.
My wife complained for the longest time. I didn't talk to anybody. I just didn't talk. I just, one is the way I grew up, and the other was being in the military. You talked when you were spoken to.
Yeah. I don't know how to answer these chats here. I just want to say thank you, everybody. Appreciate you welcoming me in here.
Yeah, you can already see people talking about your photography, buddy. You need to be on here from time to time. You are an extraordinary photographer. You've got an eye for creativity, man.
I get lucky, man.
Well, you're famous. You're famous and you don't even know it. You know that, don't you? You're famous and you don't even know it.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Simon, I've been watching Simon for a while. I like his channel. I like his the way he brings up the
it's just a one-stop news fix, isn't it? You don't have to go search for everything. And my hat's off to him, because do you guys realize that he gets up in the middle of the night, and if he sees something that needs to be put out, he makes a video in the middle of the night and then goes back to bed to get up early in the morning to go to work.
Sorry, Chuck, I got to go. I got to make a video. Something just broke. The Nikon Z8. No, I'm kidding. Sorry, I shouldn't tease.
I mean, that's dedication. I have nothing compared to that. That's dedication right there. And it angers me sometimes that people will say something about him. I mean, again, do you have to go watch his channel? No. Then why do you go just to criticize? And where else are you going to go to get all that information? I don't care if it's rumors, facts, or what's new in the news. He's going to cover it, and that's what you need to understand. If you, I don't care what brand you shoot, he's going to talk about all of them. So
yeah, and he's probably the best one out there doing it as far as the other ones I see. I can't stomach those other ones. They're terrible.
I agree with you. And the technical side of it, the other day I felt like I embarrassed him on his channel because he's starting to get technical, and I'm thinking, oh man, here we go. I want to talk about the philosophy of it. That I can do.
It's interesting you say that, Chuck, because it is a balancing act. My day job, I'm an enterprise architect. And think of one word you've heard many times: needs or requirements. And if you're at this CEO of a corporation, requirements are like this. Right at the top, we call it a vision. Then we call them goals and objectives, requirements, specifications, depending on who you talk to. And what I always try to do when I'm talking to my audience, I'm always trying to think, okay, what am I talking about in this video? So it's the Nikon Z8. Okay, what do we have? Well, we have these loosey-goosey rumors. Okay, so why is it important? So I focus on the why and I focus on the result. Like, what is this going to give us? But I always try to do that. So those three things, what, why, and result, with why being more important than the what, and the result always being far more important. And that's broken down into the scope, like what does it do?
Yeah.
Schedule, time frame, and then of course cost. But always it has to be clear, it has to be concise, coherent. And I will, within the first 30 seconds, boom, this is what we're talking about, go into it. So if you just want the specs, there it is. And I don't mess around. But I also think it's very important to be transparent and be who I am. And that's the hardest thing, because again, talking to that cold lens, Joe, it's hard to be who I am, but you see the real person here. And I think that transparency really kind of goes through. I've had many businesses come to me say, look, we want to put our ads in your video. And I've said no to every one of them. I hate it. I love a lot of Tony Northrup's videos where he'll take you through explaining things, and he's very analytical. I understand his background because I have a computer background as well. And I understand that analytical, that procedural stuff. But him and many other channels they had this 30-second ad, and I just hate it. And I've sworn that I don't want to do that. And you're leaving good money on the table. But I think that hinders the customer experience.
It does. And, you guys don't have to worry about ads on my channel, because all the wonderful photos you send in for the photo reviews, I'm making a fortune at the weekend art fair. Okay. No,
well, you got to get those. Now you got to get the T-shirts out, Chuck. You got to get the T-shirts out with the slogans, and that'll be your advertisements. You just hold up all the different types of T-shirts you have, and that's it. Go. That's the only ads you need, man.
Yeah, I've had Gustavo's comment up here for a minute, and this is yet another thing that comes from the channel here. This is something that we do extremely well, is we do a lot of networking, and there are a lot of people in the chat and everywhere that are always doing that. And as Gustavo says here, not only do we do a lot of networking, and we can, link Joe to Jim up or whatever, but we also have somebody like Mozman who has helped out where he had the opportunity to help out because he could get a certain lens or camera or whatever. And it takes a lot for somebody to be willing to go, based on the internet, linking up with each other and purchase a camera for another person or whatever who's going to pay for it. And I'm not setting you up, Moz, man, but I have to pat you on the back, man. It takes a lot to do that. And Gustavo is a recipient of that. They talked, they became friends. And the next thing you know, Gustavo has something that he's been looking for. So I'm not saying that's the only thing that goes on here as far as linking up or networking, but it's just one of the many things. And that's what happens over a 3 to 6 hour live stream. There's a lot of networking that goes on, and you guys do it. I also want to say, Joe, man, I'm so glad you're on here. We get to put a face to the name. And you are an extraordinary photographer. I know you're humble and you don't want to accept that, but it's true. You wow us every month with something, and it's always on the creative side. Keep doing what you're doing, man. You're good. All right.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. And Mr. V-Man, the V himself.
Hey, guys. How are you?
Pointing the wrong way. Here he is. There he is.
What's good?
I'm waiting for Vahagan to come down to Austin so we can check some live music
He
out.
just got back from Men in Black Part 4, I think.
Is my mic on, guys?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
How are you guys doing?
We're doing great.
We're here to do this. Celebrate right here with this guy right up there.
Yep. Chillaxing.
That is what we're doing here. I'm trying to get 2 more to join so we can have the Brady Bunch.
There you go. We're either going to have the Hollywood Squares or the Brady Bunch. I don't know which it's going to be, but we're going to have one.
We need a female on this panel so I could say Marsha, Marsha, Marsha. Never mind.
Who's going to be Cindy?
Hey, congratulations again, and yeah, happy for you, bro.
Hey, thank you very much, Vahagan. And again, as I mentioned, you right up front, between you and Simon, man.
Yeah, Chuck, I went to sleep too early the other night. I missed it.
Yeah, did you? Well, you know what? You almost didn't miss it, because as soon as I finished the stream, I think I'm going to look one more time before I go to bed, check, and it's back down to 996.
Yeah, I did notice you had like 650 viewers of that impromptu, though. That was
Yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah. It was huge. There's no doubt. But it was back in the morning. I wish, daggone it, Andre's not in here. I wish he could get in here. I know it's a weird time of the morning for him, but so he saw that the next morning, or well, my next morning early, and he went and got two of his coworkers at work to go sign on to YouTube and subscribe to the channel. I mean, and you can't ask for better people than that. I'll tell you.
Cool.
So yeah, V, I appreciate it very much, man. I appreciate it very much.
No, man, we did nothing. You did it.
No, I was just consistent. Everybody else did it. You know, I just made sure that I opened the channel twice a week, whether I had anything to say or not. But it was easy sometimes. There were rants to be had and things like that. But just open the doors, let everybody in, and let's go. Start talking about whatever everybody wants to talk about. And again, if you think it's easy to run a live stream for 3 hours, it's funny because, again, I get a lot of people that say, well, I missed the topic. Don't worry, hang around long enough. It's coming back. You don't know how many times in a live stream I've had people that leave and check 2 hours later and say, you guys are still here. Yeah, we're still here.
Hey, Chuck, send a link.
Many a record has been broken.
Chuck, send a link to Kathy. You see that comment there?
No,
like,
wait
well,
a
I'm
minute.
female, but there's no way I'm joining.
Oh, come on. Hey, we don't bite, man. We don't bite. We can't do that anyway. We're just video people right now.
We're just AI beings right
I
here.
thought you're photographers.
The only thing you're going to see get bit on this channel is Chuck killing M&Ms. That's all. All those M&M people get trashed.
Guys, I just heard Jeffrey say we're video people. Note. Saturday.
Yeah, I know. That'll be held
Jeffrey
against me
said.
in a court of law.
Well, she Wade said she's going to make an appearance, maybe. So
She-Way's going to make an appearance. Uh-oh.
Okay, that'll be fun.
Well, Kathy, you look just like Vahography then. He's in the very dim, low light, Men in Black kind of thing going on there. Kind of cool. So if you come in with that chillaxing kind of dark, jazzy kind of feel, I think that would.
and
that
you don't
would-
need
that
your
would work.
camera. You could just do audio, right, Chuck?
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm.
Absolutely. You can mute your camera, by the way, when you come in.
Believe me, I don't go to a hairstylist before I go on Chuck's show. What's the point?
Yeah,
Oh.
same with me.
Hair and makeup, I go, what? What?
There you go. I got to keep plugging Joe. I keep pumping him up here, man. Seth just checked out his website. Your work is impressive. Yes, it is.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah,
Appreciate it.
they're emotive images, no doubt about it. I told you we're all going to come down to hang out with you for a week, just so you can kind of inspire us on how to be more creative.
Hey, come on. There's a lot to do here in Austin, man. A lot of barbecue and live music and
Yep,
good drink.
yep.
You got to come on down, Vahagan.
What's your website? Let me check it out.
Joe Stroud Photography.
Check it out.
It needs some work, but
Well, that's the thing with creatives.
I'm never
We always need
satisfied.
work. We're always improving. We're always learning. Yeah, well, exactly, right? Because there's always so
Yeah.
much more to learn, right? The more you learn, the more you realize how ignorant you are of any particular study.
that's
or,
true. I went into a camera store the other day and I said, man, y'all ain't got nothing on Roy Bixby.
Oh,
Hey, Joe, I like it. I like
you,
the
man.
photos, man. Very
Thank you.
I think, Roy,
right.
20 years from now or 30 years from now, when you're maybe not around anymore, you got to donate all that stuff to a museum or create your own while you're still here. That would be even better.
Man, I'm going to pull an Edward Weston and I'm going to burn it all.
You're gonna have your own Burning
Yeah.
Man.
Oh, that's another one. Mark Weston, all his film, man. You know, he's got some photos that are just, you would look at, you looked at them back then and thought, who wants to see it inside of a barber shop or whatever? But we spent about 45 minutes on that one photo that night, looking at it, at all the detail in it.
Yeah, I don't think we ever talked about one image more than we did that one. I mean, it reminded me of something that I would see in Life magazine, you know, many decades ago. That's what it reminded me of, is something that you might see in Life magazine. So it was phenomenal. I loved it.
And then along came Joe Stroud with his photos. It's like, okay, you know, who takes a photo of a dog and a woman with a shotgun standing knee deep in a swamp? Joe does. And we all sat and looked at it forever. And we all couldn't stop looking at it. Oh man. Hank wants to talk about the Z8. Let's talk about whatever you guys want to talk about. We got all kinds of smart people in here. I was on the phone, not on the phone. I was texting today with Matthew Card, and we were back and forth until I had to actually tell him I had to go do something besides sit and debate over the Z8. But basically he said, well, who are you to think you're always right or whatever? I don't think I'm always right, but I mean, do I just say, okay, you're right, and end this conversation? I'd like to, but will it? Oh man. Hey Chuck, send the link. Oh, I got it. Link. Okay. Did you send an email? And I'll just reply to your email and drop the link in it. We're going to get Kevin in here too. Kevin Nordstrom's going to join us. Man, we're going to get the Hollywood squares tonight, no doubt about it.
Hey, as they say, you know, this is where people just offer their opinion, and it's opinion. I mean, the only one that knows the facts is the manufacturer. You know, I mean, everybody's just making their best educated guess, or may have some sources that give them a strong feeling one way or the other. But none of us work for any of these camera companies, so I mean, we don't lie and say we do. And just because I have a Nikon sign on my wall doesn't mean that I've never shot anything else and that I work for Nikon, because believe me, they couldn't afford me.
Hey, I got a question for Simon.
Joe. Look how popular you are. Everybody talking about Mr. Joe Stroud. If I make my way from Hawaii to Austin, we'll sure hit you up, especially since Austin has Formula One racing. There you go.
I got a question for Simon.
Please.
Simon, what's your average duration on start to finish on one of your news videos? Like what?
Usually 60 to 90 minutes, and that's from laptop on to put a few notes on the laptop, take it downstairs, turn the lights on, start recording, come upstairs, edit, and click upload. It has to be. I have this constraint that it can't be.
So
more than
90 minutes where you start inputting the text on the teleprompter, or you use one, right?
No, I don't use a teleprompter. If you watch some of my videos, you might see this kind of sticking up a little bit. And what this is my laptop. And I just use Keynote, and it has my intro, which is almost the same every time. And because sometimes I don't get it right, and then just some points. So I'll look at that, go to the next one. So I'll talk, and then I look down, talk to the next piece, pause for a few seconds, look down, and then keep going. So for you, it will look like a continuous piece, and sometimes it is. But it has to be 60 to 90 minutes because I have a day job. So it's true. I will record at 4:30 in the morning, 5:30 in the morning if I wake up and there's something big, like if it's Z8, if it's R5, R5 II, I'm recording, I'm getting it out right away. Otherwise, I normally wake up at 6. I check all the news. I go, okay, there's a Canon one. I'll do that now. There's a Nikon one, or there's 2 of them. I'll do both, record both, get one out by 8 o'clock when I start work. Then at 10 or 10:30, when I take my mid-morning break, I'll do some editing, and usually the other one will come out by lunch or the next day or after work. But has to be 60 to 90 minutes. So that way, if I get up at 6, I can have one out
But
the door.
that's
by
including
8
the
o'clock.
edits too?
Yes, everything, including the upload button. So I've already got the notes, the thumbnail, all of that done in 60 to 90 minutes. That's why you'll see some errors at times, or the cuts are a little awkward, because even though I record and I know that's probably not going to make a good cut, I just back up a sentence or two and keep going. If I say something like numers too many times, or I say the Nikon R5 or something, yeah, I have to
heard
back
of
up
that
and correct that.
model.
But a
I
lot
heard
of
of
times,
that one.
the Nikon R5. Well, Sony's copied it. They got the R5 too, right? So, but yeah, 60 to 90
That's
minutes.
cool.
I have to.
And all the text
to
is
make it
ready to
work.
go. You just type it in the editor. What do you use?
So I use a Mac. So I just
Hey,
use
John.
Notes. It's a basic text editing program, and so the description is the same every time. I just have to change the title. I change some of the links, and I will have different links for Canon, Nikon, for affiliate links. Then I just put in the description or the chapters, and I basically copy that from the front of the video. So while it's exporting, I'm doing that in the thumbnail. And then when I'm ready to upload it, so I grab the thumbnail, copy the description in there, just change it a little bit, click upload or set the time, and
But the
then I'm off
graphics
to
and the
work.
text on the screen. That's what I was.
Oh, so the overlays. Well, I'm using Motion
Oh.
VFX. So those are just overlays. So all I do is, believe it or not, I actually have a project file. And for those that use Final Cut Pro, it's a simple project file. I call it template. And basically, whenever you see a third on the left or a third on the right or a lower third, or if you see any other graphic, those are already in a template file. So I just go into that, copy, paste. So
it's
I'm not
ready to
having to
go.
recreate them. And even the zooming in, where I zoom in and zoom out, the jump edits, I've already got those saved. So I
That's
don't
what
have
I
to
do
redo
too.
them.
I have, just throw them on, copy and paste. Change it.
Yeah. So you can do it quickly, and so when I'm downstairs, when the camera's on, I'm just focusing on trying to remember what is my purpose here, what is my vision, all that stuff, and hit it with purpose, and
Yeah, man.
hopefully it pays off.
That's cool.
Hours equal days for me when it comes to video.
Numerous. Sorry.
So Mr. John Ishii has joined
Thanks,
us as
Captain.
well. John.
Yeah,
Hello,
trying to make up the Brady Bunch squares.
There
We
you
need
go.
one more. We need one more unsuspecting victim.
I think it's going to be Z Wade. He's got to get in here. I know he will.
I think he's prepping for Chi Wade.
We have a international audience quite often here, which is another thing I'm really happy about. So here we are, John Ishii, Wayne in Malaysia, Mr. Roy Bigsby down under, and we all typically have somebody from Europe and other locales too.
Malta.
So, Malta, of course, Mr. Andre.
John Ishii, what's up, bro?
Hey, Vlog man, sorry I missed your feed this morning.
Don't worry about it. It was
Good.
off the cuff, man. We had some fun.
Those are the best kind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was watching part of it this morning before I decided to start recording a video to post.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to prep to go over to John's house. But it was good stuff from what we got. You and Z Wade was going at it.
Yeah, got to get some guests in there. Like I'm trying to get some females in there, spice it up a little bit,
Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Female
I got to get
photography.
everybody converted over to the new email. That's one of my problems I'm having. I have to keep switching back and forth to emails. The new
really?
email, AP Studios 001 at Yahoo.
Oh.
So, yeah, I've got to separate these emails. I've got way too much junk going on in my regular email. Stupid move on my part to begin with, but what's new for me, right?
Hey, yesterday, Wayne and I went to a Fuji event. Where they clean your cameras, you clean your sensor for free, and all this whatnot. And Thomas, he's the main guy there at Fujifilm. He says those what do you call those X100V? He says used they're going for more than new.
I did.
They're so popular. They're so hot. He says you can't keep them in stock. And the what was it? XE4? Forget about it. Can't get it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I said, what's the deal? He says, all these young people in there. He says the age is 22 to about 31. It's all the rage.
And what was June shooting? Was it XT5?
Yeah, he was using XT5 yesterday.
Yeah, and the camera was pretty light. I was really surprised.
Yeah. So we got
We
to
met
play
a
with
guy at the coffee shop, June from Korea. So he just kind of joined us for the photo walk yesterday, and the Fuji camera cleaning. I think I'll send him a message and see if I can get him to come on here if he's got YouTube, so we can get another international.
you say 007's been trying to get a 100B for months. I don't know what it is. In the beginning, when they came out, you couldn't give those things away.
Some things people don't really know until it becomes like a cult classic later on.
Well, yeah, it's the hipsters, the so-called hipsters.
I had the T. I really liked it.
See, Chuck is a hipster, aren't you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'm a hipster from way back. I'm just waiting for the DF stills only camera to come out.
New Doisy.
See, we could pick on Chuck a little and say, you're getting old when you got to put your name on your shirt.
Exactly. I used to say that all the time in the Army. At least I could always tell who I was. Just look down at my name tag. Yeah, we're going to do that before long. Mr. Mosman's going to help me out and give me a link to somebody I need to check out for merch. I'm not doing merch for money. If I were, I'd be running my own printing press back here with my kids or something. But I want to. You guys come up with so many different things that we say during the streams. I need to start putting them on shirts, and we're gonna offer them up. So we'll be doing that soon. Uh-oh. I heard the bloop bloop. Drum roll, please.
Hey,
if you
full
will.
panel.
Everybody welcome the first of the non-male species to the show.
And first of all, how does my mic sound? Because I need to make sure that everyone understands this perfectly. Does it sound okay?
It sounds great.
You better.
It is obvious that Joe Stroud owes my mother a lot of back child support because the resemblance is uncanny.
Oh man.
How's everybody doing tonight?
That's only because your barber attacked you, I think, and drugged you and went to town on your beard,
Yeah, well, it's
Yeah, but the curls look
just
nice.
I mean, it's so clear. We have the same facial features, the same glasses. We're both photographers. It's obvious. Okay, did you ever get with a Jennifer or something like that?
Hey,
Man,
Where else-
there's some days that are pretty fuzzy, man. I don't know.
So you're saying there's a chance?
She shows up for the gala. Oh man.
Hey, Joe's got to drink something when he's eating all those good ribs and stuff down in Texas. So
And I just had some tonight.
Hey, where else are you going to go on YouTube and have a good time with a bunch of crazy photographers like this?
Well, we got the Brady Bunch completed.
Yep.
We finally did it.
Another first. Let's see. We broke the 6-hour mark. And I'm not in a hurry to break the 7-hour mark because that was a killer just getting through 6 and it was almost 7 hours.
Hey, Chuck, I don't know if it's possible, but if it is, put me in the center because I think I most closely resemble Alice.
There you go. You were there.
There you go.
Chuck, do we have to actually look down to the different squares?
yeah, we gotta go.
I'm talking to Zach.
You got to lean out of your
This
box
way.
like they did on
Up,
Hollywood
look
Squares.
down, look that way.
Hi, Wayne.
Where's it? Where is he?
Looking
Oh,
at
there
it
he
was a little
is.
painful. I'm gonna look up.
Actually, you know what? With the hat, I look less like Shiwade, more like a surfer. Hang on. That's better. That's way hotter.
So
There you
everybody's
go.
asking why you're cropped.
I have no idea. I really don't have any idea.
I
That's
do.
the ZFC, isn't it?
No, it's a Z6 too.
Go to your settings video and change it to 480.
Oh, it's at 1080.
Yeah.
Oh, so I have to be lower quality to be appropriately sized?
You can do 720?
It's weird. It's like
That's weird.
you have to jump down in quality or be smaller.
Well, I'm at 1080.
Size doesn't matter.
I think it's the output of the camera because I'm at 1080.
As the only woman on the
Yeah.
panel, I have some thoughts on that, Roy.
All right, it wouldn't be a stream on AP Studios if I didn't have to go take a leak. So here we go. We hit the bewitching hour. The first hour is always a killer for me. And I will be right back. Please don't burn the house down while I'm gone, but have fun.
Hey, is the limit 9 on this? I wonder if you get 10, what happens?
I don't know. I think 9. I think, I don't know. That's a good question. No, I think it will actually. I think I can have up to 10 participants, I think.
That's a weird number
everybody
considering
into
how
the
clean the
box.
9 looks.
I pay enough for it. I should get 10 or 12.
But when you come back, we can try it out.
All right. All right. Be right back, gentlemen.
I mean, if somebody else wants to jump on, I have no problem just listening tonight. If somebody wants to get in and there's no room,
Exactly.
Z-Wade.
I've been saying that.
what's up?
Here's a little piece of nonsense. Robert
Okay.
Reed, he had a little secret, didn't he?
Who?
Robert Reed.
The Brady
Oh.
Bunch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually watched a
well,
documentary on that. It's actually really good.
Yeah. Funny, yeah.
Amazing actor. I'll say
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. He had a
So
little
did,
secret.
was it Rock Hudson too, right?
That was a big secret.
Hey, look at Kathy's comment there. LOL.
What's that?
Size definitely matters.
Oh no.
Well, it really does. I mean,
Leeway.
I like the Z9. I like the R3 in terms of.
Thank
what
you
it can
for
do,
saving
but,
that, Simon. Thank you for saving that.
You're welcome.
I was about to derail, and that is why he belongs on YouTube. He's a natural.
I knew it was gonna be a mic drop moment quickly, so I had to rush in there.
I mean, he could have gone like the Bill O'Reilly route and just been like, F it, we'll do it live. But instead, he just like smooth transition.
Dude, I'm loving your character right now, Z-Wade. On
Hey,
your
thanks.
videos. I think you're finding your character. It's really good.
Yeah, you should keep it up.
Really natural.
The only reason I'm doing this,
Not that.
well, no, the only reason I'm doing this, because this is still my humor, is because it's for Chuck's 1000 party, and his community came up with She-Wade, not mine, right? But it's having like, it just barely kissed on some political like fallout, and I'm like, man, it was just supposed to be a joke. But so I kind of retired She-Wade, but I'm bringing it back for Chuck tonight to celebrate the 1K because you guys did this, not me. This was supposed to be just a skit, a one-time skit, because this thing is miserable, itchy, and hot.
See, he sounds like a politician, always blaming the other guys for causing this to happen.
Well, it definitely wasn't my fault.
I think he just likes it.
I do.
I think it. You know what? If you start sweating too much, just take it off, man.
There
Hey,
you
Z-Wade,
go.
how do you get your thumbnail, your animated thumbnails? How do you do that?
My thumbnails are animated.
Well, I mean, not animated where you go like your.
Oh, you mean like
D8
just get the graphics done?
Yeah, the D850 versus, and then you're in the middle and you got your
Oh.
thumbs up.
I do it on Canva. The only reason I don't do it in Photoshop is because Adobe stock is outrageously expensive, and Canva has a bunch of stuff for you to choose from. So
So you
Canva
take a
is
picture
great.
of yourself and then
Yeah.
paste it on the back.
Yeah, I like will take a picture like with my phone or with like the Z6 II on a tripod, and I'll just do background removal. The background removal on Canva is actually probably right up there with like Adobe Photoshop. It's actually pretty darn good. And yeah, it's like $12.99 a month. I mean, my subscribers pay for it, and I'm incredibly appreciative of that. But yeah, I use Canva, man. It's got all kinds of templates. To get the really, really good icons and stuff, you have to pay for it. But there is a huge a huge amount of stuff to use that's free.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
it's
what I use.
because it's cool. I like the one, you know, where Nikon Z9 image was ruined until I did this, and then you show your fingers like that. Right?
Yeah, I actually just changed that one tonight. And so the fact that you're saying that makes me feel good, because I found out that my old thumbnails were probably too busy, and it was recommended to actually simplify them. I'm talking like 3 elements is ideal. So like the watch now, the picture of what I'm pointing at, and me pointing at it. Like that's it. That's what's recommended. And so far it seems like it's, you guys can't see this right now. I showed Vahagan this earlier, but I just cleaned my office today, and this is basically me tracking click-through rate and viewer duration, and me deciding on whether or not something needs to change, because I just dialed in the thumbnails to something that works, and the ones that are more simple get like 2 to 5 more % click-through rate, right? So this is me doing the nerdy analytical thing.
Yeah.
But once it's done, it's done.
You got to spend some time in the studio.
One other thing too that they said about the thumbnails, because I've been doing the same thing, is if you have an emotion too. So it's picture of you pointing, but it's also, you see me, I've got these stupid images.
They're so corny, but they work.
Yeah.
They really do. And I've had people say, look, thanks for being here, but you know what? I'm seeing my views double and triple.
Yes.
But also you talked about Canva, which I use, but another piece of software, if you have a Mac, Pixelmator.
Pixelmator.
It's really cheap, but its background removal tool is even better than Canva. It's so easy. And you can add it to quick actions. So when you right click on the desktop, you can just choose quick actions, remove background, and nails it most of the time. Sometimes it'll remove some Chrome, but I just do a copy before I remove the background. Then I can always do a paste if I have to. But it's terrific. And for the few times where Canva is just not working, I do my thumbnails in it as well. And it's like $20 or something.
What's it called? Pixel what?
Pixelmator. I'll throw it in the chat here, the public chat. Okay. Pixelmator. I don't miss Adobe anymore. I don't like paying $80 a month or whatever it is for everything. And I find that Pixelmator, it's a one-time fee, and it's...
Oh, it's $20 once?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's why I switched to DaVinci Resolve and decided to relearn 3 years into my YouTube career, was because it's just like a one-time payment.
It's smart. Like if you have a Mac, it's Final Cut Pro or DaVinci. If you're on Windows, I highly recommend DaVinci Resolve. It is just...
I'm liking it. I'm liking it now, but the first couple of weeks were a little tough to readjust. It's not just, I mean, I could feel that I was at an advantage having done Premiere Pro for so long, but I feel like somebody that's never edited before, oh my gosh, DaVinci Resolve is way better if you have no experience.
Oh,
that's it is way better.
I would have picked it myself, but when I bought Final Cut Pro, DaVinci Resolve didn't exist as a NLE. It was just, a nonlinear editing suite. It was basically just color correction. So on the Mac,
which is really good, by the way, in DaVinci Resolve. The color correcting is brilliant.
It is. You know,
you can go from flat profile to looking like you have a LUT in like 6 seconds. It's so good.
Yeah, you don't need LUTs. I try to coach people saying, LUTs are nice, but you know what? Try without LUTs, and you're going to have better control. You're going to have better detail. You're going to protect your highlights and your shadows a whole lot more.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing since I started using the Sony cameras. I've been learning how to color correct and grade, and it's it took me a while to kind of figure things out going with the Nikon stuff, just trying to test it. But the S-Log stuff just makes it so much simpler, and shooting S-Log makes it simple on the Sony cameras, and trying to dial in the colors.
I'll tell you what's an absolute treat is the videographer that's been following me out into the field. The first actual photo shoot is launching tomorrow at my regular 8 o'clock time. But it was the style of the Z5 firmware. He uses a red Komodo. And there is a big difference in the ease of use of editing like an actual cine camera and then like a hybrid. It's like so clean at higher ISOs. It's like ridiculous. It doesn't even seem possible. And it's so easy to color grade. And it looks so good.
They do.
That's why it's like $7,000 or something.
Hey, I want to just throw in just to pick up on some comments on the chat. And this is one that everybody could kind of talk about is Jason Michael Photography has a question on how cheap do we think a Nikon Z5 with a lens used maybe 7 or 8 condition out of 10 from a name brand dealer with a 90 or 100-day warranty, especially if they release the Z5 Mark II. Of course, who knows when the Z5 Mark II may come out, but
I don't know, like $850 or something.
One other thing you can do too, eBay's great for this, whether you like it or not. Go to eBay, make sure you have advanced search, and for sold, do a search, and it's going to show you, regardless of what price you think it's worth, what the current price is right now trending. And I find that eBay does a pretty good job of getting you within 10 to 15% of what you can probably get for it during that particular time that you're looking at it.
Are we talking about the price of selling it or buying one?
no, buying one.
Oh, I'm not the
Buying
right
one.
person to ask because I typically price my stuff to sell. I mean, any price that you put on it is going to be better than what you'll get from like KEH. KEH is the safest, but I tend to price my stuff on the lower end because anytime I cycle out of something, I'm always going up to something else. And it's twofold. One, a lower price moves quicker. And two, I kind of have this like thing that I want somebody to have my thing and it's in their price range because like I know I take good care of my stuff. And so somebody that's like looking for that, like I know they're going to get something that is in really good shape at a better than like reasonable price. You know, like it kind of makes me feel better too. It's like I'm not going to beat someone up over $100, $150.
Hey, Chuck?
You know?
Yes, sir.
Can you help me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. 99.2% of my watches are not subscribed.
It's the same with me. It's the same
I'm-
with me.
You don't mind? Can you subscribe?
You know what's really painful, John, is you can actually dig deeper.
99.2%. Like, why bother?
You can dig deeper into that analytic and you'll
Yeah.
find like I did where like 99% of my views aren't subscribed, but they're actually coming back for more.
Yeah, the funny thing about that,
you almost think that they think they have to pay money to subscribe. You know, it's like a fear factor episode. Don't hit the subscribe button. Don't do it. You know,
it's the funny thing about that is you could have 1,010 subscribers,
Yeah.
and get 1 million views, and you're going to get the same amount of money as if you had 1 million subscribers.
Really?
Views are what you want.
Yes.
It's
I want to harp on that a little bit, sort of talking to the YouTube formula. Now, I've looked at the analytics too, because data is the most important thing. You got to look at your data. And I'm somewhere between 44 and 60%. Let me take a look. What was it? 55, around 55, 60% that are not subscribed and the others that are subscribed. But what really matters is how many people are watching a given video
and how long.
and how long they're watching it. And also if you're consistent with the type of content you put out there. And it's a big thing. Like you can cover the Nikon Z50 Mark II and crickets will chirp. You put out the Nikon Z8 and boom, it's going to light up. And the higher value cameras will also generate a higher RPM and CPM as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what was it? I was watching a gentleman, Jordan Peterson, last night. He was talking about it's a far more complex formula as to how this works. It's not one thing, it's many things. And one of the reasons why at the beginning of every video, I ask people to subscribe because it does matter, because what YouTube does
Joe,
first,
the little man. Sorry, Simon. This is the little man came in. That's great. This is why we don't cuss on this channel, people. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's my grandson.
Okay,
All right.
hands back up then.
Grandson. You don't look that old.
I forgot my point. I was talking about
You're talking about Jordan Peterson in the existential threat. You have no idea how incredibly difficult
No, it's
YouTube
not
can
that.
be.
He did his voice very, very well. No, what I was talking,
love him, by the way.
Most famous
He was
Canadian.
asked a question by a BBC broadcaster, and he says, well, no, and he said it in a much more articulate way. There's many more pieces to this. And that's what I'm saying is when it comes to the money aspect, but there's so many different things that factor in. So here's one of the most important things when you publish a video, and this is why having subscribers matters. It's YouTube is first going to send it all out to your subscribers first, nobody else. And if the crickets are chirping there within the first few hours, that video is not going
Which
to move.
is-
So if it doesn't move,
That's why my editing video bombed today, because most of my people aren't looking for editing stuff.
yeah, don't do it. That's why I don't do tutorials anymore. It's why I don't do a lot of things. Why I just focus on news and rumors, because that's what works. My audience, the people who are telling me that this doesn't work, don't know the analytics, the data, because Numers works. That's what people are tuning in to watch. And know your audience, know your data. I forgot the guy who wrote the YouTube formula, but it really, really makes a difference. You have to understand your audience. You have to understand your own data. I know that 35% of my viewers on average are from the United States. I know that 65% are not. I know that English is the most popular. I know that outside the United States, it's India, Britain, Canada, Germany. And I can tell you that only about 2.75% of my audience is female. I would like to change that because 50% of the population is female. So I'm for some reason, I'm ignoring a whole population. I got to figure out how to fix that.
Yeah, same.
But understanding the time frame, like Sunday morning for me at 10 o'clock till 3 o'clock in the afternoon is when the most amount of my subscribers are watching, and publishing a video at 10 p.m. at night does work.
Yeah.
Also, it depends on what your goal is on YouTube. Like if you're just there to get as many subscribers as you can. Like I make videos that I want to like try to help people. I don't really care about the view count. Like personally, me, I just if I want to make a video and I feel like making it, I'll make it.
Yeah.
I stopped caring about like, oh, this video is gonna be. Yeah, I do my Z8 videos too, but you know, just the ones that don't get a lot of hits, right? But there's people out there, like a group of 10 or 20 people that really like. There's value in it for that little small percentage of people that watch that video. So.
Yeah, for me, it's like my goal and my direction changed from trying to find out what worked on my YouTube to finding out what works maybe not as good as like, because the gear always did the best. But I decided to shift more towards being out in the field because I enjoy making that, and it's a good balance of what works. And so my subscribers, that was like 8 months ago. It's my subscriber base has just now started shifting to where that in the field stuff is finally doing good. But YouTube had to like relearn that, right?
Like
they had to find a new audience.
Like I made a video, 10 things to look out for when selling online, or 10 things when you're buying online. And I just felt good doing it because I have a little experience in that.
Now we know.
There you go. And, you know, just it was good to make that video, you know.
Hey, Jason Michaels, yes, it does. It does not have BSI, but it does have image stabilization.
Everybody welcome Kevin Nordstrom.
Kevin Nordstrom.
Hey, Kevin.
Okay, so now here's the rule.
Hang on a second. Like, what is going on, dude? I think our dads were getting around.
Here's the rule. If you show up once, you can show up often.
Can you guys see me?
Now we've got some new faces. That's great, man. This is wonderful.
Hey, what's up, Kevin? No, I say,
What do
we got? Triplicate.
I say Z Wade and Joe Stroud. You guys look brothers, man.
Yeah.
Kevin Nordstrom's in the same boat.
Hey, what's up, Is Kevin frozen?
Yeah, he is frozen.
Frozen, yeah.
You guys are okay. Hold on a second. Let me back out and then maybe come back in.
Maybe he's in Canada where it's literally freezing.
Yeah. Walmart connectivity.
Hey, Simon, I got a question for you since you're the YouTube seafood here. You know, some of these it seems like foodies get huge amounts, right?
Yeah.
Now there's this Vietnamese Canadian guy out of Vancouver, right? And this guy just eats junk food, or he makes food or whatever in his kitchen, or eats in his car, and he's got 3.5 million subscribers, and within 15 minutes he'll hit 150,000 views just from food. Now, is food one of the top money makers for tubing?
That's an excellent point. So what you've
Finance
got
and
actually
health
is
are
medical.
the top. Yeah, medical and investing are the top two, and they average like $30 to $40 per 1,000 views if you have a good high quality channel.
But yeah, I mean,
So that's the key thing there.
Just eating, drinking Tim Hortons or eating, out of a pizza place in your car, and the guy gets 150,000 views in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's no rhyme
that
or
work?
reason to it. It's just something. It becomes a fad for some people. Sometimes everybody, you got to go watch this guy chew his food or whatever
No,
it
actually,
is.
the reason. Let me explain how it works. So again, it goes back to that formula that YouTube uses, and it's all about just simply revenue. So first of all, we get 50% of what the advertisers give to YouTube, which is pretty generous. That's where the RPM and the CPM differ, or per thousand, and that's what's paid out. And then the RPM or the CPM is what's paid get, but it's anonymous. So I do something on the Canon R5, for example, or the Nikon Z8, and I'm getting anywhere from $6 to $12 per thousand views. Now, if I was going to do stuff on medical equipment, it can be up to $80 per view. But if I do gaming, well, it's down to 1/10 of that, so maybe 60 to 80 cents. But where it really kind of kicks in is it's also the competition. So in the camera world, there's an awful lot of camera channels, but in the food world, oh my God, there's so many channels. And if you've ever actually recorded a video, actually done a video for a baking, it can almost be 8 hours to put everything together.
Yeah.
So choose your stuff. When I do 60 to 90 minutes per video, that's a pretty good investment time. And then if it's, for example, let's say the Nikon Z6 Mark II, will get me $200 for that day. And so, not a big channel, don't have a lot of subscribers. That doesn't matter. It's about what advertisers are willing to pay for and what you are willing to watch.
That's what's amazing.
Course,
like if you really look at what YouTube has done, it's one of the most complex algorithms I think that has ever existed, because YouTube knows what your video is about and it puts it to the right advertisers that are going to pay the most. And at some point, the YouTube algorithm, not YouTube, an employee, the YouTube algorithm determined that generally when people are looking for a health and fitness channel, they have money that they're willing to spend on some kind of supplement. Therefore, the ads pay more because they know people got money to spend. It's the same thing with a crypto channel. People got money to invest and they're willing to pay for that advice. With cameras, people have got money to spend, which actually you mentioned it's between $6 and $12. That's exactly what mine is, right? And so generally that tells you that people that are consuming camera gear content have got money that they're generally willing to spend. And it's kind of brilliant what YouTube has done. That's why I don't complain about the 45% that they take. It's because they built in a really crazy thing to my benefit, I mean, it sounds high, but
I think it's earlier. But one thing about those reviews is you might get much less, but then you can turn around and sell what you reviewed as another revenue stream. Then you got the
Hey, you guys,
affiliate links. And I don't do this. I didn't start it for the money because I want people to understand, because I think this is an excellent opportunity as a retirement gig. This is what I'm setting it up as now. I will cover any major camera announcement. I don't care if it's Panasonic. Yes, Canon by far with 49% market share is going to drive the majority of the revenue because they drive the majority of the news and because they have the biggest part of the market. But I'll put just as much effort into a video about the S5 Mark II. I love Panasonic customers. They're so passionate and they're very generous when they subscribe too. There's per 600 views, I will get 5 times more subscribers than I will on a Canon view, for example. But never let something be about the money. Yes, the analytics will help you get a little bit more, because why leave a little bit of money on the table? But in a world where you don't know if you're going to move, where you don't know what's happening to the economy, to have a retirement gig which can help supplement your income, that's kind of where I'm going to. I don't know where this world's going to be in 10 years a little bit. So this is not just, I've kind of shifted from doing this just for fun and now doing it as a potential small business to offset my retirement income, because I don't know, $7 for eggs or whatever it is, that scares me. It scares the living daylights out of me.
Something I said earlier.
Do you have a day job, Simon, or is this your main gig? Simon?
Yeah, he has a day job.
Simon has a full-time job.
I do have a day job. I'm an but 2 essentially now, right? With YouTube.
What were you saying, Chuck? Sorry, we kind of took We kind of ran for too long. I apologize for that. We get passionate with this stuff. Go ahead,
Yeah,
Chuck. Get us back on track.
And I think that's wonderful. And I think a lot of people are getting some from it out in the chat too. But my comment earlier was there's no rhyme or reason to whatever idea you have to start on YouTube, whether it's a hit or a miss. And often people will look at a channel and say, well, who cares about this? For whatever reason, 1 million people like watching somebody chew their food or whatever. I'm saying it's a good idea if you can find something that will attract attention, but it's often in your personality. That can be as big a part of the frequency of people watching your videos or your channel or whatever. So it's just finding the right niche and sticking to it, and then being able to then work the algorithm to suit you or so that it favors you.
I think a lot of people that jump into YouTube in the very beginning tend to, at least this is what I did in the very beginning. I've been doing it for about 2 years, and I just hit about 1,200 subscribers. And I think what people, at least what I did when I first jumped into, is I saw everybody in my niche, all the bigger YouTubers, right, and what they're doing, and I wanted to mimic them. Like I wanted to be like them. You know what I mean? And by doing that, I wasn't being myself, and I wasn't trying to figure out who I wanted to be through YouTube. And I think having a business mindset is good. And I think going into it if you want to, you don't have to. Obviously, a lot of people start up a YouTube channel just for the creative side of it and just as a hobby, and there's nothing wrong with that. But then there's also people who want to, have this become a business, or when they retire, have it be something part-time. And I just think that if something I wish I would have known in the very beginning is to take inspiration from bigger YouTubers and use that inspiration to, I guess, just find my own way and find my own voice in my own niche, because that's what your audience wants. They don't want cookie cutter creators. You know what I mean? They want uniqueness and somebody just different, something that brings something a little bit different to the table. And I'm trying to figure that out myself in my own niche, and I'm only taking a little bit of a hiatus for my kids and everything else like that, because like you guys said, creating, people don't see from the outside. They just see a 15-20 minute video, half-hour video, and they don't realize the amount of time that goes into that.
They don't see this.
That is insane, bro. Like, if you're out in it's one thing if you're doing just talking head, and that's cool and that's great, and that takes up a lot of time too by researching. But when you're going out, you're planning, driving out to the field, you're taking your camera out, you're filming yourself, you're getting B-roll, just like Chuck said. This is like 15-20 hours a week, like just to get a 15-minute video.
Yeah.
And, it takes a
Kevin,
lot.
I just subscribed to your channel 2 seconds ago.
And I'm trying to figure out my own way of trying to bring something a little bit different into wildlife and nature photography. And that's more or less just trying to maybe tell stories, read educational books. And just because like everybody does the same, it seems like, and there's nothing wrong with the way everybody does it, because that's how you find your unique style, is going through the motions and finding inspiration from other YouTubers. But I found that being yourself is the most important thing, and don't sell out just for the couple dollars that you're going to get from AdSense. You know what I mean? It's not worth it, in my opinion. And I think that you need to try to find something different to bring to your community, something different to where, you're forming that, like Chuck said, you're forming a community of like-minded individual people who maybe disagree in certain things, or respectfully disagree, but you're building each other up, you're motivating each other, you're encouraging each other. And that's what photography is about. It's about the art of photography. In the end, whether you're doing film, whether you're doing, you're using a digital camera, it's all about the art. And a lot of the times, I think as a creator, we sometimes forget that, because we're all about, oh my gosh, like I got so many subscribers today, or why did I lose 2 subscribers? Get that in our heads. And because it's never really, it almost seems like it's always a chase. It's always a chase for the next 50, the next 100, the next 1,000 subscribers. And I think we need to pull back a little bit, try to find our own unique style as a creator, because nobody wants to watch 10 videos from 10 different creators that are all publishing similar, the same thing. You know what I mean? And
Kevin, to your point, In April, about mid-April, I think will be my the start of my 3rd year in YouTube. And my last 4 videos are the only ones that I feel like I kind of figured out exactly. Like it's always kind of what I envisioned, but I was never able to do it. And only in the last 4, after almost 3 years, I just kind of figured out exactly how I want to appear on camera, you know? And so like it is such, me and Vahagan were talking about that earlier. Like I had to make a huge decision. I never wanted to do gear, but gear was working. And I fell into that temptation of, and I paid for it in the long run, because I basically killed my growth by like 50% whenever I switched to doing stuff in the field. But that's what I wanted to do.
That's another. You make a good point there, Z, because in the photography YouTube community, it is about the gear. It is. If you put Nikon Z9 in the title, it's going to do better. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's what the majority of people want. They want to hear about gear, or they want to learn how to do photography. It's not so if you're somebody like me who is a horrible teacher, I can't teach. I'm horrible at it. And I know the basics, and that's it. And I also don't want to be showcasing and going renting gear like you did, and found out that's not what you want to do. I don't want to rent gear all the time. Just be like, hey, look, this is my opinion on this piece of gear. I guess I want to go out and just take pictures and share those photos with people to be an encourager. And I find that doesn't get the views though. But by doing that, you're not sacrificing who you are.
Not yet.
Well,
Not yet.
I could speak to your I could speak to your last comment, because my whole channel is just about trying to get people interested in getting out there to take pictures of whatever they like to take pictures of, and get people off the couch. And my motto is enjoy life, capture some of it, because too many people are spending too much time on the sofa. Get out and enjoy some nature, and get some shots of your kids playing in the backyard or whatever. And I'll look at the analytics once in a while, and I just smile. And I know certain things I do are going to they're going to semi-tank. They just don't have an audience. But it's me. It's who I am. And there are some people that enjoy it. I have old cameras, so I'll do a series called Thanks for the Memories, and I'll talk about old cameras. I do predominantly bird photography now, but I also like to do street photography, macro, flowers, old barns, this and that. But when I get off the nature side of things, the views drop like a tank. But I still do them anyway, because that's who I am. And
eventually, Jeff, YouTube will find the people
to get monetized and make money. I did it to try to get people interested in photography.
That's the thing, Jeff.
I just want to be Jared Polin, man. That's it. That's my goal. Jared Polin, man.
You don't have the hair.
No, but seriously, yeah, I know, right? But seriously, Kevin, it could take you a long time to figure out what you really want to do. I'm still trying to figure it out, so I'm just throwing things on the wall and seeing what sticks. But the most important thing for me on photography is enjoying it. If I'm not enjoying it, I'm leaving it. It's enjoyment. You have to enjoy it.
Yeah.
And I love the video process, the making. I love the reaction. Even the negative comments I like. I mean,
I like your stories, Vaughan. The stories, I mean, they just make me laugh.
And I think that's one thing that I want to start doing more of.
Yeah, the stories.
Oh, okay. I got to jump in. I heard Kevin say it. I'm hearing photography say it. I'm hearing many of you say it. Two things that work really, really well, Kevin. You nailed it. First of all, you got to have passion. So if 100%. You're doing something you don't like, you're not going to have the passion. So having a passion is one thing, but this was hard for me, and I'm still working on it, is showing that passion through the camera, showing you're excited. And sometimes I double up the excitement. So I just show like normal excitement, because I'm very British. I'm very sort of laid back. I'm very, understate things. So that passion is very important. But what you just said, photography, is storytelling. Storytelling is very important. The tone you use, how you use it. how you go into a story. Even when I talk about specs, sometimes I try to go off into a little bit of a story to talk about something. But if you really want to understand it, and this is something that I think could really, really pay off, and whether you want to do it or not, to at least understand how the beast works. The book is by Daryl Eves. It's called The YouTube Formula. And the person I think who did the foreword of the book is actually Jimmy Donaldson. And for those of you who don't know who Jimmy Donaldson is, that's Mr. Beast. So these two they can launch a channel and have it monetized and up to 100,000 or 1 million subscribers in no time. And it's because they understand the formula. They understand things such as passion. So I'm hearing everybody say the same thing. I want to do what I love doing. And that passion. But it's having that passion. Then it's watching our videos and saying, look, if I'm watching this video, do I see the passion that I have? Or for some reason, because the camera's in front of me, I've toned it down a bit. I have a lot more passion the way I'm talking right now than I do when I shoot my videos in the studio, because I'm still learning to communicate with that camera. And yes, you're right, Z Wade, because if you shift, if you do a complete pivot to a different subject, like I did to news and rumors, only I turned right into the wind, and I got hit hard with that R5, and my channel did this. I went up to like 16,000 subscribers in 1 year. Not Jimmy Donaldson land, but I started to develop that passion, the storytelling, and I did something I like. But that pivot, if you pivot out of the wind, YouTube will find you an audience again, but you're going to confuse it for a while because it's saying, hey, no, these are your subscribers. This is your topic. What do you do? I don't get it. I get it now.
I just told Vahagan earlier today that the video I'm launching tomorrow, love it or hate it, that is the direction that I'm going in. That's where I'm putting the most of my effort, because it was so much fun to do. And I'm trusting the YouTube algorithm. If it flops tomorrow, I'm trusting the YouTube algorithm to eventually find the audience, and it will find it. It'll just take it. You have to give it more than 7 days. If you change your thumbnail, you give it 7 days to see if it works. But if you change direction, you need more than a 90-day cycle, sometimes.
Hey, Zach,
So-
Zach.
Yeah.
Do you have a baseball cap? Put it on and come up to the camera real quick. Look at the camera.
I know. All three of us look alike.
Oh, Joe Stroud. Joe Stroud.
You know what y'all was saying. That's why I like a lot of Morton Hilmer's videos,
Yeah,
because he just tells a story. And there's a
like Simon was saying earlier. You make a good point, Simon. Is that if you're trying to pivot, say you don't like what you're doing, but you pivot to something is going to trigger the algorithm. Like like a certain type of topic or a certain type of niche or a product that it's about to release and you got your hands on it, or like the R5. If you were within the first 6 months of getting it, it's going to generate a lot more views because you're one of the first few people that have it, right? But if you, like you said about passion, if you're not passionate about what goes viral, you're going to quit. You're going to get a high. You're going to get, oh my God, you're going to get a lot of views. You may get a lot of subscribers from that one video, but you're going to burn out. You're going to burn out and you're not going to be happy because you're not doing what you have a passion for. So
I quit 3 times a year. I do, honestly. People they think I'm joking. No, have you ever noticed I just stopped doing videos for 2 or 3 weeks? I say to my wife, I'm done. I quit.
You take a break. Yeah.
Well, I quit. I don't take a break because it's very important, because it's psychologically, it's different. And what I do is I give my permission to walk away, give myself permission to walk away. And then usually I check something and go like, oh, I got to get this out there. And then I'm back. Right.
That's why they call Simon the comeback kid. He quits and he comes back. He quits and he comes back, man.
It's very real. You get to this point where, like, you see when I'm doing 2 or 3 videos a day, I am burning myself, but I love it so much. It's like drinking from the fire hose. You're eventually going to blow up, but the water tastes so good.
Yeah.
Right? And so eventually when I'm done with that, I'll walk away. And now when I walk away, though, I'm generally walking away for 3 to 5 days because I really do love this. And I was lucky that, because Peter Gregg was telling me he's the rumors guy. And I'm like, don't call me the rumors guy. I do tutorials. I do camera gear, reviews, news, and rumors. It's the last thing on my list. But then I started to look and realize, okay, the rumors is fun. It's quick and easy to do. I understand the information. Yeah, let's do it. And the R5, by the time I bought the R5, I just started in November the previous year. I had enough to buy the camera. And so I kind of, there's another thing we talk about in YouTube is called season, or know the season, know when things are happening, because that's when your audience is keen. So you need to get out there. So if you're doing tutorials, when is the time that people are getting out there? And don't just look at it from the vantage point of the UK, Germany, the United States, or Canada, wherever you're from, because you have a global audience. Think of that global audience. And it's so deep.
You're right. Two YouTubers that I really like. Well, one quit, but I don't know if he'll be back. But Omar Gonzalez, every time I watch his videos, I really feel good. He makes me laugh. He makes me, it's a happy, positive place. When I go watch Omar Gonzalez do his thing. Bayou Josh is another perfect storyteller guy. He was really good. I hope he comes back, because he had this thing where the storytelling and the videography was just killer.
Stop right there. Stop right there. David, D-Moots Photography. His wildlife and bird photography is outstanding.
Yes, it is.
We need to convince him to step up. I don't want to put any pressure on him, but he has the ability to be another Bayou Josh, my opinion.
He even said it himself. He's like, I need to get off my butt and make content. I'm like, yes, you do.
But here's the
I
thing.
want to consume it.
But here's the thing. He might not enjoy it.
Well,
Might be a
I know he
burden.
has a family though too. I know he has kids, so I think that takes a good chunk of your time though as well. Is trying to balance that work family thing with YouTube on the side. Because I know D-Moves, I just subscribed to his channel not long ago, and I was looking back on some of his previous videos, and like you said, he's phenomenal, and he goes out to the field too. And anytime you go out to the field, it takes a lot of time, as you guys know, and then throwing kids and stuff like that. Trying to balance that is very difficult, for sure. So it'd be different if you like
two things at once.
What's up?
I can't do the two things at once.
Yeah.
If I'm focused on this, I'm focused on that.
Yeah.
That takes all my computing power.
I need a Steven. I need a Steven
too, especially since you guys have no idea, that last the D850 versus Z7 II video. I'm learning that doing a teleprompter, I was worried from the beginning that is this going to destroy my personality, right? And so I had to come up with a process, and it's like Joe Stroud was saying, I focus on that first. I write this script, and as I'm typing it, I don't just type in "What's up, everybody? I'm Z-Wade DC." I'm like, "What's up, everybody?" And I do it aggressively, as if I'm putting my personality into the teleprompter script. And then I go back and read it 5, 6, 7, 12 times until I laugh at my jokes, right? Until I refine it to the point where I feel like I'm having a conversation with myself, right? But I can't do anything else, just like Joe said. And then whenever I do the video, I will run that video. That's all I can do. I can't think about anything else. I can't do anything else. And then once I get to the editing process, I am on it, and that's all I can focus on. I have to do it step by step, which is why I'm so slow. It's I don't go find, I didn't go find the orangutan clip. I didn't go find that until I got there, because if I'll forget something. Right?
For me,
it's a struggle, dude.
For me, I really enjoy. I did 2 videos asking strangers photography question videos, and I did 2 of those.
I like those.
I really enjoyed that. I really enjoyed being out, talking to strangers, asking them photography questions. They had no idea what I was talking about.
That was fun, Vahagan. Do more of that.
Yeah, I like Jersey Mossman's deal, interviewing people. That was cool.
That was fun.
I like that, I like that. That's one thing I want to do more of. So shooting out too, so.
I want to Z-Wade. Is that how do I say it? Z-Wade? Is that Wade?
Whatever you want.
Wade.
Wade.
Nikon.
I'm good. So interesting what you're saying there, because I also see what somebody else says, what's right script. And I used a teleprompter too, and I tried everything and I dumped it. I even tried putting in smile or pause, break, other different emotions. all those aren't emotions in there. And I found, I can't do this. So I dumped it. And I don't completely freewheel it. I 95% freewheel it. And what I do is I have basically a slide or two in Keynote or PowerPoint, and I have the intro. I make sure I do that perfect every time. I might repeat it for about 2 or 3 minutes doing the intro, or I might do the intro at the end sometimes because I already know what I'm talking about. Mm-hmm. And then I have basically a dash, and I say, okay, so for drawing specification, I'll say 61 megapixels BSI stacked, dual image processors. And so I see that, I look up, and then I go into this thing about talking about this camera. It's going to have 61 megapixels backside illuminated stacked, and I'm hyped up, and I think, but are you getting this? Wait for the frame rate. It's 30 frames per second electronic, 12 frames per second mechanical, and I keep going on like that. Mm-hmm. And then I pause, I look down, I see the next 3 points, and I just run with it. And because now I'm myself, and I can do a jump cut in the edit, or I can overlay a Canon R5 or a Sony A7 R5. That works for me because I wish I could use the teleprompter, but now that I'm not using it, that saves me an hour or two, because I used to do an hour or two of prep for each video to write out the script, to teleprompt it to get it perfect. Mm-hmm. Now I don't care. I just run with it. I have the points put out. So for me, it's a combination of scripting and freewheeling it. And I find from my personality that once I know enough about the cameras, I generally will be able to freewheel it well.
I can totally, to that point. Well, like for the teleprompters, like I basically 80% of what you see, like if you see my eyes wandering because of the teleprompter, 80% of what you're seeing is off of the teleprompter. I'll insert jokes and there, like I write the humor in, and then I usually go back because I stumble over my words because my mind works faster than my lips.
Oh my God.
And but what I end up doing is most of those jokes end up getting in the final cut. They end up being improvised anyway, because I'm like, oh no, I can do that. This is actually funnier, And so I'll do like that. But to the other point you were talking about, I just lost my train of thought, so never mind.
I hate that other thing. I like I want to try to copy you and do more jokes, but one thing I've learned, the free and easy jokes are when you say stupid things such as the news and rumors, and I'll go like, oh crap, do it again. Oh, and I'm going like, no, you know what? I'm just going to do a one cut, go through it with the exception of that intro, and if I make a mistake, I'll say, sorry, what I mean to say is.
Yeah, what I was going to say, I just had the brain fart. You were talking about like once you really know like the camera that you're talking about. There have been times where I have wanted to like cover something or talk about something, and whenever I get about 15 minutes in, if I'm not done with the talking head portion in 15 or 20 minutes and I keep screwing up and I keep having to say scratch, because I just do it in one take and I go scratch and start over, I will scrap the video entirely because I know it's like, I can tell whenever I'm rattling off this stuff, I can tell that I'm not informed enough to.
You don't believe it.
Right. Yeah. It's like, I need to go and I need to do a little bit more digging. And that's why I think that's why my videos are really consistent, is because it's like, I don't put anything out until I believe it. And then when the comments come up, I can be like, boom, question answered.
Chuck, jump in if you want.
No, look, I was just getting ready to. Not because
this is your show, Chuck.
No. You guys have just completed the dream.
Can I give
I'm the guy that comes in, unlocks the door, welcomes everybody in. Everybody has a good time. When you get done, I sweep up the place, lock the doors until, the next dream.
I just want to give a shout out to Kevin Nordstrom.
Yes.
I just want to thank him for his kind words the other day.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Well, I think you were congratulating me, my wife, for her work.
Oh yeah.
Instagram.
Yeah. That's real nice.
Amazing.
Kevin is a superstar in my comment section too. He's always so positive, and that's exactly what I want.
And I really admire Kevin, and it's just by looking at your homepage. You're using a Nikon, right?
Canon.
Oh, Canon, right?
Yep.
Oh, I thought I saw. Yeah. So I mean, you really go out there and bundle up, don't you? And go out into some,
Right.
some nasty. What state are you? Where are
I'm
you?
in Ohio, along Lake
Oh.
Erie.
Oh, so those pictures taken around Lake Erie, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet it's
that's-
cold up there right now.
It's cold, man. It's just
Yeah,
Warm.
it's not too bad.
Like
It's
zero.
25, something like that. It's not that bad.
That's not too bad.
That's warm this time of year.
Oh yeah. Simon's probably got it worse than all of us up where he's at.
No, it's -7. It's night, right?
Oof.
It'll warm up to like 2 or 3 degrees.
I'm
tomorrow
from
morning.
Seattle, and the Nordstrom name is very, very famous.
The store, yeah.
Yeah, Jim Nordstrom was an old family friend. He's the guy
Okay.
that started it.
Kevin.
Yeah, I get that
Nordstrom.
sometimes, like I think there's a Nordstrom store, I think in Detroit, and I've been there with my wife once. And one of the people, she bought her a pair of shoes or a purse or something. At the checkout, I was like, I'm just gonna show him my ID just to see, just to see if I can.
See if I get a discount.
Right. And they gave me a discount. I'm like, oh,
No
shoot.
kidding.
Yeah, and they're like,
Oh,
"Are you related?" I'm like, "If I was related, I would not be living in Ohio. That's for sure."
That's too high. Yeah,
But-
no, they have their
No.
own fleet of private jets.
Right. But for real though, like I know everybody won't agree on stuff as far as gear, cameras, and stuff like and brand loyalty, and all this other stuff. And I'm trying to get away from that. And I want to get back to the joy of photography, because to me that's what it's about.
Yep.
And I know it doesn't get the clicks, I know it doesn't get the views, but like I'll give you guys a really short, quick story. A while back, about 6 months ago, I had somebody reach out through Instagram to me, and they said that thank you. And I'm like, well, what for? And I sent him an email. I didn't know who it was. And he's like, well, I'm one of your subscribers, and I've been following your channel for so long. I'm like, okay, cool, man, thanks. I appreciate the support. He's like, no, you have no idea how much you've helped me. And I was like, what do you mean? And he goes, you talk about the love of photography and the joy of photography, and how mental health is such a huge thing, and how the creative side of photography helps mental health so much. And I talk about that because I'm a combat veteran, and I served in Iraq and Afghanistan in 2003 and 2005. And photography helped me get out of that rut instead of throwing pills at me to try to help. Not saying that that's anything wrong or therapy, but I found that photography, picking up a camera and finding that joy, helped me so much that I wanted to share that joy and be that encouragement for people who are dealing with, PTSD, anxiety, depression. And I know it doesn't get the views, but this individual reached out to me. He's like, you helped me not go down that route of taking my life. And that struck a chord in me, because I'm like, holy cow, dude. Like, I'm just a normal person. I'm not trying to make it big on YouTube. I don't, I'd rather have a small community of like-minded individuals who want to encourage one another, instead of trying to make it big and trying to get all the fame and stuff on YouTube. I know that's not going to be for me. I just want to be an encouragement to people. And I think the art of photography is lost. And I'm not saying gear doesn't matter, because gear does matter, but trying to find that balance between gear talk and just going out and enjoying photography. I don't know. To me, it was just a really humbling thing, knowing that my little small community of 1,000 subscribers is changing lives. It's making an impact on people that I don't even know, that are coming to be like, hey, look, you encouraged me, and I'm thankful for that. So I think we need to get back to a lot of that too, though. In the community.
Yeah,
Hey, Kevin, can I comment real quick?
Service too,
Yeah.
brother.
Kevin, can I comment on what you just said?
Yeah, dude. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I get those once in a while, and makes me feel good. I just started for myself, first and foremost, I just started a weight loss YouTube channel.
Yeah.
And
did?
yeah, it's called It's Time V-Man. So I want to document it every week, one video. I want to change my life, but I also want to influence others to change theirs. Because that's such a, I don't care how many subscribers I get, but I want to do that positive thing for the community, because I know I can do it. I know how to do it, but at the same time, it will hold me accountable this time. It'll hold me accountable to do it. And that's the best thing in the world, is for somebody to email you and say, hey, you your videos make me, do this, or your videos are such a blessing.
It gives you that motivation to keep going out there and making another video, even if it flops. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So yeah, that's great,
That's
man.
great. That's great.
Yeah.
No,
I just
I'll tell
uploaded
you,
my
when
first
I-
video.
I go out for my own mental health and the love of what I do. I mean, I grew up with a mom who basically took all the pictures of everybody in the family. I don't think any other aunts or uncles or anybody took any pictures at all. I mean, if my mom didn't take pictures, they wouldn't have pictures of their own children.
Yeah, exactly.
And,
My mom did the same thing, Jeff.
So I had cameras in my hand from when I was, as young as I can remember. And I've always loved it. And of course, when you're younger and you're raising a family and working 2 jobs or whatever, yeah, you loved it when you could get out, but you didn't get out that much. But, since retiring, I mean, it's become like, I don't consider it a job because I like it so much, but I mean, I'm out there. I try to get out there at least 3 times a week for, anywhere from 4 to 6 hours at a clip. And you just keep trudging along and, you got good days, you have bad days. If you're a nature photographer, you probably have more bad days than good days. And that's just the nature of the beast. And if there's so many people, I think, I'm trying to think, Kath, CO9 made a comment, not having the patience sometimes, you're there a half hour, you don't see any birds, you leave. I've seen people show up with full camo, $20,000 worth of gear on a, $1,200 tripod, and they all look the part, and they're shooting, within 50 feet of me. And if they don't get anything in 5 minutes, they go, oh, nothing here. Pack everything away, throw it in the car, and leave. I stay there 4 or 5 hours or longer, and you wait long enough, you'll find something. And you have a pair of legs, walk around and go to different areas and look, because if you just think you just put your butt in a chair and sit there and everything's going to come to you, then you're going to have a miserable time as a bird photographer, because it just doesn't work that way.
Yeah,
guys,
just enjoy
I
it.
think in my situation,
it's really hard to break in. Hang on a second, guys. It's really hard to break in because I don't want to break trains of thought and everything else that's going on. But thank you very much, Briar. You're absolutely right. And I didn't put it together. Again, I just opened the door and let everybody in, and you guys put it together. But I'd like everybody that has a YouTube channel, everybody, if you have a YouTube channel, type your YouTube channel name in the comments right now so everybody can go find you.
And I have to say this, Chuck, because I know, Chuck, you have the goal of like bringing up channels and stuff like that. And I want to extend, like, guys, I am by no means an expert, but I have screwed up in every way possible on YouTube. So if you have any questions, if I have the answer to you, I will just give it to you. Just email me if you have a question about what does this mean in analytics or whatever, because it can be really, really daunting, and I've already screwed it up like 7 times. So please, reach out.
Along with, you can type it in there. It's not going to let you type a website or something into the comments, but you can write your name of your channel, your name on Instagram, and your name on Facebook, and let everybody find you. That's what we should all be doing for each other all the time.
Yeah, I second that. I mean, yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of viewers from other channels.
I mean, we've got Joe Stroud in here tonight. We've got Kevin Nordstrom in here tonight that are out of the ordinary. Simon, you guys all know who Simon is. He's an easy find. But Simon, you're welcome to drop any other Facebook, Instagram, whatever in the chat. But let's throw it all in the chat. And if you would, before you guys leave, or if you would, when you guys finish, send me a list of all your social media sites, and I'm going to put it all in the description for this live stream. And let's not forget the people that are here regularly that we, Jeffrey, everybody give Jeffrey some love if you haven't already. Again, that's what we need to do, is lift each other up, especially the smaller channels. We that are struggling and help each other out. So if you guys would do that too, everybody go help Jeffrey out as well. So anyway, just wanted to get that in there. I'm living the dream right now, guys. I am literally living my dream.
Chuck,
But I have to say right now,
I wanted to comment on Jeffrey, what he just said. You know, the way he goes out and take photography for his well-being.
Yeah,
I guess I'm very fortunate that my wife is a super avid photographer and a very good one.
and you
And that
are. Yeah,
it's something that we can do together. And she took up photography because she felt that it's very important in order for a relationship to continue and to be healthy is to do something together, a
Yes.
hobby or whatever, in which we travel and something. So she always dives in head first and does it right. So it's, you know, it's not like 90% of the wives stay home and the husband whatever does whatever he wants, you see. So that has really helped. Otherwise, there's no way I could do this.
You want to tell my wife
you
that?
guys should be
Hey,
happy.
Chuck.
That's the reason I do this, because my wife can stand about 2 minutes of photography talk and it's go away.
Hey,
My
Chuck.
wife's the same thing.
Yeah.
Chuck,
yes,
you know,
sir.
ever since day one, I've been a fan of shouting people out. I've shouted many channels out on my channel, my small
Yes.
channel.
Yes, you do.
But you make a point, like you made a point right now where people might not know who you are. Like, for example, ordinary filmmakers viewers might not know my channel,
Mhm.
or you know, that's why it's great. This whole community thing, bringing people together. I've had Simon on my show. Was it a year ago or something? 6 months ago. That was a fun talk. I've had big guys like you know, me and you interviewed the big fishes out there.
Yeah.
And you know, it was cool. Matt Granger and I always forget his name.
Jared Boland.
I'll never forget his name.
Your best friend and beer drinking buddy.
You had Gary Guionis, Verhagen,
Joe
and Jerry
McNally.
Guionis.
Joe
Matt
McNally,
Floyd.
yeah.
Joe
Joe
McNally.
McNally, Jerry Guionis.
Yeah.
It's great. And if you know, I just got invited to someone's live stream next week, which was cool. One of my first. Actually, Chuck invited me first, and then
Hey, Verhagen.
Yeah.
I watched the one with Jared Poland when you had him on, and that dude seemed like he was pretty rude.
Yeah,
I want to say
exactly,
something
Joe.
else, but this is a family channel.
Yeah,
But
he was rude. I was.
it was
that the
it was
first time I
cringe,
said,
man. I
"What?"
tried to watch it, and I was like, "Dang, this guy, man."
No, I was
Yeah.
neutral. It was the
Yeah,
other two
you were.
guys that were
Yeah,
attacked. Like,
he
kinda
need
like,
he need exactly, Joe. I said this guy needs a reality check.
Big time.
yeah. But no, I just wanted.
Yeah.
The reason why I'm saying this is because I'm actually proud of Simon for doing what he did to Chuck's channel. You know, he didn't have to do that for a channel that has 35,000+ subscribers. I consider that a big channel, you know, and to do that right there, you know, that's great. Simon, thanks.
I appreciate it, Simon. I appreciate it, Vahagan. And I appreciate, again, everybody that's on the panel right now, everybody that's in the chat, those that didn't even make it tonight. I appreciate everybody. So I think, again, I'm living the dream, man. This is the dream. I wish it was this way every live stream we do, where we have a big group and we can all get in here and chat and talk. But it's not going to be that way all the time. But I thank all of you for being here tonight. And I love the fact that everybody has provided the audience with their handles on whatever social media they want to provide. And I'm really happy. We're not going anywhere, folks. I'm not closing this down. I just want to say it right now. And then I'm going to get out of the way, go get me another cup of coffee, and let the fun begin or return.
T-shirt time, Chuck.
I'm going to
T-shirt
run,
time.
guys.
All right, let's do that for fun.
Hey, Simon, I got a quick question for you.
Hey, here we go. T-shirt. T-shirt.
What if one were to hire a public relations company or a social media company and just say, look, here's my budget, $100,000. I got 230 subscribers. I'll give you $100,000. Make it happen. Would that work?
No. How's that for succinct?
Would that work?
The reason why I say no, because I know enough now that you can hire somebody to do something for you and they'll get you that.
Uh-huh.
But if you don't know your audience, if you don't have a vision for your channel, goals and objectives, if you don't know what type of outcomes you're trying to achieve, if you don't know what type of content you're trying to do, if you don't have your presentation skills and some other things, then, you know, sure, you'll spend you'll waste $100,000, and after that ad campaign is over with, you're back to where you were.
Oh, okay.
As you guys
So
say that, Simon,
what I recommend, I want to bring this up on the screen because I think this is, and it's going to cost you maybe $25.
What, hold up one second, Simon. I'd like everyone to say bye to Wayne. He's got to get out of here. He's gonna go meet up with Mr. Ishii. Looks like fun. I look forward to seeing some kind of content. I want to see you guys hang out.
yeah,
we'd love
coming.
that.
It's partially edited. I need some stuff from John to put in there so we can get some, B-roll of his past.
That's what's up.
Stuff. So yeah, so I've chopped it down from like 50 minutes down to like 34 minutes right now. But once we get all that stuff added to it, when it's ready, then I'll put it out.
Sounds get it right, and then I'll be in there start to finish, man.
Thank you, sir. All right, guys, good chat with everyone.
Take care,
Wait,
Wayne.
Before you go,
to John's place,
Cheers.
then I'll be back on.
all right. Before
You're
you
right.
go, man, everybody go check out Wayne R. Maddox on YouTube. Wayne's
Thank
a
you, sir.
Nikon shooter, but he has since moved away from Nikon temporarily, looking for video specs. Come on, Nikon. So anyway,
I touched the Z9. I'm loving that thing, but I can't.
there
travel
you
with
go.
it.
There you go. Well, let's hope the Z8's out soon enough, or the Z6 III. Either one, I believe, are going to be fantastic for video.
Hey,
Yes.
Chuck, put up Jason Michael's comment.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's
Let me see if I
it's his
contacted
icon.
Jared Bowen. He was making fun of me
Yeah.
for believing some type of scan on his YouTube channel, but was pretty convincing. And he was making fun of me for wasting his time answering me back. Yeah, I know, man. You got to let it go. That's YouTube. We pick and choose who we want to, hang around, who we want to watch, and that's just the way it is.
If I can, I have a great joke because he said Jared Pollen instead of Poland, and I think that's funny because he probably makes a lot of people sick. I'm kidding. I like Jared Poland's channel. I've watched him for 10 years. That was just, I couldn't pass that up.
All right, so I'm going to flash some of these for other people that are out in the audience, out in the chat. They're dropping their social media sites. I'll put them up here as we go along. We can continue the conversation, and I'll just flash them up here so everybody take note. And again, help a small YouTuber out. Go subscribe. It doesn't cost anything. I promise you. They don't eat anything. They don't get old and die and smell. You don't have to worry about any of that stuff. You can just subscribe and forget it. Even if you don't like them, just subscribe. Never go there again. Help them get to 1,000, because then it's all up to them to draw an audience. Okay, but let's help them get there anyway.
Okay,
Back to Hollywood Squares.
Simon, you were.
Sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead, Jeff.
No, I was just going to say sometimes I get a little bummed, and I'll admit it, because typically it's like no matter what I have for views and is I just don't understand that I get a fair amount of views but my likes are like less, are 10% or less than how many people watch my video, and I just smile. And like, I don't know how many times I click on a thumbs up for people that I watch, and it's so hard, I guess, for people that click that thumb. I don't know what the big deal
That's
is.
something I struggle with too, Jeff, and just to like shed some light on it, what I've noticed, because I consume other content to like learn from them, and it's generally the one thing that these huge amount of likes have in common is that there's some kind of incentive for the like you know, and it's something I'm gonna start like I got a prize wheel on the way. If this video gets 100 likes, we'll do a spin of the prize wheel. Like there has to be something. It's like, you know, if you like it, we'll do this. Otherwise it's like, and I didn't even realize I didn't do it. I don't like videos. I watch them and sometimes I comment. You know, likes are a weird one that I struggle with too, man.
Well, here's what I've noticed with likes. I was just checking my data because I have a pretty bad memory. Video's got 40,000 views, but it's got 1,700 likes. And what I notice is the videos where the likes just shoot up, it's when it's a topic that people really love.
Yeah.
Or it's really good news. Not me, not about me, but I present good news. So I could talk about the R5 Mark II and wow, that one will shoot to the stars in terms of likes. I'll even get more subscribes on it. But if I talk about, let's say the Canon R5 Mark II now not being real, not that I projected, somebody else might have, and I don't get all the likes.
Yeah.
I still get a lot of likes, but I don't get as many. And it's really, it's people, they see the thumbs up as a way of just saying, oh, I really like this video. I'm going to give this guy a thumbs up. I really like it. But one thing I do too is like at the beginning of the video, I say, please subscribe, like, follow me on Twitter. And then I hit it again at the end because it works. I've had people say, why do you do this again? Because it works. So don't be afraid to ask for it.
So,
every video.
Kathy has a good question here, and I can't honestly answer it. I'm sure I would get it wrong here, but I don't think the thumbs up has anything to do whether it's going to wind up in your history or not. Now, it might get you. Is it true the algorithm will then at least populate your feed with something similar or that site for a little while?
More engagement, right? It's more engagement.
It's all about engagement. Thumbs up or thumbs down. You'll hear me say on my live stream, if somebody gives me a thumbs down, I say, thank you. Please give me some more. Because whether it's up or down, it doesn't matter. It's engagement. It's a positive thing. Whether you comment, like, subscribe, they're all showing that you're actually watching instead of just letting
I mean, here's the thing. Like the views are going to come because YouTube wants to make money and they will find somebody to watch your stuff and get that ad revenue. But if people are liking it and you're holding retention for 50% plus, that tells YouTube that, okay, what YouTube wants is time. They want people's time, right? And so the likes tell them that people like this. Oh, and they're watching for 50, 60% of the video or 100%. Oh, this is viral. And so the views are going to come based off of all these other little accoutrements, you know, but everything kind of helps, you know?
It's definitely seems like a game that you play. You know, when you're looking at YouTube has a very good way of shoving it in your face if your video did extremely well or if it tanked. YouTube has through the YouTube Studio app, it gives you all the data needed to show you what, you know, if you look in your analytics, okay, this is where the majority of my audience cut off and this is where they left. Well, why did they leave? What did I do wrong? How could I hook them to stay more engaged? To get more likes, because the likes is what generates, and the comments, like Simon was saying, it could be a negative comment or a thumbs down. The algorithm doesn't care, you know, because that's what's pushing your video out is the algorithm. And the longer you're a creator, it's like a double-edged sword. Like, in my opinion, this is just me speaking. I find it difficult to give my audience what they want versus give them what I want that'll help me and that will make me happy. Because generally what makes me happy isn't what the audience wants to see.
Here's the thing, Kevin. Don't worry about what people want. I think it's more important to do what you enjoy.
So 100%.
Do what you enjoy, have a good title, a good thumbnail, max out your description box because that is actually more tuned to search than your actual title. And then YouTube will find the audience. It'll just take time, right? So if you do what makes you happy and then you do those things, it'll be great.
Hey, guys, hang on, Kevin. I want you to finish what you're getting ready to say after I say this. Joe, don't feel like you have to stay in here for the whole stream. Same thing, Simon. I know you're willing. You'll say you got to go when you got to go. And that goes for everybody. I'm not running anybody off, but I don't want anybody to feel like, man, I got to hang in there and they just yamming on and on and on. Will he ever shut up? Okay. All right. I just want to
I
let you
ain't got
know.
nothing to do anyway.
All right, brother.
I would actually like to use this as a transition of me out of here, but I want to say one last thing to Kevin. You spoke about this earlier, and I don't influence, I inform, but the larger my channel gets, the more sensitive I am to the fact that I'm reaching more and more people, and that what I say has an impact both positively and negatively. So I'm very careful when I cover different brands that I'm not using language that can set things on fire. I noticed this when I really kind of broke that story about third-party lens manufacturers on Canon being told not to produce gear, and it was Canon's IP enforcement. I was very careful with that because I was shocked at how it kind of blew up, and I was very careful to kind of talk about it without lighting people up, because people were really lit up over it. And that person who told you how you provided a positive impact on his life, the things we say and do make a huge difference. And photography, videography, they're the same thing. I just shoot 30 frames a second, whereas you shoot maybe a couple of frames a second. They're still capturing moments of our lives, and it's same for me. During the last 3 years, I was going crazy, and the YouTube channel became something. That's why I did so much of it, because I just didn't like what was going on outside. It just didn't feel. The whole world was shut down. I just didn't feel great. And even when I was younger and I was shooting stills and I was a photographer, not a videographer, I would use the camera as an excuse to travel, to capture, to get me out of the house, to go places, to explore. So when we can talk to our audience the way you do, and not most of us, all of us here, it's that same approach. We're passionate about what this does for us because of our love of what these devices do. And while I do news and rumors and some numers, I still have this love of what the end result of these cameras are. And I don't care what you're shooting with. They are, it's like having a pet. It just changes your personality and for the better. So good, kudos for what you're doing.
Simon, I've watched you for a long time and realized I wasn't subscribed to you till today. But you always showed up in my feed, so
Joe,
I thought I was.
You know what's really... No, Joe. So the same thing. I told Chuck this before the show today, and I said, "You know what, Chuck? I just checked my list this morning. I hadn't even subscribed to your channel yet. I'm asking everybody else to." So I got him up to 998.
But see, what I like about your show is I don't like reviews channels. I just don't. I like to hear what's going on in the news. So I watch that instead of what's really going on in the news in the world. It's a lot more interesting. So
thank you, Joe. And that's kind of why I do it, because I love it too. And you know what? It's easy to cover the news. It's like, here's the news, and I'll see it on different sites. And I'm like, well, give us more. And so that's where I give the analytics and opinion, because when I was looking to buy a 90D or an A7S III, it's like, I don't want leaked specs. So what? That doesn't tell me anything. What does it mean? How is this different from the previous camera? What does it mean by 4K? Is it soft? Is it cropped? Is it contrast detect versus phase detect, LiDAR? I want to know more. So I try to always think of what kind of value can I provide. So Joe, that you've been watching me a long time.
I'd rather listen to that than what's going on in my list.
Oh, it's been a big year for you. You're going to get the Z8. You've got the Brady Bunch thing happening, and you've got the sub milestone.
We
got an Aussie in the house. Is that Tim?
This is Tim. Here's your neighbor, Roy.
I'm Roy's neighbor. I just thought I'd get in and say more than 18 words, so that way I fulfill the Australian content part of it and exceed Roy's contribution of 18 words. But just wanted to congratulate you, Chuck, on the milestone, and thanks for everyone else that's on the panel that creates positive content that actually makes it fun to enjoy photography without the negativity of it all.
Hey, thank you very much for calling, Tim. It's a big deal. I set this phone up just for this kind of stuff, and I'd love to see more people use it and be able to talk to the panel when we have them in here and everything else. But man, thanks for calling, brother. We are truly international.
No, you're more than welcome, and thanks for creating a safe environment to feel comfortable to share photos and have a chat and be yourself in the chat and be able just to have fun on it. that's why we're here.
Well, that's what it was created for. So it sounds like everything's working the way it should. And I appreciate it. I really do.
It's good to hear someone without an accent.
All good, Chuck. You have a good night.
I want to know if
good
Roy
to hear
recruited you
without
to
an
move his cameras around. Does Roy recruit you to move
You're
all his
welcome,
camera
Roy.
stuff around?
I got to say something about this call just before I go. The real people who don't have accents are the Kiwis. I'm sorry, I just have to say it. I used to live there.
Can you hear?
But on
the
that note,
audio,
gentlemen, everyone,
Tim?
it's been a pleasure.
I'll
rather
very
come
faint.
on
I'll
with
have
this
to watch
group
it on
than try
replay.
and do the same thing on
Okay.
my
All
channel.
right, everybody. Say goodbye to Tim. I really
good.
appreciate you calling, buddy. I really
Simon's
do.
taking off too.
No worries. Have a good chat, guys.
All right.
Take
Thank
it
you,
easy,
sir.
Tim.
Yeah.
See you, Simon.
Simon, have a good one. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks, Jeffrey. Thanks,
Simon,
everyone.
don't
Cheers.
run off before I get to say goodbye. I'm in tears, man. You're leaving. Oh. Hey, thanks.
It's 2
You
hours.
know,
I'm an old
Simon,
man.
Like I tell you every time, man, you're welcome here anytime just to take a break from having to host and just come in here. I don't even have to anymore.
I know.
Again, the dream is real. I open the bar, you all come
Yeah,
in
it
and
is.
have a great time. I just sweep up and lock it up afterwards. This is the perfect channel now. Now, a lot of people may not agree with that.
Good job, and you're sustained 50 viewers the whole time concurrent. I mean,
Well,
good
I
job.
think Chuck has to
Good crew.
send us shirts with our names on them though, because I forget my name sometimes too.
It's
Yeah.
Nikon, isn't it?
Nikon, yeah.
Oh, man. Oh, hey, again, Simon, thanks a lot, man. You're welcome anytime. That goes for everybody on the panel, everybody in the chat.
Thank you, buddy.
We'll make it happen. All you guys have to do is want to get in here and chat. I'm not going anywhere yet, but Simon, again, I'll let you say your goodbyes to everybody real quick, and anybody say goodbye to you before you go.
Thank you to everybody on this panel, but especially to you out there, because if you weren't out there, well, I wouldn't be here. So thank you so much. And we'll see you.
Good seeing you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yep,
Take
good
care.
seeing you, man.
Good night, and thank you for what you do.
You
All
know,
right.
Chuck.
What?
Go,
You're fine.
I was just gonna say, I'm starting to see a very uncomfortable trend because your dream is to be the custodian, let people do their thing, and you also this falls in line with the photo review where you're not taking pictures, you're selling people's work. And so you
The plan is coming together,
Kind
brother.
of like a Ponzi scheme that we're in, and we just don't realize it.
That's exactly it is a pod. It's a pyramid scheme, only it's in
Pyramid,
it's
I'll-
it's
I'll
not a
be-
pyramid scheme, it's a reverse funnel system.
I'll be doing tutorials on YouTube, how to have a YouTube channel and not even be on it.
How to make money with YouTube without doing any work. No, in all honesty, you guys have no idea. Like I can tell by listening to Chuck, you have no idea how much work goes into getting sound quality that good, right? So Chuck has put in some legwork on this setup, right? And by the way, running a live stream is nerve-wracking and hard, and trying to keep things in order. And you know, I've seen Chuck step up and tell people, "Hey, you've got to cool it in the comments. We ain't doing that." And so it's a lot of work. So Chuck deserves like all of this positive energy that we've got at the 1,000 subscribers.
I absolutely appreciate it. Like I've said before, I am humbled. I stay humbled because you all keep me in that position. But now I feel better because we got Joe Man's Land in here as well. So
What's
Hey,
up, man?
you had
Everyone,
something to-
how's it going?
you had something to say a minute ago, Kevin.
You
I
just
don't
have
you
to
know,
keep bringing in a Canadian to take the place of another Canadian. I don't know what's going
Exactly.
on here.
Cut
Exactly.
off one
Set
head,
up.
3 more will take its place.
Hey, Kevin, this is a dog eat dog when you're on the panel, man. Just butt yourself in. Don't let anybody move you and go for it.
I just wanted to give a really quick, not shout out, but just Vahagan. I think I give you mad props for starting a separate channel the way you did, and having the humility to put yourself out there and to be vulnerable like that. That takes a crap ton of humility to do. And I just want to I hope the best for you in your journey, because that's something that's very, very difficult. Even I'm we all struggle as we get older, and I'm starting to have health issues myself, and I need to make the changes. And I think that's so cool that you're putting yourself out there to be vulnerable, to have that encouragement from other people, and to also, like you said, to be an encourager to other people who are trying to get on that weight loss journey. So just kudos to you, man. I just wanted to shout that out.
Absolutely. You know, we all support you, brother.
Yeah,
Hey, thank you,
100%.
man. Thank you, man. Yeah, that's the first step is just to realize what you need to change on. And once you realize that, you know, then you can do it. But thanks, man. Yeah, I just want to put myself out there and help, if I can help somebody change. I mean, like some people might not have weight issues, or some people might be healthy, but they might have other vices that they're struggling about, you know, like stress and you know, whatever. Cigarettes, and by the way, cigarettes is the next to go. I haven't done that yet, but
I didn't even know you smoked, see?
Yeah, that's gonna be another that means you don't watch my videos.
Yeah, that's why your voice sounds smooth.
I haven't watched any of your health videos. I've never seen you smoking in your photography videos.
Yeah, no, I don't smoke when there's, but yeah, you're right. Hey, thanks, Kevin, man. Thanks a lot.
I just think that with all the garbage that's out there on the internet today, and all the jargon, I think it's really cool that this community that Chuck is just building up, not just content creators, which is awesome, because we have a place to come to talk photography and be inspired by each other, but also in the chat. And every single photographer, I've never picked up a Nikon camera, I've never picked up a Sony camera, I've only shot Canon, and who cares? Like, who cares?
That's right.
Like, go do the art, go make the photographs, go find the joy in it. That's just, I don't know, that's just,
yeah. You inspired me recently. Well, we'll talk offline, but you know, you inspired me with some comments, and it was cool. But no, that's it, man. Just put yourself out there and just do it. Just do it. It's time. You know, that's why I call it. It's time, V, man. It's time. You know, enough talk. We can do this. And I know many people in my life that really do need to lose weight, including myself. You're just a better person, because you know what it is? I know how it feels like to be there. I was there. You know, I was just a totally different person.
And it relates to photography. It relates to photography too, because regardless if you do weddings, portraits, nature, whatever, if you're not healthy, like, you're not going to go out and shoot. You know what I mean?
And you know what? The thing is, like, with me, I don't have nothing to sell when I do these videos. Like, I'm not trying to sell you a pill program or like a fitness, because I gotta see, I'm a guy that needs to do this. So let's encourage each other. Let's get into the health thing. And actually, a guy named Becker started this, Becker Photography. He's he was a photographer, and now he's a life health coach. So he inspired me, and he's doing that. But
I didn't mean to cut into anybody's conversation. I just wanted to I was thinking about that earlier. I'm like, man, that takes some guts, man, to put yourself out there like that. And I just wanted to just encourage you to keep going, man. And that's cool.
Thanks, man. And you'll see it. You'll see it blossom as I progress, because right now people are just like, this guy's just gonna quit in a couple of weeks. You know, we'll see. But that motivates me to just keep, because I want to prove everyone wrong. I can do this, you know. So,
you know, that's probably my biggest life motivation too, is like, if you doubt me, I have more. I am the most energized if somebody has doubt.
And I welcome that. Like, I welcome somebody to come and just say, hey, you know what, you're full of crap.
It's like,
am I supposed to say that, Chuck?
You become more hungry.
You can say crap, yeah.
Okay. You know, you're full of crap. I don't believe you. Oh yeah. Well, okay. Well, all like Michael Jordan was perfect for this. They doubted him. He became the best basketball player in the world.
Yeah.
So, hey, what's up, Joey?
Hey. Hey guys, well, just digressing off what Kevin said there. You know, I just want to give a shout out to both you and Chuck. You know, Chuck, you've really been sort of a beacon for me for getting back into photography and engaging with the community that, you know, honestly, I've never really engaged with here in Calgary. I've met photographers overseas just through street shooting and stuff, but you know, it's really fun just to have a place to come and hear what you guys are working on and doing all that. You know, Chuck, congrats on hitting 1,000. You know, you deserve way more subscribers than that, and hopefully you'll keep growing, because what you've created is just something that's really nice, fun, safe, and you know, a place that we can all come and just have fun conversations and see what others working on. And Nova Hagen, it's the same thing for you, right? Like, I really love how you give shout outs to smaller channels, and you know, working with us and, you know, trying to create fun content that you enjoy, and then as a result, others will enjoy. So both you guys have, at least for my channel, at least it's really helped me grow and push to create more content, because I was averaging maybe one video every 3 weeks before, and because of interacting with you guys and seeing what everyone's working on, it's now like, okay, I'm gonna try to do a video every couple days, and it's that's nothing to take lightly, and you guys are killing it.
Thanks, man. Hey, thanks a lot. Keep going, Joe. Hey, space people, see, like those comments right there. Yeah, I welcome that, space people. Yeah, well, space people, if you've ever had vices in your life, it's not easy, man. It's not easy, especially smoking. Smoking is the hardest thing, man, because that nicotine kick, shit. If you ever been a smoker, you know what I mean.
Honestly, if you're trying to lose weight and quit tobacco at the same time, it's a good two things to quit, because it's like quitting tobacco makes you snacky, but you're already like trying to lose weight too. So maybe you could offset the snack cravings with your
I
weight
eat
loss
'cause I'm
journey.
sad, and I'm sad because I eat.
I was a heavy smoker for about I'd say 10 to 12 years, about a pack and a half to 2 packs a day. And then when I found out when my wife was pregnant with our first child, I wanted to commit myself to quitting, because I didn't want to tell my kids, hey, don't do this is bad for your health, and here I am doing it. You know what I mean? So I put it down, but I didn't do cold turkey, which I should have done. I went straight to chewing tobacco, and that was a big mistake, because that's even harder to put down than
Yeah, because you can't smoke everywhere, but you can put a dip in anywhere.
Right. And I eventually got to hard candy, and then I eventually put it down altogether. But it's definitely it's all in your mind. Most of it is in your mind. You can do it if you put it on, for sure. Yeah,
with Kodak digital back.
With me, it's kind of like I gotta do it cold turkey. I can't pick up vaping. I can't do all that. I gotta just stop.
Right.
That's it.
Right.
Yeah.
So Chuck, I got a question for you. As your channel continues to grow and you've hit this milestone, 2 questions. If you could have an endorsement from anyone, who would it be and why? And second question, if you could have any guest on in the world other than the illustrious gods you have here right now, who would it be and why?
Man.
Poland, Skittles.
This video is brought to you by Fropack, the triple play bundle.
Yeah.
Man, that's a good question, Joey. I can't answer that just yet, but I will before we end this. I'll let you throw them at me again, and let me see what I come up with.
I think it should be sponsored by Hairless Clubs for Men. That's what I think.
I'm well on my way. My membership will be in by the end of the year.
You guys can be the spokespeople for it. It's perfect.
That's right.
You're like, hey,
I'm bald and I'm doggone proud of it, baby.
Yeah, you can shine it up and use a Z30 to shoot it and throw it on.
I just go to bowling alleys. I shine it up at the bowling alley,
Yes.
It's like Nikon using all these female influencers that are athletes. That's not your target audience. This is your target audience.
Yeah.
How old are you, Joe, man?
I'm about 29. Just turned 29 last week, actually.
Okay, so you'll probably get to hold on to your hair, because mine looked like yours until about 25.
Oh man, yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Sometimes when I read the Nikon rumors, I lose a couple hairs.
Actually, I'm gonna go see if I can find one of my high school pictures and show you guys how long my hair used to be. I looked so dumb. Hang on, I'll be right back.
Oh, I'm excited.
That's a nice set of hair you got, Joe.
Oh, thank you.
You got a nice head of hair.
Heads and shoulders.
Mine used to come down, hit the ears, and then curl up.
Hey, Simon is your Canadian brother right here, Joe Man's Land. Simon, Joe, Simon.
Hi,
He's
Simon.
he's in the chat. He was here earlier.
It's nice to connect. Yeah, sorry I missed everything earlier. I was just out having a dinner, then checking the parents' house. They're out in Palm Springs. They keep sending photos of my dad sitting in a hot tub while drag queens go by, because there's a drag queen convention, I guess, right where they're staying. So it's like my super conservative dad did that, and it's just great. And he just looks really uncomfortable. My mom's just taking all these bangers with her phone. I'm just like, what's going on? She's like, oh, we're going to the convention. This is a thing. So I'm just like, that's awesome.
Dude, he's like 2 hours away from me.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's crazy on car. You know, that's cool.
Yeah, Ray. Yeah, Ray, that'd be cool. I'd like to get Sasquatch on the channel. Although he'd be blurry, but maybe I could shake the camera to match his blurriness or something. But yeah.
Hey, Chuck.
Yeah.
Do you remember in the beginning? Like, do you remember the beginning? You invited me to your show, and that was probably like the beginning, right?
Yep. T-Mid was actually the first person I had on camera because I was begging for somebody so I could check out what was going on. T-Mid said, "I'll be your huckleberry." And he did. But that was an impromptu, and I appreciate that. I still appreciate it, T-Mid. But yeah, you were the first person, I think, on the channel. And next was Jeffrey. And it all started because I was watching one of your videos or something, or live streams or something you did, or no, it was one of your podcasts that you premiere, pre-record. And I said, how does a person get on there live or something like that? In which case, I don't think you answered me. It's like, who is this idiot? Which I would have thought the same thing. But yeah, that was back in the beginning. That was in the very beginning.
Oh, you commented first, then you emailed me.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, there you go. Yeah.
Yep. Oh man.
Did I answer your comment?
No, I don't think you did. But then again, why would you?
Hey, no. What do you mean? Why would I? I try to answer all the comments. Hey, Jeff, do you remember that first? Jeff, do you remember that first time I opened the floor for everybody?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where we met you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's where we met Jeffrey.
And
that proved to me that you didn't care who you had on.
T-Mid, you're welcome here anytime.
Well, then when you switch streaming services, then I couldn't even. It didn't work on my Mac. I couldn't even go on and say hi or anything. So
it was you, David Stewart. I remember David Stewart, and I remember this other guy, some wedding photographer came on too. I forget his name. It was Chuck, of course, and a few others. That was cool, man. Everybody just kept joining.
It was an open house. It was fun though. It really was.
And by the way, guys, everybody in the chat, if you want to go back and check it out, you can go back and rewatch this stuff. It's all there. Just go to the live section.
I was still bald back then too, so nothing changed. Nothing changed.
Consistency is key, Jeff. Consistency.
This will be very hard to see, and this isn't as long as my hair got, but we're gonna give it a try. Right there under my finger is Z-Wade Circa 2008. Let's see if I can.
Oh, there's the blue steel. There it is.
Hey, make it full screen, Chuck. Make it full screen.
Man,
the myth, the legend.
That's a head of hair.
Oh, that's not even as long as it was. It was to my shoulders at one point.
And then it's like you got that little cut out there, so you can see one eye anyway.
Hey, Z-Wade, back up a little bit. Back up a little bit and put some light on there. Put some light on there. Focus.
There it is.
There it is.
No focus.
Hang on, let it find it. Let me get my finger out of the way here. Come on.
Go back a little bit. Back up.
Yeah, back a little.
Back up.
I get the gist of it. I see you there, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what the close focus distance is on the lens he's got. That might be part of it. Oh.
Yeah, that's me, 2008. But basically, a year before that, it was down to right here, and I was constantly getting it out of my face.
Suck, bro.
Hey,
and
Chuck.
now, and just look how far I have fallen.
Hey, Chuck,
man,
you gotta really
time to get the razor out, buddy. Time to get the razor
Chuck, Chuck, I just want to say that you got a very unique thing going here. It's unique. No one else is doing this.
Yep.
So it's a community that I'm very happy to be a part of. Hey, Lance, what's going on?
Appreciate that. Yeah, Mr. Lance is joining us. All right, so I'm 30 minutes over my my union authorized bathroom break. I will be right back. I'm dancing like a kid here, but then again, I should be with all the coffee I drink. All right, guys, don't burn the house down, and hopefully my internet won't go down which has happened before. Yeah. All right, guys, I'll be right back. You guys have fun.
Then you
This has
won't be
been
able
a
to shut
blast
down the
tonight.
chat, and then we're all going to have to keep it going until like 3 a.m.
Yeah, that will be a marathon live stream, no doubt about it. All right, I'll be right back, guys. And if anybody wants to join, send an email. Send me an email. Let me see if I've got anybody else in here right now while I'm away. Send me an email. Email's in the description below, and we'll get you in here on the channel too. Why not? We'll keep the desks full tonight. All right, gentlemen, be right back.
And this bathroom break is brought to you by Nikon Marketing.
Hey,
we will flush it down the toilet.
Kevin Nordstrom. Funny thing about my prom. You guys would not believe. There's probably no pictures of it, but I went to my junior and senior prom, and like my junior prom was a little less classic, or my senior prom, but my junior prom, I'm talking fedora and the feather. I showed up to my junior prom in a zoot suit, dude. It was so fly. It was so. It was so sick. I'm talking black with white pinstripe zoot suit.
Tim Hunter, you're funny.
Hey guys, I got a good question. We can go around the horn on. What was the funniest or most off-pace comment you guys have had on a video lately?
I'll start. I remember one time somebody told me that, thanks for wasting 4 minutes of my time.
Thanks for 4 minutes of retention.
Yeah. Thanks for wasting 4 minutes of my life. Sorry. And I'm like, I can't do this. I'm unsubscribing. I'm like, all right.
No loss.
You mean just recently or ever?
No, this was a few months back.
I mean, Joe, like you mean like something recent or something like ever?
Either. I'm going to go recent, but you can say ever too. That's fine.
I can take a look. Jeff, if you have one. I don't know how anybody could.
I've been pretty lucky, very lucky, because a lot of the people that come to my channel are the same people that are on Chuck's channel, or a lot of them, and always very polite, willing to comment, add suggestions. I'm always for suggestions. No, I mean, I think once in a while you'll get someone who I think wants to egg you on or get you going, but it's very rare. I've been blessed in that way. I haven't had a lot of issues that way.
Well, you and Joe Man, the reason I ask is because you and Joe Man's Land are both. What's your subscriber count right now, Joe Man?
We just cracked 500 thanks to Vahagen.
So both you and Jeffrey both are in the territory of insomniacs. And in your early subscriber count, YouTube seems like they always push to the people that are up all night, and they literally, it's like their entire existence is trolling. And that lasted up until about 500 subs, and then it seemed like I was getting legitimate comments. But that, like, the nastiest is always the earliest. But I think really the most ridiculous one recently, which I won't go into detail for because I left it up, but it was about the 24-200, my review of the Z24-200. And in those videos, I specifically, because I hate that lens, I said this lens is trash because it's not that sharp. It's just kind of junk and it feels cheap. And all the other Z lenses are really, really good. Like even the 40 millimeter f2, right? And that's what I'm comparing it to. And it's $1,000. I thought it sucked, but I also said that this could be a lemon because it is a rental. But I said, judging by its functionality, and the quality doesn't look bad enough to where I think it's broken, but it could be broken. And so I still consistently get comments that say, ridiculous, this is user error. Because that lens is, everybody thinks it's this, and I have that lens and it's awesome. Like, you're the problem. And I'm like, no, I've been doing this for 10 years. I can smell a crappy lens, like I could smell a crappy lens, and I'm the worst pixel peeper, and you shouldn't pixel peep like me, but I do pixel peep. My eyesight sucks, but I can see every single fault. Right. And so I promise you it's not me, but I still have people saying, oh no, you're wrong, you're a clown, because like you're wrong on this one. I'm like, no, that lens sucks in my opinion. But I'm careful with my videos. I always say it could be this, right? Or it could just be my copy or whatever. But the one thing it's not, I didn't screw up using it, right? Because I wouldn't put out a video if I thought that I had screwed it up and it wasn't fair, you know? But I get those all the time.
Yeah.
All the
I had
time.
the same experience with that lens. I wasn't very happy with it either. The 24 to 120 is a much better lens.
For 1,000, and it's like the same price, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
There's no comparison, those two.
But yeah,
The
no,
24 to
people.
200
Most
is
of
never
my
good.
most of my nasty comments they seem like they're usually on the gear videos, and it seems like it is people. First of all, if you have a lens that you're in love with, why are you searching for videos on that? And so that tells me that deep down, you're trying to find some kind of bias, or you're like a purchase bias, right? You're finding
there's a problem. Deep
like
down, you
confirmation.
know.
Like me personally, I do sometimes, like if one pops up, I don't search for it. But if I see somebody using like the 50mm f1.2 for the first time, I will watch it because I like seeing people's joy of using that lens for the first time. But
That's
like I don't
amazing.
go out and search for stuff I already have, you know. So that tells me that they're like, oh, I'm gonna go find some videos, and then they search for the pros of this lens to make them feel better. But deep down, you know.
How about
Well,
you, Joe?
so people are oversensitized to everything now because you can't even. You should be able to. I don't believe in intentionally like going after a brand and brand bashing and stuff like that. But I don't think there's anything. There should be nothing wrong with calling out differences and then having an opinion why a certain feature for you may be a deal breaker or whatever. I mean, you can call out differences and call out spec differences or practical differences when using a camera, such as ergonomics or whatever. And unfortunately, if somebody owns the camera that you're not praising at 110%, then you're the one that doesn't know what they're talking about. I mean, that's kind of how it goes.
How about you, Joe? What was your nastiest comment?
Well, I won't really share the nastiest, but I'll share a funny one I got not actually about a day ago there. I have the as you guys know, I like drone flying, and I'm trying to do a bit more content about like how to fly safely, where you can, where you can't, getting into all that because obviously the Canadian rules are slightly different than the US, but I have this video I put up that was specifically on like how to get your permit and like how to fly safely. This guy, he put the best comment I've had on it, and it's to date been one of my most successful videos because there's a lot of voodoo magic when it comes to how to actually get your permitting and stuff, and there's not a lot of good content on it other than on Drones On. He's a guru in the space. But anyways, the comment said, I live next to this lake in BC, and I keep seeing people flying drones, so I went to Costco and bought half a dozen of the cheapest drones, and whenever I see one go by, I fly mine up to crash into it. And it was a great comment. I was like, this is amazing. Like
he's admitting to a crime.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like literally this video is on how to legally fly, and you're telling me how to take out other people's drones. Like, have you been to Ukraine lately? Like, what is this? Who are you?
Hey Joe, man, I just wanted to thank you on that great drone video. And so basically what I learned is I'm gonna mesh how to fly with how to commit destruction of property.
Yeah, exactly.
I appreciate your input.
Well, it's like in Japan a few years back when they put in all those drone policies, and the only reason they did it there was because some guy flew a drone into the prime minister, president. I can't remember. I think Japan, it's a prime minister. Anyways, someone flew a drone into his head. It was just like, who thinks of that? Who
To answer Matthew's question earlier, I actually, I'm not like these geezers in here. And so I didn't start on film, but I did pick up film like a couple of years ago just to do it. I think film is like a true experience of just getting out and enjoying shooting, and there's like excitement to like not knowing, you know, but it is super, super expensive if you don't develop it yourself. It's expensive if you do develop it yourself, but that's why I don't do it that much.
Well, that's just it.
What was everybody's first camera they ever shot?
Yeah.
On here.
First,
D3200.
the first camera,
The first one you ever took your first picture with?
a
Nikon
Kodak,
D32.
a Kodak Instamatic
Roy, you got one of those back there? You want to show us?
with a rotating, with a rotating
Only
square flash
digital one.
bulb.
Mine was an F3, I think. Nikon.
Oh, nice. That's a nice camera to start on.
Well, my dad.
Mine was a Nikon like all-in-one film camera. Like it was just like one of those ones with a little thing that popped open at the front. I can't remember what model it was, but first one.
Yeah, my dad had all the cameras at home, man. He was a photographer, so ever since I was messing with the buttons and stuff. Hey, by the way, Kevin, I just subbed to your channel. I didn't know you had a channel, but I just subbed. I'll check it out. Kevin Nordstrom.
Uh-oh. My battery died.
Because you called these fine gentlemen old. The battery was like, no, you've thrown shade, Z Wade.
Mine was this 1957 to 61 era Kodak Pony 4 camera, which was my mom's. So this was probably the first camera that I used, 35 millimeter. But
Nice.
I've got cameras that are much older now that I've used in my collection. But that's the one, and I used to shoot black and white with that. But when I eventually got into 35 millimeter, I shot a lot with slide film. I used Kodachrome 64 a lot. I was a Kodachrome 64 nut, so that was my big thing back in the day. But
I was just wondering because I always wondered if that kind of influences the way you work later on, how you go through your career and how you shoot is what you started with.
I think I can say for me, yes and no. It taught me the exposure triangle. That's what it taught me.
But I mean, did it affect how you see things? Because I know I shoot different with a 35 millimeter than I do with a large format or a medium format.
Well, I've only shot
what to shoot.
Yeah, I've only shot 35 millimeter really. I mean, other than the 110 Instamatic that I had when I was a little kid, playing with. But to answer Matthew's question, yes, I have shot film. I have developed film in the field, by the way, no darkroom, developed negatives, and then actually made prints in a darkroom. And I built my own enlarger in my garage after I learned to do that and printed in my garage. I only have a few prints. I got to find those again so I can show everybody. But yes, would I like to have stayed with film? No. Would I like to go back to film? No. Do I want to experiment with film again? Maybe, but no rush.
No, Chuck, don't lie now. Just say no.
Yeah.
Say no.
Well, to Lance, to your comment that you remember your grandma using her disc camera, if that's the one I'm thinking of, that is the worst camera invention ever. Like the discs were proprietary to Kodak, right? Was it the Kodak disc camera?
Kodak disc camera.
Terrible idea. You could only develop it through Kodak. You could only get the discs through Kodak. Actually, that was one of my favorite videos. The Tony and Chelsea Northup, back whenever I watched their channel, that was what they did, like the worst camera inventions of all time. And that disc camera was like third on my personal list for that. I just thought it was like hilariously bad.
Wow, there you go.
Frame cameras.
I remember when the Polaroid SX70 was like the cat's meow, man. Everybody was buying that thing, and those film packs were so expensive at that time. But it was a popular camera because it was instant any of those cameras that you could say are instant gratification, people liked, and it was mostly you're taking pictures of birthday parties and
I mean everybody had a Polaroid even whenever I was a kid. Everybody had a Polaroid,
Hey Chuck,
Yes, sir.
Real quickly, I have to bounce, but thank you for having me on. I'll still be in the chat, but I got to do something. I got to call somebody.
All right, buddy. Well, man, I appreciate you being in here. Go do what you got to
Take
do,
care.
man. You know you're always
Later, Bogger.
welcome.
Hey, nice meeting you, Joe Stroud,
Yeah, you too, man.
and all you guys, Kevin and stuff. It was fun. So yeah, take it easy, guys. Thanks for having me on, man. I'll be in the chat.
Good night, Vaughan.
Good night, guys. Good night.
Okay,
Rock and roll.
good night.
Brother.
What were you
On the
flipping around,
subject of-
Roy? What did you have in your hand,
I
Roy?
still shoot Polaroid.
Polaroid
backs
back.
on,
The subject of-
Vegas
Polaroid
formats.
backs. Yeah.
I think of the subject
can't
of
get
film.
the
I
film
don't know about
anymore.
you guys,
I've
but I find I
fridge
go
full.
through like, oh, sorry, Roy, go ahead. Sorry.
When my fridge runs out, I've got no more film.
Oh. You're gonna tell us how many refrigerators of film you have? That's the question.
Just the one. Just the one.
Just one.
I'm in trouble for filling that up.
Joe,
You
what
guys
was
go
what
through
was
it
your
on the
first camera? I
forward
think
side.
I missed it.
Yeah, it was just like a regular Nikon film POC. I can't even remember what model it was. It was one of the ones that had like the snap front that would just like open up. You got like a fixed focal length and it would close. But I don't know. Do you guys find you go through like phases with film? Like when I was first getting into street photography when I was in Seoul, the film community there was like huge, and there was like all these old camera shops and stuff. And then I watched Grainy Days, and I was like, man, I need to get a medium format body, a Sheikah Flex. Didn't work. It was broken, so I gave up on it. Then I got back to Canada, just kind of forgot about it. And I was actually out shooting like, I don't know, 6-7 months ago out in the mountains, and I was just shooting a thing with my guitar at this really beautiful ravine. And this guy came with a large format film camera, and I think he set up for about 30 minutes. And he looked at me and he just said, "I forgot the screen," and then he just left.
Poor guy.
And as he got into his car, I could see in the back of his seat he had a Leica, and I was like, "Okay, I understand now." Mr.
And what-
Fancy Pants over here.
What about you, Joe Stroud? What was your very first?
It was a Rolleiflex 3.5.
Nice.
And, taught myself how to develop film and everything.
Nice.
Cool, man. It's cool.
And then I graduated to a F3.
There
I
you
still have
go.
both of them today. Yeah, I got
There you
one
go,
just
right
like that.
there.
I'd love to have one of those.
3.5.
The dang meter wasn't working. I didn't have a meter, so I had to learn how to expose by guessing.
Oh man.
I wasted a lot of film for about a year.
Oh,
Wow.
man.
I didn't even know you had to have a meter.
Hey, Daryl H, have a good night, buddy.
Night,
Bye,
Daryl.
Daryl.
Good night, Daryl.
We are getting together, Daryl. I promise. We are getting together, brother. Space People was just talking about grainy, black and white grainy. I'll tell you about grainy. Ilford 1600 pushed to 3200, an hour and 11-minute exposure with no illumination out.
Does it just look like a backdoor screen was placed over it?
You can discern what you're looking for in the photo. That was the whole purpose of doing it. That was in the military.
I think film noise I still find more pleasant than like digital noise. Digital noise is like, to me, endlessly more obnoxious.
Yeah.
You know, I'd read a book one time where the guys in Vietnam would develop their film in the creeks. And so I had to do it myself. I went down to my creek one night and developed a roll of film.
Yep.
It was
Wow.
fun. Turned out.
I was film developing. It was still being taught in the late 80s in the military. That's what we had to do. Yep.
I actually met I was out shooting at the lake one day, and I met this Vietnam vet who he wasn't a military photographer, but he carried a camera the entire time he was over there. And I actually bought a Pentax from him. It's going to be a prize on my channel. But he was telling me that he made it out with a bunch of rolls of film that he actually snuck through. He kept hidden from the military, but there was a bunch of stuff he brought back and he developed it. And he was saying that it was like some really crazy stuff, the kind of stuff you see on like documentaries and stuff. And every single, like his entire house got robbed, like taken down to the walls. They took the photos, they took his cameras, they took his lenses, they took everything, TVs, everything was taken, and he lost all of that. And I was like, dude, that is such a huge loss to history. You know, that's so crazy.
But they left the Z30.
They left the Sony.
Kathy's got to take off, folks.
Hey, Kathy.
Everybody.
Good night,
Good
Kathy.
seeing
Good
you.
night.
Thanks
Thank
for
you for
joining.
being in here.
Thanks for joining us, Kathy. You're going to have to get on the panel one of these live streams too.
Yeah,
You got to
be part of the Misfit Toys group here.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. All right. Well, have a good night. Glad you were here. Thanks a lot for the sub and everything else. It's been great for all you guys, all you ladies that have joined. I really appreciate it. And you're welcome back all the time, Kathy. All the time.
Hey, Joe. We were talking about comments earlier, and I think this was before you started jumping into the panel. But I don't remember who said it. Chuck, if you remember, please remind me, because it was the funniest thing that anyone's ever said in this side panel. Is somebody said, I left my Sony, maybe it was like an A7 R4 or something. It's like, I left my Sony A7 R4 in my car. Somebody broke the window and left their Sony A7 R4. It was the funniest comment I've ever seen, man. That killed me.
Awesome.
Who was that? Was that Tim Hunter? It seems like something he'd say. God, that was the funniest thing I've ever seen.
Oh,
I love this stream. I really do. They got some characters in here, man. The panel is one thing, but there's some. They got Mossman over there. Like, Mossman is the start of like several of the inside jokes. You know,
Well, he's the reason. He's the reason for several shirts that I want to make.
Yeah, right. I still need to see
in the shadows. It's like we should have only the Mossman knows.
I still need to see the gear, grits, and gas. Like gear acquisition syndrome. Gear, grits, and gas. We need to see that shirt.
That was Tim Hunter. He said, no, I said you bought a Sony for the heat source for the winter.
Okay, see, that was a good one too. I don't remember who said somebody broke into my car and left their Sony.
Hey, Chuck, you should have a shirt that says, I don't shoot raw because I'm cold and I have to wear a shirt.
There you go. There you go. Joey's got to take off, everybody. I hate to see him go, but man, appreciate you dropping by, Joey, and thank you very much for the congrats. Let's see if I can hang on to it now.
Hey, not just gonna hang on to it, Chuck. You're gonna keep growing it, because I think, like we were saying at the start, like you created a positive environment, and I don't think there's anyone really creating live streams right now that has the positivity, creativity, and freedom that yours has. So keep it up. I know I'll be tuning in and participating as much as I can, and I think it's gonna keep going. So guys, thanks for having me. Have a great night, everyone, and stay tuned. I will be having a video dropping pretty quick on is Nickelback Nikon. No, seriously, there's two things I love in this world: Nikon and Nickelback. There's two things that people hate: Nikon and Nickelback. So
hey, before you go, I know everybody asked you to do this, but you asked me who I'd like to interview, and rather than that, send us off with goodbye from Christopher Walken.
Okay, I love that you've done so much with your channel. It inspires so many of us to do so much. And if you're watching this video, hit that like button and subscribe. Chuck wants it, he needs it, and he loves the Skittles. And if you don't like, a Skittle will die. So, yeah. Taste the rainbow.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, Joe.
All right, thanks, guys. Cheers.
Everybody needs to check out Joe Man's Land, Joey's channel. That's another channel everybody needs to check out. Joey's doing a great job. We're going to see him grow too. He's got a great personality. He's one of those naturals for on air. Man, we've gone from so much. Let's see. Kevin may be coming back. Let's see. All right. Kevin's coming back.
Yeah,
He's addicted.
Got 30% again.
All right, man. Great. That's great, buddy. It's addictive, isn't it? Once you go live, you can't go video.
I've been in and out of watching your live streams for quite a while now, Chuck, and I never even as a content creator, making videos that are not live seems natural to me, but going live is kind of a intimidator, I guess.
It's nerve-wracking.
It is.
It'll make you more comfortable in front of your own camera when you're doing your videos, though.
But it's weird though, is because like everybody else was saying, is you're doing something unique here, Chuck, that no other creator is doing yet, and I think that you got something going, man. Just keep going at it, and I think this community is going to get large. It's going to get a big following going.
I appreciate that, and I am very stubborn because I had a lot of people try to change my way early on. Here's what you need to do. Here's what you got to do.
Right.
And I was determined, no, I'm going to do what I want to do. And it works. It works. It doesn't. Because if it becomes a job, I don't want to do it anymore.
Well, a lot of even the bigger YouTube, the gurus who say, if you look on YouTube of how to grow a YouTube channel, all the mega channels, they're going to tell you all these things that you should be doing. And there's some truth to some of that.
Oh, no, it's absolutely true. No doubt about that, Kevin. But again, I started out with, I don't have the same drive that a lot of people do. They want to join YouTube. They want to do it for, to become a big presence, a big influence, or for notoriety or finances or whatever. And that was never my intent. And the nice thing is, at my age in life and where I'm at now, and with a beautiful bride, my supportive wife, I can do this for fun. I don't have to worry about all that stuff. And, I hope everybody else is having fun, because I know I am. And tonight was just fantastic.
I don't want to influence anybody. I'm afraid I'm going to get sued later on.
And I like having somebody in here that doesn't have an accent, as Roy said earlier, because Joe don't have an accent.
Right.
Oh, man.
I echo what they say, what you're doing, Chuck, because a lot of it is people don't have nowhere to go to talk to like-minded people, or they're stuck in their own echo chamber or bubble where everybody agrees with them, or everybody's the same or likes the same,
Mm-hmm.
We got various people in here that shoot totally different things.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's this trend.
And some dabble in other things that one guy does or some other guy does. And that's what's kind of unique about it.
That's what I would say.
That's what brought me to the channel. I started listening and I was like, I like this cat,
and then you got people that adapt every lens that you could ever imagine to work on their cameras, cine lenses or movie camera lenses or whatever. And Albert, the guy has more adapters than people have fittings for their power washer.
I use a lot of old lenses too, just to see if I can get a certain look. And if I don't, I get rid of it.
That's the thing I like about it too, is I like to, knowing everybody that comes through the, streams, somebody will mention something, they'll have a question or whatever, which I can't answer, but I like to link people up with somebody like-minded that may be able to, share their passion. And like Albert, man, I met Albert. We did a photo walk that wasn't, I don't know if anybody saw that stream or that video. We met down in New York City. We went into B&H, got trapped in there for a while. Don't go in there if you want to leave quick. Then walked across the street to a pub, sat down there and talked for another couple of hours. Then we left there and went out to Albert's Jeep, and he had all these old lenses that he's adapting to different cameras and things like that. And again, we never took a photo. I don't think any of us took a photo, but we had a great time. And again, that's the thing that, I hope everybody gets from this too, is you can find somebody in the chat that can answer your question or share a passion that you have for a piece of gear or an old camera or whatever. And then we've got Roy. I mean, what can I say?
Boy, that's that's quite Roy. That's kind of like, and then we got Roy. Gee, I don't know.
And then
And,
we've got
it's fun
Roy.
too. I start
Yeah.
talking to my wife about it, and then within a minute, I see her eyes glaze over, and she's like, "Oh God, you're going to waterboard me with this crap tonight?" So,
Oh man.
crazy.
Well, I appreciate that other people appreciate it. And that's again the thing. And tonight, again, I was, man, if it was this way every time, every stream, I would be so happy. And I know that there are days when people aren't going to be able to make it and things like that. And it might be a bit slower. I know that I'm going to get on a rant, and I'm sorry. Every brand is welcome here. Absolutely. But I do talk about Nikon from time to time. It's because you guys got to give us a break in Nikon, man. We've had nothing to talk about since October of 21. So, I mean, it's a big deal for us to be able to talk about a possible new camera coming out. So anyway, I know I talk about that from time to time, but I tell you what, you're not going to hear me do is run down other brands, because I've said it over and over. I'll say it again. I don't think you can buy a bad camera out there now, whatever brand you're buying. I really don't.
You really can't. And I'll tell you that what I've noticed in the community as well is, now I'm not trying to say that you shouldn't have a yin to your yang, and you should always find somebody you should always have indifferences and respectful debates. I think that's healthy. I think that's how you learn and grow.
Yeah.
But there's been, thankfully in this community, there's not much bashing, but it seems like there's a lot outside of the community that just wants to tear down other creators, and I can't stand that. Like, I don't understand why some creators out there want to bash other creators.
Yeah, I agree.
Like, that it just ticks me off, and I'm at a point where I won't even follow them anymore. Like, it's just we ought to bring each other up as a community and encourage one another to go out and shoot, regardless of your brand, regardless of what you shoot with. And I don't know. Like I said, I'm not going to drop names, but I've seen it in your chat before.
Yeah.
And it ticks me off, man. It's like, dude, come on, man. We're all grown men or women.
Yeah.
Be an adult about it and stop bringing down other people just because you don't like live chats, just because you don't like, sitting talking for 4 or 5 hours about cameras or about whatever, and you think it's a waste of time, then don't watch. Just don't watch.
Yeah,
good night, Jeff and Leslie. Jeff and Leslie are taking off. Have a good night, gang.
Oh,
All right.
Man,
that was
my little soapbox.
That's like all the heat Nick Page took when he just said he was switching to Canon, going back to Canon. Yeah, I think I got some hate.
Yeah,
I did a stream a while back and asked that question. What's the difference? Is there a difference between being a fanboy and being being brand loyal? I'm brand loyal because I want to be. It has, and everybody should be. I mean, that's the way it should be. But I'm not a fanboy, meaning I'm going to sit here and defend everything Nikon does. Because, well, you guys know, if you've been around long enough, I can go on my rants about what I disagree with on Nikon or with Nikon. But, who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody on the phone, I think today or yesterday. If we all get together face to face, no matter how much of the bashing is going on in a forum or whatever, I bet you we all enjoy each other's company.
We have more in common than we have in
Sure. Isn't it strange though, when we're sitting behind the keyboard and, looking into a camera or whatever, or we're so quick just on a keyboard in a forum to bash somebody or whatever. And I've got a laundry list of things I dislike, as far as, photography forums and, videos on YouTube and, even live streams on YouTube. I hate it in forums when somebody comes in, they're brand new to photography or whatever, and they say, well, how do I turn this camera on? That might be a bit extreme, but why does everybody feel like they got to run them off? If you don't know that, you don't need to be here. Well, stupid. That's probably why they're there. They think a photography forum might help them.
Right.
And you're trying to tell them, just give it up. Throw it away, forget about it. So yeah, things like that really aggravate me. And
at least it's such a small percentage of people. The vast majority of people that are in the chat on your live streams, like they're here because of the community. They're here because they want to learn, not just learn, but just like you said, like it's an escape away from everything else. Come talk with like-minded people that just want to, shoot the crap. You know what I mean? They want to get away. Not saying anything about Simon. He's got a great channel, but they want to get away from the news and rumors sometimes. And they just want to talk. They just want to talk photography, or even if it's about gear, who cares? Like your channel is unique, man. It's I think live streaming is going to become a bigger thing. I think it's going to start growing. You know what I mean?
It's funny you say that, because since I started doing this, and I'm not saying I'm influencing anything, it's just one of those things. If you buy a red car, you notice every red car from that day forward.
Right.
I've noticed a lot of people, it seems like, have dabbled in streaming a little bit more over the last, I don't know, 6 or 7 months.
Same with video podcasts. That's becoming a big thing now too.
Yeah, YouTube specifically announced that they were like, whenever they launched, like they said this year, it's like, in February we're monetizing shorts, and so they're obviously pushing shorts, but they also at the same time said that they were going to be pushing really long format stuff too, like podcasts and live streams. And so Chuck was actually like 2 years ahead of the curve on that on YouTube.
Right.
Well, again, my intentions again for this, I've said it, you guys heard me say it earlier. It was just to provide a platform where everybody could come and talk. Here's something, and you know what? Let's just be honest for a minute. Who doesn't like when they're watching one of these big YouTubers for them to pick up your comment out of the chat?
Right.
Everybody loves that.
Right.
And I thought, wouldn't it be nice if people had a place where they could go and, expect to be heard or whatever? And wouldn't it be fun? Because look at the diversity in the chat. How much are they missing because they don't pick up on that?
Yeah.
And
there's a lot of people also within the chat that either can't be on video or don't want to be on video.
Right.
And that's perfectly fine too. But it's not just the people that come on the panel, like everybody, where people can see you, but there's so much, like you've said, Chuck, there's so much valuable information and conversations going on in the chat that everybody can take away from it.
Well, I've tried to explain that to some people. The fact is, you may not learn anything from me, and that's fine, but all the people in the chat, there's so much experience over there. If you can't learn something from that crowd, then, well, you're a know-it-all. You don't need to be on any forum.
You know what the most beautiful moment, in my opinion, is on this show is that day that somebody popped into the side panel and it's like, hey, I'm having this trouble with my Z9, and everybody on the panel grabbed their Z9s and started trying to hash it out. That was a beautiful moment where everybody's like, dude, we got you. Let's see if we're having the same issue. That was a beautiful. And I want to say this too. Guys, you don't know this about me, but like the reason I don't have any friends and I've been single forever is because I'm really selfish with my time. I get focused on something, right? Like I spend all my time on it. This stream is the only thing that pulls me away. Like I've been working on my YouTube all day and I was hyper focused, but this stream, like coming on here, is what breaks that cycle for me, right? That's how much I enjoy being on this show or listening to the show on Wednesday and stuff like that. Like this is the only place like where that happens. It breaks my focus.
I also like the photo reviews you guys do as well. That's really cool to see how you bring in people just submit their work and they know they're not going to be judged.
Right.
And that's important, is like there might be constructive criticism if asked of, hey, how can I make this a little better or different? But overall, it's just something cool, unique, because everybody shoots different. Everybody has a different style, and it's cool to just see that, you know what I mean? Instead of just seeing the same type of photography over and over again.
It's inspirational. I say it all the time, and it is. It inspires me, and not that I'm getting off my butt, constantly to go do any of these things, but I want to, and that's inspiration. And there's a man sitting beside you there that's inspired us many times with his creativity. Again, your unique style, Joe. It's unique, and I can pick your photo out of the crowd every time. Now you go find something that'll fool me now, I bet, but
Well, and that's another really beautiful moment on this stream, and you're not gonna get this anywhere else. You'll have to pay for it, or you'll have to be harshly beaten to the dirt before it happens. But there was somebody that submitted something, and it was apparent. Chuck was like, it doesn't look like it's been edited. And the guy was like, yeah, it hasn't been edited, And what that turned into was Chuck pulled it up on his screen and said, you could do this, that, and the other quick little thing. And then that guy, I told that guy, I said, I'm going to make a video just for you. Learn Lightroom in 20 minutes. You're not going to get that anywhere else, right? Where it's just like, boom, on demand, here you go. we're not going to sit here and judge you and like beat you down. But Chuck, I mean, he just pulled it up right behind him. He's like, boom, look at that. A little bit of color, a little bit of exposure, a little bit of shadows, highlights. Boom, you're done, buddy.
It's like AZ Wade. It's like you've been checking out Luminar Neo lately. And I just got that as well. And I've been, they reached out to me as well. I haven't made a video on them or anything like that. I've been just kind of testing it out the last month or two. And I know it's not everybody's cup of tea as far as like sky replacements and everything else like that. But we have to remember as creatives, it's art. And art is subjective, and photography is art. And not everybody's going to like your photo. Not everybody's going to dig what you dig. And, it's, just like Photoshop and Lightroom, people didn't like that when that first came out, Mm-hmm. And I think you have to realize that you might get people that don't like your photo, and there might be people who do enjoy your photo. But it all comes down to just finding the joy in it, and doing it for yourself first before anything else, doing it for yourself, for your mental clarity, for your mental health. And if people like it, then that's great. But
that's a bonus dollars.
Exactly.
Hey, Matthew Card, I guess I should specify and be more specific on what I say, apparently. But that video is like learn the basics. I don't remember what the title, but it's like the basics of Lightroom in 20 minutes. And so that's basically for the absolute day one. It tells you kind of like what this is exposure. This is what exposure does. Contrast is this. Highlights are this part of the photo. And so it's basically like the first section of the sidebar, right? So it's just like a bare bones.
Which sliders control what?
Yeah. It's literally like a vocabulary lesson and kind of a visual aid on what these things do.
That guy he came back and, he said, thank you very much for taking a moment, and I asked, that's the other thing. We're not going to do a critical critique, unless somebody says, hey, tear me up, tell me exactly how I make this better. And I'm not going to be part of that critique. I'll tell you right now, because I have my own thoughts on what makes a photo and whatever. I think that's the problem with critiques often is people can, you can cover the rules of photography. I get that. But even they can be broken. Can't they, Joe?
Oh man.
Yeah.
You ought to go to art school and listen to some of those critiques, man. I've been through them.
Oh man. But
I went as a painting major.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. So, and then I switched then, but yeah, man, I used to get tore up all the time, man. I still get tore up.
But see, if you started in painting, then
I started painting when I was 2 years old.
Yeah, so I mean that's what gives you a unique look to your photos because you had that experience doing paintings first. It's just like
I was so bad in school, I had to act like I was doing something, so I was always drawing.
Well, it's like Art Wolf was going to school to be a painter, and then he picked up a camera, and he became a photographer. But he had that painter's background, and that has influenced his work over his whole career. And
I think it gives you a leg up in creativity because
it was painters that actually got me into photography.
Okay, so here it is. It boils down to this. He was born with the ability to pre-visualize, and that's what painting is. You don't have anything to start with. You visualize it and then put it on the canvas. How much does that help you in photography? You can see the photo before you even take it. Now all you have to do is make it happen. And that's creativity, man.
Man, I remember I was at a point where I couldn't walk for like 2 years. And I sat and I drew I was laid up in bed, so I drew this big picture of wood ducks on a log. that I'd seen like years ago because I used to duck hunt all the time. And that's how I approach my photography. I get an idea and I see it. And then I got to try to make it happen or hope it happens. It's all a sketch in my mind.
Yeah. You see the end from the beginning. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
My wife would ask me stuff like that because I would have an idea what I want to shoot. Now I'm nowhere near as creative as you are, but I'll take a photo and she said, well, that looks nice. No, that's not even close. That's not what I see. And it's hard to explain, isn't it? When people ask you,
Yeah. They don't realize how much I throw away.
Yep.
You know, or I try something for days and it don't work.
Yep.
No matter what I try. But
Hey,
I always try, you know, because I can't sleep sometimes because of the stuff running through my brain.
Same here, buddy. I'll go to bed after this. I have to have an hour of downtime after this before I can even go to bed because everything's been going through my head for the entire stream. So yeah, man, I know what you mean. Hey, I want to get to this real quick. Gustavo asked this question, and he asked, what does the panel think about vertically formatted video? Is this a fab or inevitable? I'm not going to answer that part of it, but I'll just say there's nothing wrong with, vertically formatted video. I just don't like it myself. I don't like watching it. I don't want to see it. It's not wrong. Don't get me wrong. It's not wrong. It's just not to my taste or my liking. And I'll tell you something else. So everybody's going to start throwing things at me, and you should. I don't care about shorts on YouTube. It annoys me. I don't know what it is, but it just, I don't know if I don't have enough patience for 1 minute of video or what it is. But anyway, that's just me though. But I would never say, hey, YouTube, stop doing that or don't allow that.
My opinion on that is it's kind of, for the majority of what shorts are, that the vertical is just kind of like inevitable, right? But I have kind of been vocal. I haven't sent the emails yet, but I would really like to see shorts also available in horizontal, because vertical is absolutely terrible for photographers. If you want to make photography shorts, it's terrible because I literally shoot 50-50 vertical and horizontal, and so it's kind of terrible for my niche, because you're pretty much limited to like portraits. It's like I don't know that anybody really cares about a vertical landscape. You don't get that much, so
unless it's good.
Yeah, that's got to be a cool tree, man.
Well, it depends on what elements you have in the picture. I mean, that's why. I mean, I probably do the 80-20 rule. I probably do 80% horizontal and 20% vertical. But then sometimes if I have a certain subject, I'm going to force myself to do it both ways. And then I usually end up keeping both when I have too many files on my computer. But
the push for YouTube Shorts really came from TikTok and how that's evolved, and they're trying to stay relevant and stuff like that. And I understand that, but if YouTube just stuck with long form of what they are known for and what they're the biggest search engine outside of Google, and Google owns YouTube, so it's just like they're not going anywhere. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
and I just see YouTube Shorts as just like you do, Chuck. I mean, there's nothing wrong per se. There's an audience for YouTube Shorts. There definitely is. But it's difficult for me because I gravitate, like, I either want to learn something, or I want to be entertained or have some kind of community. And that's not going to happen in 30 seconds. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So that's just the way I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about it is, this is what I've told people before. They talk about, I hate this guy and he's saying all this stuff and he's blah, blah, blah. Or how I battle that? I don't watch it anymore.
Right.
Because again, people that say the same thing about, my channel. Well, they just go on and drone on forever and the blah, blah, blah. Then, I understand you may not want to watch it. I get that.
Right.
But I did want to make a pointer real quick. I just watched we've gone down to, I don't know, we were down to about 30 or so viewers. and it's going back up to 41, and that is shift change. And that's the unique thing about this time slot. I get a shift change where, one crew moves out and a new crew of watchers come in because of the time zones. That's pretty cool.
I remember one time, Chuck, I fell asleep and I woke up like a couple hours later and y'all were still going at it.
I think New Year's was 7 hours, wasn't it?
Just short of 7 hours. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, Matthew Card, you make a good point. Like, even though there's obviously a lot of people in here that don't care for shorts, YouTube is actually making a brilliant business move because I think they foresee TikTok getting banned. And then YouTube is basically going to be the only game in town because Instagram has kind of lost a little bit of popularity because they started taking on ads, and now it takes you 10 minutes to find one of your friends' posts. And so YouTube already has the traditional format down 6 to 10 minutes, and they're basically going to be the only game in town. And so it's a good business move, but it is annoying. YouTube is pushing it so hard. So every time I open Facebook, it instantly goes to shorts, and I'm not looking for shorts, all the time. If I want shorts, I'll go there. But every time I open the app, it's right there.
Well, it's like you said before, Z, in a previous live stream, I think, and you said that YouTube Shorts, as far as where they're going, that's how if you want to grow a channel really fast, do YouTube Shorts.
Yeah.
Yep.
Subscriber count, because I don't know why they've made it, because when they first started doing shorts, it was a huge push. I think they're slowing back a little bit now on them, but it's still a big driver for people's channels. There's channels that get 100,000 subscribers that are just shorts within 6 months, if that.
Yep.
So, but as far as the watch time, obviously, if you're not monetized yet, that doesn't count for not a minute goes towards watch time for shorts.
The financial incentive is really bad too. Like, the way they set it up is really bad. Basically, like, if me and Vahagan both live, he lives in California, but let's pretend me and Vahagan both live in like the Midwest, right? And so it's based on territory. If he gets 2 million views and I get 100 views, we're actually sharing out of the same pool. And so he doesn't deserve any of my revenue, and I don't deserve any of his. Right. But that's the only way they could see it feasibly working. Right. And so it's confusing. I got 1,500 views in 45 minutes, and my payout was the 4th decimal place, 5. So it was like 5/10 of a cent. And so it's like, I don't know what the incentive is besides the subscribers. Like, I get a lot of subscribers.
I had a TikTok account for about 2 minutes, and I couldn't get on it. Like, their algorithm's different from YouTube and from Instagram. Well, they're kind of similar to Instagram's, but it's like there's like, until I guess the algorithm finds what you want to watch, it feeds you stuff you don't want to see. And it's just like, and even when it is something you find funny, it's just like the attention span of people we're losing that so fast. Within the last 5 years of video, with the introduction to vertical content, it's like people are in a hurry, and I understand that, because when you're in a bank or a store or something, you're not sitting there watching a 20-30 minute video. You want to look the part like you're busy because nobody wants to talk to each other anymore. You know what I mean? So they want to, like, well, I'm busy, but you're really not. You know what I mean? So I get the persona of short form content, but I just can't get it's hard for me to get into it, and it's because there's no real substance there. You know what I mean? There's no, I don't know. Even on long form live streams, there's still at least a connection, even though we're all not in the same room via content you're on the panel or in the chat. Mm-hmm. But it's still a live conversation. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, and the short format is perfect for like the zombie culture, right?
Right. That's what most people can only relate to nowadays, though. They don't have the attention span or the interest.
I've never done a short.
Flip through pictures like flip. I can't do that. I got to sit and I look. Oh man, I like this. I'm gonna study it for a minute.
Right.
People don't have that attention span anymore.
Yeah.
No, I've never tried to do
so good.
No, I've never tried to do a short on my channel. ever. Haven't done one. And when I think about it with all the conversation you guys are having about it, the only time I think it might even make sense, that it might make a little sense to do it, is if you're just giving somebody a snippet of an upcoming video and you want to kind of like say, hey, I'm going on a trip to Alaska, letting you know, gonna have a video coming out in 2 weeks or something like that. And that, that's it.
Right. The only couple shorts that I've only done a couple on my channel, and it was snippets from a video I already did. You can turn a long form into a short, and you can pick what part of the video you want as a short, and you can make that be the precursor to your long form. That way it gives the audience maybe a little teaser of what you're going to put out. I mean,
Yeah.
Well, you can do that, or if it's just, or if a short is just focused solely on my content and what I want to, show to the audience. It's just, like I said, a lot of people go into shorts is just to be stimulated for just a few seconds. And it's a lot of people, like I said, there is a huge movement and a big audience for shorts. There really is. And
I don't want anybody to think again, I don't want anybody to think, I propose that Nikon, Lord have mercy, that got Nikon on the brain, man. That YouTube stop it or whatever. Right, and there is a place, there's an audience for it and everything else. And I shouldn't expect everybody to want to, see my photos if, they're too saturated for them. They like or less saturation or whatever, and I don't. But then again, I don't expect people to attack me because I do that. That's what pleases me. And I'm not going to attack anybody over, vertical video or shorts or Instagram or TikTok or whatever. I will say something about TikTok. I don't trust that. Really not.
Oh, the terms and conditions are astonishing.
Yeah.
That's why it's getting banned.
Hey folks, we've got yet another guest in here.
What up, Tim?
Wait a minute, I gotta look way down. Tim's down on the first floor.
It's hard to believe we got all these people that want to talk all this time. Who knew that a live stream channel could actually be entertaining?
I thought I'd get out of my comfort.
My wife just thinks it's guys that like to gab a lot. That's what my wife thinks.
That's why we need some of our lady photographers to join us. I mean, seriously, share some of the fun. And man, we don't want to be like Nikon and get beat up for that a few years ago.
Well, we're Nikon shooters, so we're good at taking it, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
Everybody's waiting for that 200 to 600, right?
Oh man,
that's one lens I'd be interested in.
Scanning lenses. I
don't want it,
Roy.
Yeah, get them from Roy. Buy something from Roy. Roy probably has something.
Yeah. I'm not interested in a big telephoto no more, but the 200, 600 would be nice. I love my 100, 400.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, we were talking about brands before, and I just wanted to interject, about when I go out shooting. I'm in a camera club, and everybody shoots everything different. Everybody has different stuff. People are shooting OM systems. People are shooting, Canon, Fuji, everything. And it's like the last thing I even look at when I'm shooting with a group of people. I don't sit there and wonder, what they're shooting, nor do I really care, Mm-hmm. And when I like watch a video from someone that I really don't know, and it's nature specific or something of interest that I like, and I'll subscribe to their channel. And a lot of the times when I subscribe to the channel, I didn't pick up on what camera they were. I was looking at the results of what they filmed or what they took pictures of, not what they used. And it might be a couple times I watch them and then I realize, they don't shoot Nikon, they shoot Canon, they shoot this or that. But like I said, I don't care what they shoot. I care about the result and what they get. with what they shoot and their vision and how they like to present what they love to take pictures of. And the camera doesn't matter.
You know, for the photo review, I had somebody ask me why, or what was it? Ask me if I would try to get those that submitted a photo to put down their camera settings, lens and such, so on or whatever. And I thought, why do we want to do that? You know, why do we want to, why don't we just look at the photos and we either like them or we don't or whatever, regardless of what it was shot with. But he came back with a response, and it's nice when people can see the camera they want to bash is taking great photos, just like theirs is and everybody else's is. And it kind of takes some wind out of their sail. And I thought, that's a great idea. That's true.
I was watching Michael Shainblum. I love his channel. And I started watching when he was shooting a Canon 6D. And then I noticed one time, oh crap, he's got a D850, and then I noticed another time after several videos that he was shooting a Sony.
Yeah.
And I never knew he switched. I never knew, the images were fantastic no matter what he was shooting.
And that's actually, that's where I'm trying to get to with my channel. It's going to take me some time. Like, I have to get a much bigger following for me to completely drop the gear. But ideally where I see myself in the future is I'm just out shooting and there's no talk of what I'm shooting. I'll talk about the focal length, but as far as the brand, just because after my gear meltdown, it's like I have to keep up some kind of gear chatter for YouTube, but I never really have cared about brands,
No. And one thing, the only time I ever saw that dude mention anything was he said, I'm shooting film today, and he's shooting like FM2.
Yeah.
That's the only time I've really ever heard him make any announcement of what he's shooting at. And it's like his show is about what he's shooting, not what he's shooting with.
I got you, Stuart. 1 second.
There you go, Stuart.
Well, what's sad is if I do a video and I just call it, a day at the park or something generic like that, and
nobody cares.
And if I don't have in a keyword and I don't say Nikon somewhere, nobody watches it. Literally, like nothing. And it ticks me off because it's like I don't feel like I should have to say what I shoot with for people to watch what I take pictures of. But unfortunately, that's the reality of it, is if you don't say, oh, I shot it with the Z9, everybody says, oh, you got a Z9, oh, I'm going to watch it. It's like nobody watches it.
Drop it in the chat.
And
I can't. I don't have YouTube pulled up. I'll wait for the conversation to come out, and I'll just make a couple of points on it for Stuart.
It's kind of the same thing with posting on Instagram. If you hashtag something, but if you hashtag like Canon or Nikon or Sony, you get more views.
Yeah.
It's like more people see it.
Well, I don't know if you guys see it. In the description, I always put all the brands. Am I cheating?
That's not a bad way to go out algorithmically.
Yeah.
But
especially since 99% of all photographers are social media photographers. So unless you're printing your work and you're selling your work, like, it don't matter, because YouTube compression, Instagram, Facebook compresses it. You don't know what the person's shooting. Like, you might be able to tell what kind of lens they're using.
Yeah.
Maybe. That's it.
And the quality, you can't tell the difference anyway.
Right. Yeah.
Social media, you could be using an old 4 megapixel camera and it would work okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Here we go. Real quick, just to help out, just to answer Stuart's question. Stuart, what I recommend is this for the Z mount. It's the Nikon Z 20mm f1.8s. And the reason I recommend this is because back in the F mount days, lenses actually had specific characteristics. With modern optics, they all kind of look the same, right, as far as their character goes. But this lens is actually kind of crazy because it has so much contrast and it renders color so robust and thick that you would think that a raw image is a JPEG, right? And this is the only Z lens that does that I found so far. By all technical accounts, this lens is actually better rendering than the 50mm f1.2, but it doesn't have that special look that the 51.2 has. But as far as color and contrast goes, this is the best one in the Z lineup, in my opinion. And for $1,000, you can get these used for a couple $100 less. It is insanely good. I don't shoot Astro, but every Nikon Z user that I know that shoots Astro, this has finally taken place of the what was that manual focus lens that everybody used to love, an F mount. It was a third party one. It was it started with an R. Help me out, guys.
Oh, Rokinon.
Yeah, the Rokinon like 14 or something like that. Everybody liked that lens.
A lot of landscape photographers use that.
This is taking Nikon astrophotography by storm. This lens is crazy. I have some videos if you want to see what the images look like straight out of camera. Just after this stream, go check them out. I think it's pretty recent. It's like this lens melted my mind or something like that. I don't know what it was.
The 24 is about the same, Zach, as the 20 that you're describing.
I haven't shot the 24 yet, but I've looked at a lot of images. I think the 24 kind of, and this is pixel peeping, you guys won't see this, I'm dumb for saying it, but I think the 24 is kind of nicer for black and white. It looks like it does a little better in black and white for some reason. But yeah, those Nikon's always been good at wide angle lenses, but this one here is extra special, right?
Yeah. I regret getting rid of my 24.
Yeah.
I'll have one eventually, but I don't yet.
Tim, you're awful quiet down there.
Oh, I'm just getting used to being able to chime in.
So, you gotta just force your way in.
Just like push the rest of us around. Just push us away.
Scatter us all around.
No, look, I think my observations over the whole new mirrorless transformation is I've just gotten back from my first overseas trip, and just the lightness of on your back is a lot less with these new cameras, and the performance is amazing. I don't have a high-end camera. I've got a Z6 II, solid as a rock, love it. But I just noticed just the weight that isn't wearing down on your back makes those trips a lot more enjoyable, and you're getting great images out of it. Like the world that we live in is amazing at the moment with the technology that's available to us.
Yeah,
I agree.
I agree. And that's, I've been talking about that too. And all the cameras that are coming out, and who doesn't want to see brands leapfrog each other? Anybody here that doesn't want to see that?
Mm-mm. It keeps everything going good, man.
But it's funny how many people don't understand that.
Well, if it wasn't for Sony pushing mirrorless, we wouldn't be. We'd still be in DSLR.
You're right.
As much as I give Z a hard time about the Sony jakes, if it wasn't for them, Canon and Nikon just would have stuck to their lanes, and we wouldn't have gotten the innovation that we have.
No, I said that a few streams ago. We all need to thank Sony. They're the ones that pushed us to where we're at right now with technology and the mirrorless movement.
And they didn't even do that right off the bat. Like everybody, I mean, for the most part, the industry hated everything up to the second versions. They're like, dude, these are terrible. And then when they came out with that, they finally came out with one that the autofocus just like smoked everything. And then everybody started paying attention.
Yeah, they were horrible when they first came out, from what everybody was saying.
How far do you guys think we are from seeing cameras being able to do those types of editing that you see in Lightroom, Photoshop, in camera? Do you think that will be in the next 5-10 years?
No, I don't think anybody could afford a camera that does that good.
You can almost do that with those Fujis, with the film simulations. You can adjust contrast and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I don't think it's as far away as we think. I'm kind of concerned with the speed that AI is moving in all segments of life. But I mean, obviously in the visual performance, and art and everything else, I got to tell you, that's almost getting scary. Even Elon Musk has talked about that. It's real, and we need to be careful.
When it gets to that point, I think I'll just grab my old Rolleiflex back out and just do what I do, man.
But the thing about it is and this was something that Vaughan was going to talk about in his stream earlier today, but AI. I heard Lindsay Adler talking about that, and she was talking about, do we embrace it or what? And I'm going to paraphrase what she was saying, but she's used it to visualize her photo shoot by using AI to develop the photo that she wants. And then she can go back and figure out how to actually capture that in a photograph. I mean, that's one way of looking at it, but to answer the question about technology and cameras, I don't think we're that far away from it. Look at where technology is right now, and nanotechnology even. How long is it going to be before your camera, the Z9 already is a computer?
But you also got to keep in mind, it's not that it's probably not, the technology is probably already there. It's more, the more processing you've got going on in the camera, the more heat it's going to distribute, and that physics you can't get away from. So
true,
you don't want to cook the camera for.
But how long is it before that technology's there too? The compression computation. How long is it before we don't even worry about heat dissipation because we've well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know the technology behind it all, but my point is that look how fast things are changing, man. And, in the Nikon camp too, everybody talking about, well, Nikon's got to catch up. Nikon doesn't need to catch up. Nikon needs to exceed what the competitors are doing. And the reason for that is because they're going to turn around and do that in another year or two. Everybody's going to continue to flip flop, and that's where all that technology comes from. But I had speculated a while back that if you can take topaz noise and crunch it and put it inside a camera, then is that going to, I mean, how much is that going to help with everybody talking about shooting at high ISO? And where's the technology in topaz noise going? Is it going to continue to get better? The algorithms continue to get better. So I think these are all things that we're going to see down the road. And you know what? We're not going to have any choice but to embrace it, because I don't think we can stop it. But go ahead, Tim.
I think with the content push, that maybe something that would probably be a bit earlier is the ability to share your images to your social media outlets directly from the camera. So that way you're not having to go into an app or a computer. So that way, if you've got content, you can get it straight out there. I think
I'm shocked
that could be somewhere where they go.
I'm shocked they haven't done that already. I mean,
well, I don't think they have, because it's just extra work for them, and things are so. I mean, I don't know about the other apps, but I know like SnapBridge works really, really exceptionally well for everything I need it to do. So I don't know. It's more time that they would have to it's another thing that they would have to program, right? It probably wouldn't take that long, but why put in the effort whenever you've got an app that works really well? But I don't know. For me, I want you guys to stop giving Nikon ideas, because it's just stuff that I have to pay for that I'll never use. Because for me, if
SnapBridge is another thing. SnapBridge is another thing. They got dumped on when it got released, and it's like I don't need to bring a laptop or a computer with me when I go away on holidays anymore, because SnapBridge does it all, and I've got Lightroom on my phone, and I can just do it all on that and send it out to who I want it to send to. Like, SnapBridge is really effective and a really good app. It's come a long way.
I actually did, seriously, for the first whenever I first started using the Z6 for my YouTube channel, because I actually started my YouTube channel with my cell phone first and then a GoPro. But once I got my Z6, I started using it, and seriously, SnapBridge was my Atomos for free. I would set it off to the side and just make sure I was framed, right? And it works exceptionally well for that. I actually used SnapBridge to test out the TechArt, the adapter that TechArt sent me, and it actually worked. That's a adapter that autofocus, manual focus lenses, and it worked perfectly well with me using my phone to select where I wanted to focus. It's like, what else do you need it to do? At least for me.
Well, it got released with the D500 and the D5, if I remember correctly. So it's been out for quite a while. And at the start, it was temperamental is probably the best way to describe it. But
Clunky.
for now, you can't fault it. Like, you get your images quickly, you can share it easily with Lightroom, all in one click. You can edit it, and away you go. It's solid, and you've got your remote camera shutter as well, and you can frame up your videos through
You
it.
set a timer. It's got
it's
everything you need, man.
It's a rock solid thing. You don't need to buy a wireless remote for it if you don't want to. Just use your phone. It's sitting in your
It's
pocket.
better than GoPro's app, you know?
I got a question for the panel real quick, and anybody in the chat. I think this question was asked in another live stream. I don't know if Chuck's going to make a video dedicated on it or a live stream dedicated about it. But what was your most regretted piece of gear you've ever bought?
Oh yeah. I'm sure we all have a list of things probably. But yeah.
Well, I think for me, it would probably have been the
Hey, Kevin, hang on just a second. Joe's got to go. Let's let him say his goodbyes to everybody, and then we'll pick it up.
Yeah,
Joe,
thank you for having me tonight, man. I appreciate it.
No, absolutely, man. You got to come back now.
Yeah,
all
my
right.
dog keeps telling me it's time to go to bed.
All right, no problem, buddy. Appreciate you being in there. It was great having you in here, Joe.
Have a good night. Thank you. It was good seeing all y'all.
Take care.
Have a good one, buddy.
Thank you.
And make sure you come back. Come back now here.
All right, Kevin, before you get started, I'm up against one of my union bathroom breaks, so you can carry on, and I'll catch up on this as soon as I get back in here. But
you're good.
If you guys want to continue for a while, that is.
I'll probably stick around for until the end of this because I want to see everybody's regrets. But my dog is also bugging me from the other room. She's staring at me like she wants to kick my butt. It's like being back in high school.
Yeah, I do need a bigger bucket. You're right, Roy. All right. Go ahead. Kick it off, Kevin.
All right. Obviously, we've all had our big regrets. But mine is probably one of the cheapest pieces of gear. And that is the name of it just slipped my mind, but it's like when you're doing a time lapse, but like if you're trying to get slow down the shutter speed, what's the name of that freaking
the Arsenal?
What?
Arsenal?
No, it's you connect it to the camera and you push down the button and it slows down the water for a waterfall or what's it called? Shutter release cable. For me, the shutter release cable was pretty. I never used it much, and I just used my my timer on the camera itself, and found that'd be a pretty waste of. Thankfully, it was only like $10. You can get them fairly cheap, but I guess there's some application for them sometimes. But for me, I found it to be a waste of money.
Yeah. How about you, Roy? You have so much stuff back there. What is your biggest regret?
Stuff I bought, things like the big globe that's supposed to give a lovely soft picture. I never used a beauty dish hardly ever. Things like that. That's probably the only stuff I regret. Most of the camera gear I'm fairly careful with what I buy. I like remote releases, but I don't like the cable releases.
Yeah.
Tim?
I think my biggest regret was not understanding the lenses I was buying when I was first starting out, when I was ignorant. So I bought some really good APS-C lenses, which is great for APS-C, but if I wanted to progress to full frame, it's not much help there.
Right. So
that's what actually made me jump from, because I had a D500 and I've never had a full frame camera until the Z6 II that I've got. And it made the jump from APS-C to full frame all that little bit more expensive. Whereas I could have used full frame lenses on the APS-C had I have researched it better and been more informed at the time, but we're all new at some point and make those decisions. So that would probably be the regret, because it prevented me from progressing to a different format sooner.
Right.
Because of the expense.
Yeah, it's a lot easier to go from to have full frame lenses and go to your crop sensor than it is the other way around, because then you get like a terrible terrible vignette.
That and drones. Sorry, Joe. Joe Man's Land when he catches up. Drones are just so heavily regulated. It's just too much hassle just to put them up in the air. I just leave it at home because it's just not worth it.
I actually can't even use them in the United States. I can't even use a drone on my YouTube channel because my YouTube channel is monetized. Therefore, it qualifies as commercial use. Therefore, I have to have a pilot's license for it.
I always laugh when people think that you're flying. If people are trying to look at them in their backyards when they're sunbathing, and it's like, do you realize how small you are and how uninteresting you are as a subject that high up, that I'm not interested in intruding on your privacy?
Yeah. Jeffrey, what's your biggest gear regret?
Well, it really shouldn't be a gear regret, but it's a piece of gear that I hardly ever use, and I'll explain why in a minute. But I think they called it the plamp. It was like a clamp, an articulating arm that you would put on your tripod and then use it to hold a diffusion panel, like if you were doing macro photography.
It sounds hideous.
and no, I mean, it's actually a pretty neat little gadget. But the problem is, most of the places I want to go to take pictures of flowers don't even let you use tripods. So it never gets the use. And then it was a little too short. So if you had a bigger, unless you had a very small diffusion panel, like, I don't know, like this big. If you had one of the bigger ones, you needed like an extension arm for it, which I didn't have. So even though it didn't cost a lot of money, it ended up being something that's just sitting in a drawer in the house somewhere that never gets used.
What about you, Z? What's your
I
biggest
think
he's Sony.
My biggest I don't really have anything that's like super detrimental. I mean the biggest one was whenever I've had two gear meltdowns, and the second gear meltdown is a direct result of me not sticking to my guns. And so I used to be like a lens collector, and then once I got into mirrorless, I basically got rid of all my collectibles, and then I slowly started acquiring them again just to find out that I was never going to use them anyway. And so that was like a really expensive one, but probably the dumbest or the biggest piece of crap was actually was probably the Black Rapid Dual camera sling. Now the single one, I have a Black Rapid Sport that I really love, but the dual does not stay where it should be. It ends up riding up on your neck. It rubs this raw and it slides off the shoulders and stuff like that. It is an absolute piece of crap. I hate it. It's uncomfortable and it's kind of expensive. And so what I ended up doing, and I actually have a video about this, unfortunately, the locks, Black Rapids locks, are the best in the industry. So I ended up just taking a cutoff wheel and cutting them off and putting them on a much nicer, like a much nicer dual harness, because it had crappy locks. I literally just took a cutoff wheel and went, whoop, and so it turned into like $140 like piece of fabric after I was done with it.
Gustavo in the chat says his is cheap tripods. I think that's true. I think that you buy a cheap tripod. If it's all you can afford in the beginning to get yourself into photography, I say do it. Just to get your feet in there and see if you're going to enjoy it, if it's something that you want to do long term. But definitely, if you're somebody that beats up on your gear a lot and you're out there in the field, especially in nature and wildlife, where you're dipping your tripod in the water and the lakes and you're beating it up quite a bit, I think at some point there's a tipping point to where you're just buying the name, and so there's somewhere a happy medium. And I think a good solid tripod, depending on what you're shooting, though, it all depends on the type of niche or photography you're shooting. If you're doing
it's one of those catch-22s, on tripods and light stands. You can recommend all day long, and it's a great recommendation. Light stands, buy C stands.
Yep.
Right.
If you're going to be stationary at all, buy C stands, because you'll pass those on to your grandkids. They'll never break or wear out.
Hey, Caesar, that's a really good one too. My gimbal I think I've used it like twice. Gimbals are a really expensive thing that everybody that I know, they all have the same story. They thought they would use it a lot more than they do.
They're pretty
That's
cumbersome.
always the case.
It's too fiddly.
They're pretty cumbersome.
Yeah, and they're awkward. They don't fit in anywhere.
Right.
You know.
But you know, the problem is
Just use
that
your
if you're
phone.
starting out on a budget, I understand. You know, you can't go out and buy the best of the best. But if you can, it just makes sense. It's buy it once and you're done. Or like me on many items, buy it many times over until you finally break down and just buy something that's going to last.
You can get some nice sturdy feeling tripods on Amazon for a really good price.
Right.
And they'll last you a while. I've used 2 of them in the studio for basically 2 years. I didn't think I needed a nice tripod until I got one that could support my teleprompter and the Z9. Because my other ones that weren't going to hold it. But that's whenever I realized, and that was recent. I've been shooting photography for 10 years now, and I only just figured out that it's kind of nice to have a nice tripod. But I got by for basically a decade with fairly cheap tripods, you know.
Yeah.
But they're sturdy. If you go to Best Buy, you're going to get a crappy one because they're thin. Right. You can bend them. But on Amazon, there are some nice aluminum tripods that are good and heavy, and they're like $70.
I think you'll find a tripod that will last you decades to be right around the $300 mark.
Yeah.
Well, once you get to 500 and more, you're buying a brand, I think. And I think if you're spending between $200 to $400, somewhere in that range, you'll get a tripod that'll last you a very long time.
If you're gonna spend that much money, you might as well buy a nice tripod and a star tracker, you know. At that point,
tripods can get up there they can get like up to 1,000 plus. I mean, they can get outrageous for sure.
Yeah.
I'd also recommend not. Custard scroll from Baker's Delight, I reckon.
I've been sprung.
I don't want to
You guys are
disappoint.
making me hungry now. This is not good. I'm getting hungry. I feel like leaving and having a snack now.
Oh man!
I guess another regret I have is not embracing the secondhand market sooner.
Yep.
Like, there's nothing wrong with secondhand as well, especially with the Z lenses. They're only 3 or 4 years old.
Yeah.
So if you can find them secondhand, it doesn't have to be nice and shiny and new, but it's not as if you're buying a decade-old lens
I
that's
agree with that. Yeah.
been bashed in the Sahara. Because I picked up the F4s really cheaply, and they're just compact, so small and so light. Yep, it's not f2.8, but it doesn't pretend to be anything less than what it is.
Yep.
If you just want to pack small, don't prey on the ignorance of the snobs that need to have that think they want the 2.8 and nothing else, and discount the F4s. I hope they bring out a 70 to 200 F4. I reckon that would be another good compact little travel kit.
Yep, I agree.
Mr. Powell.
Hey,
Take
Mr.
care,
Powell.
Ray. 5 a.m. and in England. Take care, buddy.
Everybody say bye to Ray Powell from Berwick upon Tweed. I love that. I love
it.
I love that.
Berwick upon Tweed.
Thanks for being in here tonight, Ray. Love seeing you in here, man.
Stuart, is this a food channel? It could be.
Oh man,
Chuck's gonna get 1,000 subscribers just because of the food tonight.
the donuts. Yep, absolutely. Well, I don't want to disappoint. Somebody said, "Where's the donuts?" I mean, my wife bought me donuts today,
You
so.
shouldn't have said that. That started me.
Oh man! All right, let me throw in mine, and just so I can get everybody upset. My 2 regrets, big purchases regrets. One was the Ronin S that I bought, thinking, yeah, man, I'm going to become this wonderful videographer, and I had a little motivation at the time, and that soon faded. So now it sits and collects dust. And here's the big one, and people will roll their eyes. Are you kidding me? My D500.
Ooh, the crowd goes, ooh. Ooh.
No, I get that. Did you have your D5 first?
Yes. Well, no, actually, I got them at this pretty much this. No, I didn't get them at the same time, but very close.
Oh.
Very close. The D500 shipped after the D5. So I got it after the D5, but I bought them both at the same time, basically.
Hey, Chuck. Hey, really
Yes.
quick. I'm going to have to take off. I might be in the chat, but my battery's about to die again any minute. So.
All right, buddy.
All right. So we're going to do a GoFundMe for Kevin to get him a Z30.
Right.
And the spare battery.
Forget the Canon R50. Yeah, I don't need that one.
Or the R50. It doesn't matter. We're going to get one or the other. Yeah.
I'll see you guys in the chat, though. Hey, Chuck, I want to really say, though, before it cuts off, though, you're doing a good job, and congratulations on the 1,000 subscribers. And keep doing what you're doing, man, because you're starting something different and unique, and it's good for the community. So.
And that's all that matters to me, man, right there, is that everybody enjoys it. That's it right there. Thank you very much. That
All right,
is
guys, take care.
that motivates me. Thank you.
Take it easy.
All right, Kevin.
Hey Chuck, I have a quick question for you. It looked like as you were eating that donut that it might be a Bavarian cream, and I'm gonna be craving if it's a Bavarian cream.
I thought it was a giant M&M.
Yeah, giant M&M. Yeah, it's like
it looks
cream
like
or something.
it looks like a Bavarian cream.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now-
it is.
Now I have to go to the Donut Palace tomorrow.
That would make a great soundbite, Z-Wade.
Huh?
That would make a good soundbite. Oh, it looks like a Bavarian cream.
I should have probably done that one with the She-Wade wig on. That looks like a Bavarian cream.
Oh.
Yum.
I'm sorry. This is rude to eat on camera.
No, you're good, man. You act like you don't always eat the M&Ms. You snack on them for 7 hours.
Well, I wasn't going to quit.
This is quieter than the M&Ms.
That's a good point.
Yeah. The M&Ms.
Well, there was
crunch.
there was that one night I ended up like at least for an hour I was on mute because I was eating chips and salsa.
Hey, we're just one big happy family here.
Here's the thing: if you guys don't expect people to get snacks and go to the bathroom and refill their coffee, you're in the wrong spot because this goes on for way longer than an hour.
Stuart.
I think I'm going to take off, guys. I gotta get the dog to bed as well as me. But
Yeah,
the
I
dog's
probably need
been-
to.
The dog's been very patient, laying underneath my computer desk, but she's kind of giving me that look like, enough already. Come on, I got to go to bed.
Yeah, my dog is doing the same thing.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up here in a few minutes, I guess.
Cool.
I usually only hang on until everybody's ready to go, but and God bless those that are still here. Still 32 people in here watching. I don't understand why, but thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Hey, Chuck,
Something's
congratulations again, my friend. I'm very proud of you to hit that 1,000
Well deserved.
and give yourself credit. You give too much credit to everybody else. This was your vision to do this. You spend the time to do it. You put the effort in. You deserve it, and that's that, buddy. And celebrate it. Have a good one. I'll see you on Wednesday if I'm not taking pictures. Otherwise, I'll see you next Saturday.
All right, Jeffrey. Thanks, man. Thanks a million for being in here. And now here's Moz. This is Moz. Send me the link. He's just doing that to taunt me.
Yeah, Moz is the biggest cheerleader for running this thing for 16 straight hours. He has been from day one. It's always break the record.
For the Saturday night show, it behooves you to be on the West Coast. I know that.
I downloaded the impromptu stream to watch on the plane ride home, and it was a red eye. And every time I was about to drift off to sleep, all I got was
Mozzie!
and it would wake me straight up. And I'm like, God damn it, guys. Can you stop hitting that subscribe button? Start drifting off. Oh, it's a double, so I'm double awake. It's better than coffee. It wakes you up in a second.
Oh, Rich has been in there. He said he never left. He's just been hanging out over there. Great, Rich. I appreciate it, man. All right. Well, we're dropping down to few in number here, but man, it's been fun tonight. Everybody in here. I've had a blast. I hope you guys have.
Yeah, it was a good time tonight.
Let's see. Let me see. I'll hang around for a minute. Sorry, guys.
You're good.
I'll just point out that if anyone's ever interested in joining the stream, it's as simple as clicking a button.
Yeah.
So I've got no setup. I've got a Lenovo tablet, and it's just clicking a button and away you go.
Most.
So,
I mean, even if like you have a phone, you should be able to connect. I think. Maybe, but I mean, pretty much every laptop has a camera on it, or you can just. I mean, even Vahagan has a nice setup. Sometimes he just runs audio. So.
Yeah, well, and if you use a Mac, please use Chrome.
Yeah.
Because Chuck goes into tech support if you use Safari.
For whatever reason, Safari, the audio is always the biggest issue for everybody, to include myself.
It's probably because Restream's not an Apple endorsed product, that they're not getting paid a licensing fee. So
that's probably exactly what it is.
We're going to make some money here, guys.
Yeah, right.
Otherwise, no convenience for you.
And yeah, Kevin was on here with his phone until it died twice. Oh, man. So, Tim, what have you been shooting?
Singapore the last 9 days. So it was weird walking around the Singapore Flower Dome with an off-camera flash that was allowed to be used and not frowned upon, and I saw people walking around with tripods as well. So 35 degrees every day, humid as all.
Man, I bet.
Hell. But yeah, it was a good trip. So first trip away with an 18-month-old, so that was fun. But we got through it. Which was good fun. But yeah, great place, great gardens, great skyline, plenty of street art around if that's your thing as well. So if you want to do street photography, very diverse culture, because you've got a very big Indian, Chinese, Muslim, as well as the British impact as well, because it is part of the Commonwealth.
Right.
Just like a cultural soup.
So it is. And it was free. They've got free trade, so that it's been like that for ages as well. So it's a really diverse landscape.
I bet the food is fantastic, having so much influence.
And cheap.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah, so they've got these whole food halls, and you can called hawker centers, and you can eat in those for $7-8.
Wow.
Singaporean, which is probably about $4 US.
Wow. That's why Americans like to retire in the East. A lot of people do, and it's growing in popularity.
Yeah. Oh, it's the weather as well.
Yeah.
But the US dollar is just ridiculous. You go to Thailand or Indonesia where the dollar is significantly stronger. Like Singapore's a first world country, so it's not as cheap, but I think it's probably about 85 cents to every $1 US. But it's known as the Garden City because it's just gardens everywhere. They've got like scaffolding on the side of the building so they can creep plants along there as well as part of that.
That's
as well.
Awesome.
It's just sensory overload.
I'll be going international in the coming years. I'm spending as much time as I can with my dog now because she's getting older. But I'm not going to get another dog after her. Hopefully later than sooner. But my first international trip, I think, is actually going to be Vietnam. Just because I know people over there and I have a place to stay and I have people that can translate for me.
The best country I've been to is Japan.
I want to go to Japan too.
Japan
You see this? I love Japanese art and culture.
But Japan is so different. Each city has its own, I guess, personality about it, and to get around is so easy. Like you just jump on a bullet train, and you're traveling 1,000 kilometers. Roy, you can convert that into miles for me.
7
in 3 hours in a bullet train, and you're in a completely different hub. Like Tokyo's a population of 40 million people in one city, and then you go to Osaka, which is just a food hot pot where it's all about you walk around eating the street food until you can't have enough, but be prepared to walk. So you'll be walking anywhere on a good day 10 to 15 kilometers a day. So pack light, and it's hilly. But yeah, Japan is just epic. The Americans do it tough because of the time difference. You lose a couple of days, but people like Roy and I, it's on the same time zone because it's just straight up. But it's an amazing place. Can't recommend it highly enough. You can eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner at a 7-Eleven in Japan and not feel like you're eating horrible food.
Wow.
It's just it's a different world.
Yeah, well, maybe I'll do that one first. I mean, I think Vietnam is a cheaper place for me to visit because I've never been international. All of the places I wanted to go to, I decided against. I've always wanted to go to Germany, but there for a while it got kind of dangerous over there. And then, of course, Australia. Australia was like my number one, but I don't have any friends in Australia anymore. Like that was going to be free room and board, but now it would be expensive. It would be expensive for me to visit.
This is the most dangerous stream you've ever done, Z. You got 2 Australians, and we're all deadly apparently. So we'll kill you.
Well, the humans aren't poisonous, but everything else is.
Aren't we?
So, Roy, Tim, when are you guys going to put together a photo walk down there for yourselves with all the folks down there?
I would love to. The hard part is just finding the time with the little one.
Oh yeah. Yep. I understand.
Your personal time goes out the window when it's all about them. And right.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree 100%. And we talked about that recently. Somebody was asking me about it, and well, you can afford these things. Well, you know what? I had a family. My family's up and raised. That was my priority. You have to take care of them. Later in life, though, there does come a moment when it all calms down and you can actually do some things you want to do yourself, but not taking away anything from raising your family, bringing your family up. That's the most important thing. So,
no, it's good fun, and it gave me a reason to upgrade my kit. So, swings and roundabouts.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one thing I do have. I have time and finances, not because I'm rich, but because I don't have to support anybody. I don't have kids to raise. I just feed myself. And
well, the way I see it is I raised them, and it ain't going to be too much longer. They're going to be raising me. So
I wouldn't count on it.
You're right. I agree with you, Roy. I'm beginning to wonder whether that was a good investment or not.
Oh, actually, Stuart, that's actually on my bucket list. I want to do probably not South Africa, but I do want to do a trip to Africa, not for like a wildlife safari, but I want to do like some work with like some of the tribes and things like that, like the hunter gatherer communities. Oh, that is on my bucket list for portraiture. Oh, like it's been on my bucket list for like 8 out of 10 years of my career. I just think that is so cool that like in America, everybody's like, oh, the air conditioner went out. And these people are like so happy, right? And they have their own traditions and things. It's so cool. So cool. It's on my bucket list of portraits. 5 years.
For a,
Go ahead, Tim.
For a landscape location, New Zealand's an epic place to go. Like, you're literally driving around and every part of the world just looks like you're in Lord of the Rings.
Yeah. Well,
like, it was filmed
yeah.
there, so but like every corner is just amazing. They've got one of the largest night sky national parks for your astrophotography as well, down there. But yeah, New Zealand I'd highly recommend as well.
It's too funny, Kevin. I love they're not throwing the cat in the toilet anymore.
Full-time back in.
Thanks for giving me hope there, Kevin.
Yeah, eventually, this is all. I mean, that's ideally like I want my. Everybody has different goals, like with their YouTube, and a perfect scenario for my YouTube channel is it gets big enough to where I can do it full time and do. I basically like me in the future. I told Vahagan this earlier. I want to be the Mr. Beast of the photo community, doing the crazy stuff, being all over the place, doing the stuff that like people will never get to do, so they can kind of experience it. That's the kind of thing I want to do.
Well, I look forward to seeing you do that. I'm happy to sit in this chair and just and let everybody enjoy themselves. Oh man, that's the Mr. Beast I want to be, the beast of the chair.
The beast of the chair. I love it.
Yeah. So yeah, you can see what you're looking for. You can find it in quite a few places in Africa. It is a pretty big continent,
North Africa is very good too.
Huh?
I like North Africa. I'd like to go back there.
I'll tell you, I've been to Kenya. I don't know how many times, and I love it. I love going to Kenya.
Really?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, the closest I got to South Africa was the chef at the Mount Kenya Safari Club was from South Africa. Great guy too. Great guy. But to see the Great Rift Valley, of course, you can see that from quite a few different countries. But to see that, stand on the rim of that, and if you think the Grand Canyon's something, you haven't seen anything yet, man. It's spectacular. It's just a beautiful country, wonderful people. I had a great time, and I was lucky. I was there with the military on several different occasions. One where I was there just as a liaison for about 3 months. And I didn't have anything to do, literally, but travel and enjoy the scenery, and had a great time with my own private driver. It's just a wonderful place to go. And don't be one of those Americans that I gotta rent a car. First of all, that's kind of difficult. You can, but it's kind of difficult. I gotta rent a car. Rent a driver, man. It's so much more enjoyable having a driver. So yeah, I think you'd love it. So as far as Asia goes, I would love to go to Asia. I was in the wrong group, in SF. We were Southwest Asia, and let me tell you, you can see enough of that in about one day. Especially if you're being shot at. That kind of lowers the fun.
Right.
But yeah, I'd love to go to Asia, and you guys, or especially Europeans. I mean, they're so close to everything.
Yeah,
close is relative, but
Australia is actually a really cool place to be, because you guys are like right there. Like, I mean, Australia is really diverse anyway, but I mean, there's a huge section of desert, but right, but
mostly desert.
You guys are really close, and from what I understand, like from geopolitics, like Australia is not in like a huge rift with everybody in that area, right? And so it seems like it would probably be pretty cost effective to go to like all kinds of different places. And like, how long does it take to like fly to Japan from Australia? Or
10 hours.
Yeah, right. That's it takes 10 hours to get from New York to LA, and you're still in the same country with the same culture. Yeah. Just there's probably more blue hair in one area than the other,
Yeah. When I did the States a while ago, we did Melbourne to LA, which was 13 hours, and then direct connecting flight from LA to New York. And that was a brutal day. 24 hours of being awake.
Yeah, whenever I was gonna whenever I was planning my trip to Australia that I never went on, it was basically 20 hours whenever you include everything, the stops, and because it was from
That was direct, except it was Melbourne to LA.
I
direct.
couldn't afford direct. I had to because it was like $4,000 to fly to Australia direct, or 2,100 to add an extra 7 hours to your flight, hanging out around LAX. You know.
Yeah, maybe one of these days. My wife doesn't want to travel. She doesn't. She likes staying here in the States. I'd love to take her overseas. I'd love to go to Kenya. I think she'd enjoy it. She'd love it. I'd love to go take her. Here's another one. I'd love to take her to Egypt. I'll tell you, I enjoyed
I would love to
Egypt.
go to Egypt
or Morocco.
Yeah. And I actually have a cousin that lives in Morocco. I'd love to go to Morocco too. Yeah.
But that's not uncommon for a lot of US citizens. I think your passport levels is actually quite low per capita compared to other countries. Like, as a society, you like to stay within the States.
Yeah.
An overseas trip is Hawaii for you guys because you went overseas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what's cool about the U.S. is you can fly to the closest like huge stark difference in culture. You can basically get anywhere in the Caribbeans in like a couple of hours. Like you can like I know people that regularly fly to Puerto Rico for the weekend because you can get there in like an hour and 40 minutes for like $90. Like it's really cheap.
Yeah.
You know.
The problem with us in Australia is because where Roy and I are, we're in the bottom corner of the continent. Is half your time flying is getting out of the country. So it was a 7-hour flight and 4 hours of it was over Australia. Because we're practically as wide and as tall as the States.
Yeah.
It's just some parts aren't filled in.
So you
You also regularly fly into different seasons.
We only have two seasons here: wet and the dry.
Wet and the dry.
And not in Melbourne. If you don't like the weather, you wait 15 minutes and it changes mind.
Sounds like Kansas.
Yep. Just without the tornadoes.
Yeah.
Maz, I sent you a link. I think you were just busting my chops, but I sent it. I don't know how much longer we'll be here, but
I'm getting pretty
know
drowsy myself.
Send it. East Coast for travel to Europe, it's only 5 to 6 hours to Heathrow, depending on the winds. Yeah, you're right. It is a short jaunt over to Heathrow.
What's Heathrow? Is that in UK?
Yeah,
that's the London airport.
Unless you're in an SR-71, you get there in like an hour.
Used to, huh?
What about the Concorde? That was handy. I always wanted to fly on that, but never did.
Kai and Locke went through one on one of their videos for a month or so.
Did
ago.
they?
They're making a comeback.
Yeah,
Concorde is, by the way.
Is it?
In a museum, it was stored.
Yeah,
it's you wouldn't want to have a large body in those tight seats. All about efficiency.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw somewhere that they actually started the Concorde project back up, because it got off to a pretty rough start. It worked, and then it was just it worked for like the maiden flight, and everything was great, and then it just had like a string of disasters.
I think the problem was other companies tried to sort of nobble it a bit too much. It was doing too well.
They should have known it was going to go bad because they had people calling it the Titanic of the air.
Yeah,
it's supposed to be a luxurious experience,
Yeah, well, there was a big one was it Air France that was when it took off, it hit some scrap metal and severed some cables and then set it on fire and it crashed. That was the big one.
I think two or three of the Concordes went down with everybody on board. And they were fairly close to each other. It wasn't like a 20-year separation. Kind of the same thing that happened with the 737 MAX. That's why that line was killed. My company watched it happen, and thankfully we didn't have any. We do all military, but there were, I think, probably 10 machine shops in Wichita that went out of business because of the 737 MAX.
Hagen says we all
And
need to
then there
meet
was
up in
the-
London one day. That would be one point. Then we'd have to travel to another near point for all the people on the other side of the globe.
I hear a lot of bad things about UK food, though. I hear it's gray. I don't know if that's the case or not, but I heard it's not great. At least for the American taste, which is sugar and salt.
Or smoke.
Stuart's got to go feed his kids, his lovebirds, not doves. See you guys soon. Stuart, it's been great having you in here, man.
I'll tell my story about food ignorance when I was holidaying in the States. So in Australia, we call fries chips.
Yep.
Went to Amish country, and they had a little cafe, and they had burger and chips. I'm like, I'll have one of those. I would feel like some good old chips. They said they were potato crisps.
Yeah.
I was expecting hot fries, and I get potato crisps. And I'm like, oh. Yeah. I'm like, what the hell is this?
The one thing America has food wise that no other country has is I don't think anybody feeds you like an American restaurant. Like there's just so much. You know,
too much. It's a savory snack, not a food size.
Yeah, you go to Waffle House and you order like I don't remember what it's called. I've been in Kansas too long, but it's essentially like it's the most popular thing, the All-Star or something, and it's like a waffle and hash browns and eggs and bacon sausage, everything. It's just everything. It's like 7 plates. And it's like $9, you know, but they just shove it down your gullet and don't ask any questions. You're wasted, and Waffle House knows it.
Well, sugar straight into
that's
the veins.
it. You just drink. The maple syrup at Waffle House isn't even real maple syrup. It's cornstarch flavored. But yeah, nobody feeds you quite like an American restaurant. You get a chicken fried steak. It's this big.
Yep.
You know.
Yeah.
And that's why we have a crisis over here.
Well, isn't Mexican Coke preferred to? Sorry, Mexican Coca-Cola.
Yes,
clarify,
it's way better.
Is preferred than the stuff because they don't use.
It's way better for 2 reasons. One, for some reason, everything tastes better out of glass bottles than plastic.
Yep.
And then 2, they actually use closer to the original recipe of real sugar. And actually, real sugar is kind of better. And then none of it's good for you, but it's better for you than corn syrup. You know how much corn you have to process to make corn syrup? It's not natural. But yeah, no, Mexican Coke is amazing. It's really good.
I don't know what that is, V, but Chuck talk on.
He's making a Comic-Con, but in
Chocolate-Con.
Chocolate-Con.
Chocolate-Con. Sponsored by M&M. I bet you could work that out.
Absolutely.
Sponsored by the Mars Chocolate Company.
Sponsored by Circle Space.
Oh, you want to know something funny? Since we got a couple of Aussies, I used to have this friend in Australia, and we used to go back and forth all the time. And like it always seemed like everything that she loved was actually owned by American companies, even though we don't have them here. And she was like, "Oh, if at least we have Cadbury," because she always talked about what is it they call them caramel koalas.
Caramel koalas.
And so she was like that. And then I did some research. It turns out Cadbury is owned by an American company, but we don't have access to caramel koalas. I always wanted to try a caramel koala though.
Well, you got to get yourself a PO box, anyway, and you can get some food sent over to you.
Oh, she did introduce me to Magnum.
Oh yeah, you can get those in Europe
Magnum.
as well.
I guess you guys would call them biscuits. It's like we call them cookies, but that was pretty darn good. It's not as sweet as as sweet as American snacks, but it's kind of perfect.
Magnums are ice creams. Are you thinking Tim Tams?
Well, it said I have had the Magnum ice cream and it's good too. But these were, it had Magnum on them.
Wagon wheel.
Oh, Maxi.
They kind of look like lady fingers with chocolate on it or something.
Yeah, they sound like Tim Tams. Maybe they got got a knockoff version.
Yeah, that's the Americanized version, maybe. But it was
You got the
good.
Wish version.
Yeah, the Wish version.
Wish.com version.
American chocolate's gone pretty bad lately as well.
American chocolate.
Hey, Brian, you haven't been on here in a while. We need to get you on the panel again for a show or two. Make a briar patch down there. He's down in Louisiana.
I
You
actually tried Vegemite too, guys. And
did you spread it right? Did you spread it like it was Nutella?
that is exactly what I did wrong. I saw both of them. We have a store in Wichita called World Market, and I told her, I'm like, hey, I'm looking at Vegemite and Marmite. Which one? And she said, well, it depends on where you're from, but if you're in Australia, your parents get you Marmite if they hate you. And I was like, okay, so I'll get Vegemite. And I tried it. I spread it on toast about like you would do jam. And boy, man, that curled my mustache. that can untie your shoelaces, man. Talk about bitter.
Okay, so toast, lather with butter, tiny bit of Vegemite, so it's just like a
and an egg on top.
So like you got
and an egg on top,
and then you'll be.
They
fine.
say it's really good for you, and that was like my whole joke. It's like so is medicine, but I'm not gonna chew up a pill because it's bitter. So it's like the same thing.
In the 50s, they said smoking was good for you.
It just doesn't even sound like something you should eat. Brewer's yeast. That sounds like it's something left over.
Yeast extract.
The leftovers from making beer. Hops.
Either way, man, that made my jaw hurt. It was so bitter.
Yeah.
Are you guys familiar? Are you guys familiar with Tom Hogan?
Yeah.
I am as of today.
His site by Tom. Anyway, Vahagan was just asking, what did I think of Tom Hogan's post? Yeah, he just recently, I don't know when that was posted, whether it was today or just in the last day or two, he talked about he wasn't sure that the Z8 would be the next camera announced by Nikon. He seemed to favor the idea. I'm paraphrasing the whole thing as I remember some of it. He seemed to feel like it would be the Z6 III.
I wouldn't be surprised, but it's going to make a lot of people mad.
Well,
I want the ZF. I want to see Chuck blow stuff.
Everybody does.
Like there will be a mushroom cloud above his head. It will be.
It will be a Z30 repeat.
No, he's going to start the live stream, and it's just going to be an empty room. He went ahead. He said, "Screw it." He moved like he's been talking about, and there's just like a blank empty studio. He's done.
I know there's a lot of excitement around the Z8, and I get it, and I'll probably get it in 12 months. I'm in no hurry to buy it, but I think we need to remember that this third generation of the Z lineup is more important than one camera in the Z8.
I agree.
Like, there's no point having the Z8 if your Z6 Z7 III, and your Z5 are rubbish. They really have to develop this ecosystem.
They do.
Which they've got a phenomenal lens lineup. So they've made us be patient by releasing all these great lenses, which is fine, because if they had did the camera bodies last year, they would have got smashed. Where are the lenses? So you've got the lenses, which will last a lifetime, get the bodies right, have the autofocus so it's a seamless transition, so you feel like you're getting an upgrade. Because if your Z8's amazing and everything else is rubbish, why even?
No, you're right. You're absolutely
very good
right.
point.
And that's been the conversation I've had with so many people over, right now, my analogy for Nikon is a basketball team with nothing but the center. We don't have forwards, guards, or anything. It's a one camera lineup with a Z9, and Nikon needs to fill out the full frame line. And so, if it's a Z6 III that we get first, I do care, but it's not going to rub me the wrong way, because that's a camera that is extreme. I think the two most needed cameras right now are the Z6 III and the Z8. And why the Z8? Because we already have the Z9. Well, exactly. That's why we need the Z8, because people held out, didn't buy the Z9. They want everything in it. but they want it in a smaller body and a little cheaper. There were
Yeah.
people that stretched their budgets to buy the Z9. That's why it's sold as well as it has, not just the tech in it, but there were people that said, you know what, it's not that much further. I'm going to go ahead and bite the bullet and buy the Z9. Go ahead, Tim.
And they really need to focus in on that Z5 because the Z5 is a phenomenal camera by all accounts, but it's really in no man's land. Like they say it's an entry level, but it's not priced at an
No, it
entry
isn't.
So if you're going to have it as an entry, like let it know what it is
Yeah.
and let it be that.
Yeah.
And don't have it pretend to be anything
Yeah.
different. If it's an entry level, great, because then the entry level is one of the most important cameras in because people will progress because you fall in love with the camera, but you marry the lens.
Yeah,
I'm not buying that anymore. But you can preach it to me, but I'm not buying that anymore.
But
go ahead.
But if you get that bottom tier right, people will progress and spend more money in the ecosystem as long as it's a viable ecosystem. But that's just my.
But I think Nikon doesn't want to go down that route. I think Nikon said that a year and a half ago when they were talking about it. This came about right after the announcement or right after after the announcement.
They wanted the high end.
Yeah, they wanted to go high end, and everybody expected that. And they also said no more 24 megapixel sensors. Forget about that. And then we got the Z30. But I think somebody said it right. They went through the stock room, everything they had left. Well, let's build a camera out of it. Now,
I'll give Nikon the tip. My first camera was a D50-100, and it was nowhere near $1,000.
Yeah. Mine was a D5000. Yeah, or not the first Nikon, but it was the first Nikon.
No one's going to drop $4,000+ on their first camera.
That's exactly what I've been saying, Tim. It's like what Nikon needs, and like I am not in favor of the DSLR model where you had a 3,000, a 5,000, and a 7,000. I'm not in favor of that, but I would like to see at least one that's birthday present priced, because no parent is going to pay even Z50 prices because their kid wants to do photography this Christmas. It's like they're not going to do it. They need something that at least on Black Friday can be reasonably priced to where there's a pallet of them at Costco and people are grabbing them by, they're just coming by and grabbing them. Impulse buy. That's how I started with the D3200. It was marked down from Black Friday, and I got the entire kit, 2 lenses, the camera for sub $500.
Yeah. Okay. We've been going over and over on this, talking about the affordable camera and everything else. First, affordable is relative to where you're at, and the US doesn't count, because what's affordable here is not necessarily what everybody sees affordable around the world. I understand that too. Hey, VNL Labs, or VN Labs, sorry about that. Hey, thanks for hanging in here with us this long. Hope you'll join us again.
Yeah, have a good night, buddy.
So one thing is that now there is truth in this. Is the reason Nikon, I think, went, not just because they wanted to get all these super telephoto lenses out for all the sports shooters, or not sports, it could be sports, but wildlife and birding people, is because there was so much crying about it, for so long, and long super telephoto lenses. But one thing it did is it showed people looking at Nikon that weren't necessarily invested in Nikon. Wow, look at that. Look at what Nikon's doing with the super telephotos. And I think that they're hoping the same thing with the higher end cameras that Nikon said they were going to produce. They weren't going to produce any of the lower end. In other words, no more box store pallets of, and you can say right or wrong, and I'm not going to argue with you either way. I mean, there's a big discussion to be had on whether it's right or wrong. But if they don't do that, the Nikon Z5, which I agree with you, I think it's a neat camera. It has a lot packed into that body. We'd all agree that it'd be nice if it was at least $200 cheaper. Then we could consider it an entry level full frame camera.
It just lacks an identity.
Yeah. Oh, well, Nikon's been terrible about that, though. Look at the Z9. The Z9, again, video is big today. It may not big with all the people that we hang around with. But video is big and it's selling cameras. And that's one of the big, remember, this is one of the big things about Sony is they brought video to, your local youngster that wanted to be the next, great film producer or whatever. And Nikon had nothing to match that. Neither did Canon, really. I mean, the 5D Mark II was really the pinnacle of the hybrid, if you want to call it that, camera. But anyway, Nikon, I think the Z5 would be a great body to look at for upgrade or however you want to look at it. But again, I think it has to be on the back burner. And a lot of people keep yelling about DX Pro Body. I'm sorry, I'm not following the whole train of thought in this, how they try to convince me that, Nikon's always done this. It's always been there and they've always kept. No, that's not true. The D500 is what put the Pro Body DX on the map, my opinion. And I don't know, unless somebody could tell me. Wrong timing, though. Nikon needs the full frame lineup up front. And that's basically something that Tom Hogan was saying as well. You got to have the team assembled before you start working on the bench.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Tim.
Oh,
he's busy. Something. Okay.
I think I was totally okay. Actually, the Z30 is where I started talking about a Black Friday special again, because I kind of accepted the idea of Nikon being a higher end thing, and then they dropped the Z30, and I was like, okay, well, if they're gonna do it, they did it wrong on the Z30,
Yeah.
And so that was my only thing. It's a great camera. Everybody, I don't know anybody. I haven't heard anybody that says that they hate it. It sucks. Everybody likes it, but it just seemed. It's I finally said I think it's a bad decision to focus on only high-end stuff, but I accepted it. And then they dropped the Z30 and I'm like, well, okay, so they're willing to do it, so why this one?
I don't know if it was just, hey, we got the ability to do this right now, let's get a vlogging camera out there. Maybe that was another decision that we'll meet everybody at the other end as well with this camera. And again, I'm not opposed to the camera. For me, it was timing. Nikon, because I see things a little bit differently. This is a Z6 right here. Mm-hmm. And the video focusing on it is phenomenal. It really is. The firmware update to this camera made it phenomenal, I think. It's still not going to compete with the competitors' offerings out there right now in this camera class. And that's what Nikon needed to do. And they needed to do it in a hurry. And I think that's what we need right now. That's why we're asking for the Z6 III, Z7 III, and a Z8 to round out the full frame lineup. And everybody goes, you're always giving full frame, a leg up. Yes, because that is the basis for the brand. And it's the same thing in Canon, same thing in Sony. All right.
Nikon doesn't have any lenses for a crop system anyway right now. Not really. I mean, they have the essentials, but
I think there are some third party.
But you can use full frame lenses on crop.
Can, yes.
Yes, but when you look back at F mount, there was a 35. There were primes that were DX primes and things like that. They just don't have that right now, and so that's why I was just confused by the Z30. Nikon has multiple gaps and multiple lines right now, and
look, it's not an easy decision for them. They got an uphill battle coming right now because they're so far behind because of either part shortages, supply shortages, or lack of production capability, or whatever, or a combination thereof. And they've got quite a few bodies to get through in a short period of time. Will they be able to do it? A lot of people speculated Nikon would be able to pull off a trick this year, maybe 3 bodies, major bodies, and maybe not all full frame, but maybe put the Pro Body crop sensor camera in that mix too. But I think that's a tough row to hoe for Nikon. I hope that they can do that.
We need to remember that the market has changed significantly in the last 5 years. Like the price differential between an APS-C size sensor and a full frame camera has narrowed significantly compared to what it was 5-6 years ago. So it's not as it used to be. If you want cheap and performance, you can go the D500.
Yep.
And if you want full frame, you're going to pay a little bit more, but you've got more what's the word I'm looking, dynamic range with your full frame APS-C. So I think it's more, again, people are holding on to the D500 Pro camera, like with Z-Wade's D850. It's the D500 feels. People really did attach them to themselves with that, and that's from a specs point of view. The Z7 II or the Z9 can do everything on crop, and you could fulfill that requirement, but it doesn't give you the feel of what the D500 made people. So it's the emotional attachment that people are getting clouded with their judgment.
Yes, you're absolutely right.
That gives you a nice feel to it. The Z7 and 6 don't, but Z9's got a nice handling about it.
I had a great time shooting the Z6 II in Singapore. Like the ability to flick from camera to video like that, and the settings changes in line with what you're left.
I agree there, but
amazing. I've never had that in a Nikon camera before, and it was just simple. It was easy to use, and it's not promoted how easy it is to switch between the two.
And remember the settings.
Yeah. Yeah, and you know, the Pro Body DX, I think, and that's what Vaughan brought up, and even Mozman talked about a new nifty power zoom for DX. But those that are buying, and I won't say they're buying only, but those that are buying the Pro Body, Pro DX body, whatever it will be labeled, let's just say Z90 for sake of the discussion here, are probably buying it for wildlife and other things. And I had somebody today, Matthew, he was in here earlier, talking about, you know, the D500 was the baby's D5. No, it was not. No, I disagree with that 100%. Yes, a lot of wildlife shooters, birders, and event shooters bought it for a couple of reasons. I want to actually do a stream on this. What is the draw for DX? What is the draw for Pro Body DX or just DX period? I don't know. I have my ideas what it is. One, cost, and maybe two, getting some extra perceived length out of telephoto lenses or things like that. But you know, I can shoot DX, so it has to be cost, I guess.
Even with that, the price discrepancy between the two doesn't seem to be all that great anymore. Like, or it's very thin. You know, it's like hundreds of dollars rather than like $1,000. You know, it's like even the price difference, like as you walked up from 3,000 to 5,000, and then the 7,000 series was totally different. I mean, it was that's where the autofocus system changed. It was basically the same as the bottom, the 600, 700, 800, you know, I mean, or up to the 700 series. But there was a huge price difference. My first D610 cost me $1,800, you know, and that's basically the Z5 now. And I got my you can get Z5s new on sale for like $1,100. You know,
the difference moving forward on this will be more around the features. So the price difference that's gone. That doesn't exist anymore. But it'll be a case of, all right, well, you can buy this Z7 III at, is it $3,500 in the States, or which is not stack sensor, or you can buy this Z90 or whatever they go with, which is an APS-C stacked back illuminated sensor, fully featured, for a similar price point. So that way it's got its identity, where if it's just one sensor versus one sensor, the APS-C Pro Body is just not going to win. So they have to make it in a way that makes it viable, so that way you do have the stack sensor at a price point where it's competing with just a single.
They've got to incentivize it somehow, you know.
Yeah,
it's tough.
There will be there is a market for it.
Yeah.
people
Well,
will buy a
there
Pro
is definitely a
at
market for it, and that's one of the things that I would like to know, be able to really understand what is the true draw for not just DX. Don't get me wrong here; they don't want just DX. They got DX. They want a pro body DX with all the features that you find in a sports camera, a wildlife birder camera. And I just don't know that it's going to be if cost is an issue. I don't think you're going to get that very cheap. Not now.
It's
Yeah.
the want to have the D500 features.
Yeah.
And that comes from I've still got my D500. I still love my D500.
Yep.
Still have fun with it.
But you're like so many of us. Everybody's after that. I was just recently told that is the real thing. That's what they're talking about when they say they want the mirrorless D850. It's not about, although some people are hung up on, well, it has to be the highest megapixel of any camera in Nikon's lineup because that's what the D850 was. Oh, come on.
I don't want a mirrorless D850. I want a better camera than a D850.
I do too. I agree with you 100%.
If I wanted a D850, I'd go buy a D850.
But just make it, a little bit bigger, which is the rumor that this will be a little bit larger body. And I agree with that 100%.
I want it to be the best Z8.
If the described Z8 does not make D850 users happy, I don't know if anything will.
Well, and everybody's got their own opinion of what the D8 should be. I don't know how you can have a different opinion. I mean, you hand it to 3 different people and they give you a different opinion of what makes it a D850. But
that's exactly why I posed the question in my video. I think people are chasing that feeling, not the specs.
So again, don't get me wrong. I hope they build a Z90. Let's just call it a Z90. I hope they build it, but not next. They could do that. I mean, Nikon could do anything. Who knows what they'll do? But I wouldn't expect it next. I expect a Z6 III or a Z8. And I expect the C7 to be that, just like the S model is to Canon and R is to Sony. Nikon's never had that, and people don't really, they don't think about that. They haven't figured that out yet. Nikon has an opportunity now to have that type of line in the 7 series. It can be the high megapixel camera that some people are looking for. I don't want that in my everyday shooter, but I take whatever Nikon gives us, but I don't want that in an everyday shooter. Let those that want that have their own line, just like the S series and the R series within Canon and Sony. Nothing wrong with that. I'm all for it. Make it an 80 megapixel sensor. I don't care.
And that's what I was getting at to when we started off, is that the Z8 is going to grab the headlines because that's what's shiny. But the generation as a whole, this 3rd generation, there's zero room for error on it. Nikon, you've had three iterations of this. We need the lineup to be solid. Yep. And that's something that can't be overlooked. But I know the content will be Z8 because it gets the clicks, and talking about the ecosystem isn't a sexy subject. I think if they get that right, they've really got the platform, because they've got the lens line up to do it. The foundations are set. So rock it on.
Guys, that's probably going to be about it for me. I am gassed.
Yeah. I am too, man. Roy and Tim have the rest of the day ahead of them.
I've sent Z Wade into shock by actually being polite and nice and not a smart aleck on the comment section for a change. He doesn't know how to react.
I don't find you to be wait, on my channel or over next door?
Just in general.
I always pick up on the humor. There's some comments I get that I can't discern whether it's humor or them being jerks, but I am wasted. But no, I usually pick up. I can pick up on your humor, probably because I met you like over in this side column, right? And so you and Mosman are usually like cracking the jokes and stuff like that, and so I kind of had Now,
Hey.
if I had never met you and you just popped up on my channel with some of the humor, I might be like, this guy's a total jerk.
Blocked.
No, I don't block people unless they're being, I mean, really, really out of line, you know. So I really only have a few people, maybe 5 total in 3 years.
Hey, Tim, thanks for joining us tonight, man. Appreciate it.
Okay,
I
guys.
hope you enjoyed it. I hope you'll come back sometime. I understand you got a busy household there. I understand that 100%. I had 3 girls. So I can tell you all about busy households from the time. Well, they're still that way. They're just not in the household anymore. But Roy, as always, thank you very much. The collection behind you, always, man, everybody has to come by. They come through the show now just to see your collection of lenses, by the way.
Embarrassing, isn't it?
I'm going to use your photo with your gear back there as the thumbnail to attract people.
Well, leave me out of it.
Oh, and just before we go, I did notice Roy's got all his lens covers color coded
Yes.
depending on what mount.
Yes.
When you get more than a few of them,
That's
you have to.
OCD to the max.
All the AFS ones are yellow. All the old AFD and AI ones are black. All the Z ones are blue. It just makes it easier. All the DX ones are red.
Well, Chuck doesn't like. You're not on M&M brand. You're more Skittles. All the colors of the rainbow. It's unacceptable. But no, thanks for having you guys. It was good.
Well, we enjoyed you. We really did, Tim. Appreciate you dropping by. And Z Wade Photo, Z Wasted up there. Thanks, Z. I know you didn't intend to stay this long, but that's one of the things that I warned people about when Vaughan was doing it, and he'd have a guest and how long do you have? And they'd say about an hour. Well, I'll tell you, an hour's going to go by very quick, and you're going to be looking at your watch and you've already been here for 2 hours. It's just that easy once you get caught up in the conversation. But
Yeah, you have an hour to spend on the stream, and then the next thing you know, you're divorced because you haven't paid attention to your wife.
absolutely. Well, we're getting ready to strike 5 hours. I think it's appropriate that we end it here. Again, thanks to everybody that's still in here watching. It just amazes me. I assume you're in a better time zone than we are. So
5 o'clock in the afternoon.
no, there you have it. All right. Hey, thanks again. We'll be back Wednesday for our Wednesday afternoon stream at 12 p.m. noon, 12 p.m. Eastern time here in the States. I have no idea what we're going to talk about, nor do I ever. And I think that's the genius of the whole thing is we just talk. We just have fun. But thanks to everybody that came tonight for the big 1,000 subscriber mark. And you are the people that made it happen. Thank you again. Thanks to Simon over at Ordinary Filmmaker Vahagan for his help along the way. And to all of you, those that are in the chat and in the subscriber list. God bless you all. I will see everybody Wednesday that shows up, and we will have fun again. I hope you have a enjoyable rest of the weekend for those that still have a little bit of it. Take care, guys.
Later, y'all.